Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, it's 3:59. If everybody would find a seat, we're going to try and get started at 4. Okay, it's 4:01. And at 4:01, we will call the February 2024 Volusia County Council meeting to order. I'm glad to see everyone here. Just to kind of run through how we normally start. Normally, we would open with an invocation and then go to the Pledge of Allegiance, but this is not a normal night. And Pastor Joshua D. Owen of Spruce Creek Presbyterian Church called, and he's not able to make it in tonight. So in just a minute, I'm going to ask you to stand. We'll have a moment of silence, unless Mark Watts wants to pray. But I will say, if you're a member of a faith group that would like to participate in our own invocation, you are welcome. To do that, just send an email to kgreen, the letter K Green, at volusia.org. This is Carissa Green down here to my left, your right, and she will get you all set up to do that. With that, we will stand for a moment of silence and then go right into the Pledge of Allegiance. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago?
Here.
Mr. Dempsey?
Here.
Mr. Johansson? Mr. Kent?
Here.
Mr. Brower?
So we do have a full house quorum. We will begin our meetings with public participation, and we do have a few. I will call you in the order they've been given to me, and when I do, just come to the podium, please. The podium, there's a button on your left that will allow it to go up and down. We really want you to be able to speak into the microphones so the people at home listening in can hear you, and we can all hear you. You'll have 3 minutes to talk about your issue, and there is a timer will be on the screen above me, and I believe also on your, it's there now, and also on your on the monitor there. So please stick to 3 minutes. We've got quite a few people that want to talk actually, and I'll let you know when the 3 minutes is up. So first we have Raymond Franzem. Nobody ever wants to go first.
Raymond Franzem, Ormond Beach. We have been told that actions speak louder than words. The conduct of 5 members on this council shouted disdain for those of us who made presentations about the moratorium. Allow me to tell you who we, the people who you referred to as these people at one meeting are. Those who spoke here and at Ormond Beach included a PhD chemical engineer who was in charge of a fuel terminal, a professional pilot, a judge, a mayor, city legislators, a member of the Chamber of Commerce, nurses, business leaders, at least one school principal, combat veterans, people with advanced degrees, and numerous diligent people who did hours of research. I have a PhD, and I taught social policy at the graduate level at Fordham University. Yet, during the meeting, council members, instead of listening to us, were receiving text messages, reading written messages, showing through body language and total disinterest in what we were saying, and they were frequently out of the chamber. That 3 of you got up and left the chamber as Mayor Partington walked to the podium was beyond belief. A similar number of you were out of the chamber when the pilot spoke. An excuse of, but we can hear what is happening when we are out of the chamber is laughable. How are we supposed to believe that you paid more attention then than you were here? You showed similar disregard for people who have spoken about flooding and property violations. But the only person you paid attention to was the lawyer from Belvedere. It was felt as though at a trial, when neither the judge nor the lawyers cared to listen to the evidence. To be told that we were full of fear, and to have one of you even say in the media that our concerns were all fable and fear is highly insulting. Even Judge Craig, at the hearing about the moratorium, said that we had valid safety concerns. That one of you threw at us that $1 million homes are across the street from a bay is a ridiculous argument. Move the terminal to the other side of the bay and see what the people there would say. It's always easy to be on the other side of the bay. To be told that living next to a fuel terminal when you were in the military is just fine doesn't mean you would live next to a terminal now. Regardless, move forward. Summon the chemical engineer. Summon the health professionals. The heads of the fire department who send you letters. Healthcare professionals.
Thank you, Raymond.
And let them, and that's very interesting, and let them see what they say. For God's sakes, do something about the people who've been complaining
Yes,
about,
Mr. Watts.
about flooding
Okay.
for age
Raymond,
after age.
your time is up. Thank you very much. Patricia Franzem.
Good afternoon, Patricia Franzem, Ormond Beach. 2 weeks ago, I left this chamber filled with fear, disappointment, and disgust. I was and still am fearful about a fuel terminal being built a quarter of a mile from my home. But my new fear is you. After attending meetings for 7 months, I have observed the way in which you govern, and it is not good at all. I am more than disappointed with the 5-2 vote against the moratorium, but that's your vote, and I will continue to speak out against the fuel terminal. Your behavior has been disgusting. At one meeting, a council member accused the chair as pandering to these people. Another time, a council member said, "Why do we have to keep talking about this? If they have questions, they can email us." I have seen you get up and leave the chamber when Volusia County residents are speaking. You sit there eating, drinking coffee, talking, and laughing. At the last meeting, 3 of you at the same time were not in the chamber. All of this occurs while concerned citizens are asking for your help. If a high school student council behaved this way, they would be kicked out and suspended. I did not see the moratorium as a silver bullet. I knew that it would be a pause to take a good look at all heavy industrial in Volusia County. Myself and others have expressed our fears by presenting facts about health, safety, and laws. These facts came from pilots, scientists, judges, and nurses. We were not sharing fables. You do not believe that a fuel terminal will affect property value or home sales. You think that's another fable. Well, prove me wrong. Buy my house. The day I move out, you put it up for sale. You were elected to serve the people of Volusia County. That means listening, responding, and most importantly, helping others. Meeting after meeting, I have seen farmers, homeowners, and small business owners come to these meetings to hopefully get some resolution about flooding, permits, and neighbors. They all start out the same way. I sent you emails. I called your office. You never respond. Well, that's just wrong. You were elected to serve. Give up that luncheon. Give up your long weekend. Get out and visit the people and see firsthand what their concerns are. You have a wonderful opportunity to help others. This doesn't mean that everyone gets exactly what they want, but at least reach out and show that you care. Show the people of Volusia County respect. Thank you.
Karen Shrapek.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Karen Shrapek from Port Orange, and I am the Executive Director of the Volusia Recovery Alliance. And I'm just here to shed light and to raise awareness about the dangers of fentanyl in our community, as well as let everybody know that we do have plenty of Narcan in our facility that can help save a life. Since 2019, the Volusia Recovery Alliance has operated as a 501c3 recovery community organization, put into place to serve the community, to help people get off of drugs and stay off of drugs. We also help families help their families. And it's really has been a wonderful opportunity to really make a difference here. Fentanyl remains a scourge in our community. Not only is there fentanyl on the streets, but there is now other drugs, including xylazine, which is known as Tranq, which does not respond to Narcan. But we still want everybody to have Narcan. It should be part of every single person's first aid kit because it truly can save a life. It's a non-toxic drug which reverses overdose by kicking the opioid off the opioid receptor in the brain. And it is really a safe drug. In the time that we have been giving out Narcan, we've given out almost 17,000 Narcan kits with reports of 196 lives saved from the Narcan that we've given out. And we hope to be able to continue the process by giving out as much Narcan as possible. We know that overdose deaths are down by about 20%, and I really feel strongly that a lot of it has to do with the work that me and my staff have done on the street, as well as through organizations that are willing to listen to our trainings. And I'm very proud to say that I'm a person in long-term recovery, and I have staff that are all in long-term recovery, including a young man that was Narcaned 18 times and now has 3 years of recovery. He's a dad. He runs our dad program, and we're really proud to say that recovery is possible and should be expected, especially in Volusia County. Thank you very much.
Jean Bailey. Jean Bailey.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean Bailey, and I've come to the meeting today to request permission to install free Narcan dispensers in the Volusia County area. My son, Bradley Stephen Bailey, died of a meth-induced heart attack at Dolphin Park in Daytona Beach during the month of September, Mental Health and Drug Recovery Month. Forever 38. If there had been a free Narcan dispenser in the area, he could have administered it himself. The person that found him could have administered it. It was 10 minutes of him lying there. Then help was called, and it took a few more minutes for the officers to get there. And had there been a Narcan dispenser there in the immediate area, I think he would have lived. Many of the community feel free Narcan vending machines would be beneficial to help overdoses in our county. Free Narcan vending machines are the latest tool for fighting overdoses. These machines distribute life-saving supplies, Narcan nasal spray. Some states have also included fentanyl testing strips in theirs. As of now, I personally purchased 2 snack vending machines, repurposed and modified them into free Narcan dispensers. I have purchased the manual machines so they do not require electric to function. I have been communicating with Rhino at the Volusia Recovery Alliance, who has committed to filling the Narcan dispensers for free. We will put brochures and postcards from Volusia Recovery Alliance on how to obtain free Narcan. We will also have a sticker on the machine to state, please limit to 2 per person. If more is needed, please contact the Volusia Recovery Alliance. I have met with Chief Jakari Young, Jennifer Whittet, Deputy Chief of Police, and Captain Jeremy Nicolo of Daytona Police Department. I shared my mission to install free Narcan dispensers in the Daytona Beach and Volusia County area. The police cannot prevent all deaths, but these vending machines can help in harm reduction. We discussed the high overdose areas in Daytona Beach. They shared their concerns and their suggestions. They suggested I speak with the Volusia County Opioid Task Force, which I called and spoke with Sergeant Goen of the East Narcotic Task Force. He thought the free Narcan dispensers were a good idea. They already work with Rhino at Volusia Recovery Alliance, so they would be on board with the free Narcan dispensers. I also volunteer at the Bridge, the homeless shelter. I'm a barber. I cut hair there. And I am also a member of Our Mother's Village, is a nonprofit that is bringing awareness to the many young people that are being killed by drugs, violence, and guns. And all I'm requesting is that we install these Narcan dispensers in the Volusia County area. I have pictures of where I would like for them to be.
Thank you, Jean. 1 second.
Here
Got it.
is where I
Thank
have.
you.
Thank you for your time.
Excellent
I appreciate it.
report. Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. It sounds like a good idea, but the question is, where do you put it? We've done things in the past. Where in Daytona Beach do you want to have a drug center where people are overdosing and shooting up drugs, selling drugs? Where would you want it? I live on the beachside. Do we want it in front of the Hilton? Where do we want to have it? So please do not put it where it's needed. You're going to end up hurting the businesses around it. Secondly, on the issue that you voted on last week, you guys, I don't know whether you don't communicate well or the public doesn't listen well. I remember the woman that got up and said, none of you opposed the fuel dump. And when I look at this, I'm like, he said it, he said it, he said it, he said, like, 6 of you made a comment against it. 1 just said, be cautious. Watch what you say, because there could be a lawsuit. But people are not hearing that. So I'm asking you to be very specific, because Don is very specific. He's worried about the planes. It's been said. You are not dropping any of these issues. So I'm asking you to line up your opposition. The railroad tracks, to me, would be a big one. The planes would be a big one. The kids would be a big one. The traffic would be a big one. All right? Is that road built to have that many trucks? You know, it's not. So there are many valid issues, and I was surprised at the 5-2 vote, but then when I looked at it, I wasn't. All right? There are reasons why you voted, but I really didn't hear your reasons. And if I listen and don't hear it, I know the public doesn't hear it. So we have to be more specific on why you're voting against it. They just think you're big money people, and I know that's not the case. Also, I'm asking you, I live on Beachside, a big event that we have, what, 9 big events every year, over 150,000 people. Bike Week comes up next weekend. There's always a problem at the intersection of Peninsula and Main Street. Main Street is a county road. I'm asking you to redesign and put turn lanes. The street is 9 feet wide lanes, and then you go into Peninsula, and then they go into 15-foot wide lanes. You don't need 15-foot wide lanes. We can put 5 12-foot lanes in that intersection. Secondly, when is the Memorial Plaza going to start? The one by the bridge? People have been asking me. It's been sitting there, I know, for a year now with the wall. That would be of interest. On the last meeting that I missed at the State of the Union, the no driving on the beach, I would oppose putting driving back on that beach. It's the city of Daytona Beach that stopped the development there. They refused to give TIF funds, and it died.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Connie Colby.
Good morning, Connie Colby, Ormond Beach. Moving forward with the Belvedere. Regarding the pre-application and application process, the pre-application intake was May 13th of 2022, and there were various steps that they had to go through for that process. It clearly states that the project was to be a bulk fuel storage distribution terminal, and it also lists storage of jet fuel, which was not on the EPA permit. Fuel was to be delivered and stored before delivery to gas stations and other commercial users in the surrounding markets. They referred to a TRS, a DRC, an environmental review, land development review, and current planning review. If these were all done, are there any reports? In that same pre-application, there were 2 subjects that were not checked off. One was for a city commission, and one was for fire safety. Whether they needed to be done or not, I don't know, but as we await a new application from Belvedere, things to contemplate. The fact that nowhere in the code is there a reference to a storage or bulk fuel storage terminals. Section 72-172 addresses this. If a use of a structure is not expressly permitted in any classification, the enforcement official shall not permit such use of a structure in the classification unless it is substantially similar to a use or structure otherwise permitted. I will also suggest, I hope all of you have read Judge Joseph Will's letter, long, but he made some very valid points. The other point that I would recommend, the Airport Protection Overlay Zone clearly marks this area as a 1-2A, which specifically prohibits the storage of explosives. Lastly, if and when another site plan is presented, who will inform local unit governments who have a standing to raise objections in a timely manner? Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Utter.
how are all of you doing today? I know you've missed me. I have been taking time out for myself because I've had to see doctors in Alabama because no doctor will see me in my surrounding areas. If anyone that hasn't heard my story, I have been injured by Pfizer. I was sick 40 minutes after I took the second vaccine. I have chronic inflammation, demyelation, polyneuropathy. I have tremors, heart palpitations, microclotting, MCAS, and more. Well, along with vascular issues, and I've had to see a cardiologist because I have cardio issues, if you can hear the way that I'm breathing right now. Each one of you I have contacted in the past, and each one of you gave me an email, and each time I've been told to go see this senator or that senator, which I have paperwork because I've been sick. I will be delivering to them. But I know I've been on Governor DeSantis roundtable, and there are some others. I know that one of them actually reached out to one of you, and one of you made the suggestion, since our vaccine injuries are a financial burden, you won't see us on the news or social media because they don't want you to know about us. Nobody wants you to know about us. And I'm here to do that because there's chronic illness, disabilities, and death. Our government in my own county, including the hospital that I worked at, that just recently let me go and take my insurance away that cost $15,000 a month for me to get my IVIG infusions to keep me alive. But nobody cares. I'm the only one that cares about everyone. I care about future generations. But when somebody sits there and tells another person that's been on Governor DeSantis in Volusia County that they can go and get food stamps, that's how you want to help us? You don't care that we're losing our houses, our cars, our life. I have people that are losing their life. Did you hear that? Because they're in heart failure. Why? Because there's cardio issues. People are having neurological issues. There's stillbirth, sterility, and there's so many things. Cancers, stage 4 cancers right away. Do any of you listen to us? It just takes one person to do the right thing and to call your senators to let them know that you're not going to stand up for this. Each one of you should be thinking about how you can help your county more. If I'm living on the street, are any one of you going to help me? Any one of you. Are any of you you're not even going to know if I die. I'm 7 generations of Volusia County. Who is going to help? Our hospitals aren't. Not one of you. All I'm asking is for you guys to do the right thing and to tell us that to be on food stamps or what have you, we deserve better because we had lives and we want more. We want you to do more because our government let us down.
Sheila Lind.
Good evening. How are you all? Sheila Lind, Ormond Beach. I'm speaking about the Belvedere terminals. This whole process has been poisoned from the beginning. That is what Mr. Santiago said, and I believe that to be true. Truth. That is what I'm seeking. Michael Henson wrote on his pre-application comments, Belvedere is looking to develop a rail freight terminal for distribution of oil, fuel, and propane, and a rail yard is a permitted use in I-2 zoning. Code of Ordinance, Section 72-172, Interpretations of Uses. If a use or structure is not expressly permitted in any classification, the enforcement official should not permit such use or structure in the classification unless it is substantially similar to a use or structure otherwise permitted in the classification. Councilman, do the words rail freight terminal or rail yard sound substantially similar to bulk fuel storage? It is with that rhetorical question that I would ask that the enforcement official enforce the Code of Ordinance and stop manipulating it in Belvedere's favor. Gray Robertson, who represents Volusia County Management Commission and Belvedere, be removed for conflict of interest. It is time to stop making excuses about tax revenue, property rights, and the state law that Belvedere is trying to pass to justify your actions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you all who participated. That takes us to item 1, our consent agenda, and I'm going to pull just for a comment from the county manager or his staff on item K. Is there anyone else want to pull an item for a comment or for a vote? Okay.
Just C, Charlie.
C for comment or vote?
Just comment.
Okay.
Chairman, at this point, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Kent. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Matt Reinhardt to approve the consent agenda as laid out. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is passed 7-0. You want to start with item C, Don?
Sure, I can. Brad here, verbal.
Brad's coming down.
Thanks. Brad, we talked, okay, thanks. We talked earlier today. I think there was some unique situation with the Dickerson Heritage Library that somehow it was flooded and there's a need to get furniture in sooner than later. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It was flooded during Ian.
Okay. So I think we talked and I expressed some concern about the price of some of these items that we're paying, but are you saying that in the future we're going to be able to maybe bid this out more towards local suppliers?
We certainly could bid it out to local suppliers, but one of the strategies that we have in library services is standardization across the library. So we'd still be looking at these large companies that provide significant discount on the agreements that we're using. So 30% one of the companies offered as a discount for using that contract, and 44%. So when we go out, the library interiors of Florida looks for those companies that provide the deepest discounts for us.
Okay. Because I think, I'll just leave it at that. I was just a little bit concerned about the pricing that we're paying, but I guess that's kind of a necessary evil to get this benefit. Is that
Well, and I think to understand, we're buying commercial furniture. And so, number one, the fabrics that we buy are selected to last, a significant amount of years. Actually, the way that the fabric's woven can prevent bed bugs. So that's one of the things that we look at. There's advanced materials in terms of powder coating. So we're looking at life expectancy for the return on investment.
And so that explains the higher pricing than just residential stuff?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. That's all. I was just kind of taken back by some of the prices, but I'm going to go along with it. I just wanted to hear that and let everybody else know why we're paying what we're paying for these items. Thanks.
Yes,
Appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you, Don. Before I get to K, I just want to mention, you don't have to come up, Jonathan, but item J, Jonathan Edwards did an internal audit on community assistance grants, alcohol, drug, and mental health, found no improprieties. It was just good work. Thank you very much. And I'll turn item K over to the county manager to discuss the collective bargaining agreement.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we have some of the team. Here comes our director, Joe Demore, and our director, Dana Page Pender, and some members of the union leadership, Matt Harrison and his team are here as well. I just would like to say kudos to the team, who worked real hard. Been a long process, but I think it's borne very good fruit, and we are committed to continue. We know we have openings, we know we have a ways to go, but the team is committed to make sure we can fill those positions, and I think this is a step in the right direction, as it does include the ability for us to give some experience pay to people from other areas. Does increase the correctional officers' base pay. a minimum of $1.75 an hour, $2 an hour for senior corrections, and there's some additions to that. And that's for this particular year we're in. And then they have agreed to take the general pay increase of county employees for this upcoming year. And also, as we look forward, it does give a modest guarantee in later years, depending on what the council chooses to do with the tax rate. So, again, I'm proud of everybody. They've worked very hard, and I asked today that the council, and I do appreciate you accepting the contract. And any words you guys would like to say, Mr. Harrison?
Yes, sir. I'm here today to say thank you to the county council and their negotiating team. Although this process was drawn out longer than I imagined either side wanted, my team believes that this contract is promising for future corrections. We're also hopeful that Mr. Demore and his new ideas will keep the division moving forward in a positive manner. I would also like to challenge the council to keep an eye on the surrounding correction agencies in Florida to see how we can stay competitive with the other agencies. We need to continue to make progress within the Volusia County Division of Corrections to increase current staffing levels, increase wages and benefit packages. I want Volusia to be safe and a safe and secure place to work. I want people to want to make this their career choice and stay in Volusia County. In closing, I again want to thank you for approving this contract. I look forward to working with you and your team in the future to make the Volusia County Division of Corrections a great and safe place to work.
This is a big step in the right direction getting this accomplished. I can't thank the team for the county enough, Jordan, Suzanne, Mark, Randa, Dana, and legal on this, along with Matt and his team on that side. We did a really good job getting this done, and I'm very excited to see where this takes us with the staffing and getting things squared away at the facilities. Thanks. Council as well, too. Thanks.
Is that it from all of you? Before Matt has some words for you, there's a surprise. But this was not a close vote, and nobody has shared. Would anybody like to share what the vote was?
Yes, 97-6, yes.
Yeah, I think that's pretty significant. Matt Reinhardt?
Thank you, Chair. Nobody's a bigger advocate, and I think you know that. And I like what you said, Matt, with respect to challenging us to keep an eye out on other counties and what they're doing to stay competitive. We often have comments at different venues where we talk about our colleges and whatnot, where we want to see those individuals walk across the stage, get their diploma, and continue to work in Volusia County. Well, the same holds true for law enforcement. The same holds true for corrections. This has been something that's been obviously very near and dear to my heart from the get-go. And oftentimes, whether it be late in the hour when we, like today's meeting at 4 o'clock, and we'll have council comments, there's been times, I think one time was at 3 in the morning. So oftentimes you don't hear those comments, but I can tell you almost every single meeting, I've been saying something about it, and as everybody else has been saying the same thing. So we want to see you succeed, and we want that. 30 years of experience, I can tell you it's not an easy job. I did it. So I can attest to what these gentlemen and these ladies had to put up with and still have to put up with. So I am super happy that we were able to make this. I think you're in the right direction. I'm sorry, let me correct that. I know you're in the right direction. So I have every confidence that I believe that Mr. Demore will take you across that line. And we'll get more people. And we'll make the conditions better. We'll make the conditions safer. But don't ever stop reaching out and let me know.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to act as a witness. He does say it every single meeting, so in case anybody needed concur on that. But on a more important note, thank you for what you've done. I know it's been a tough one. Thanks to our team on both sides. I just want to say my commitment to, Volusia. I would like to thrive for you all to be in the top agency in the state. That's a goal of mine. How we get there is going to take teamwork, right? And that doesn't mean that you're always the top paid, right? It doesn't necessarily correlate to that. No, that could be it too, right? But working together, my personal goal as an individual council member to help make you guys the #1 agency in your field in the state. So thank you for your hard work.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just briefly to tag along with what Councilman Santiago and Councilman Reinhardt said, you know, I think one of the great takeaways from this is that you all spoke and your members spoke and we listened. And, you know, it took some time because that's what happens with negotiations. And I'm proud of the work that this council did and the give and take and the discussions, because it's something that we need to get better at. And in my opinion, we are getting better and making a step in the right direction. So have a good afternoon.
Okay, thank you all very much. Congratulations. And that takes us to the other end of the scale. Item 2, a retirement of Earl Farmer. Benjamin Bartlett, are you going to...
He was ready. He was at the top of that aisle waiting to come down. It's your birthday, right?
No, not today.
Oh.
Mr. Chair, council members, good afternoon. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Today I'm very pleased to recognize Mr. Earl Farmer, who's standing right here, with his retirement from Volusia County Water Resources and Utilities Division. At the time of his retirement, which was December 31st, a month and a half ago or so, he was the longest tenured employee in our Utilities Division. Earl began his career as a trades worker, in 1989, and from the very beginning, his supervisors recognized him for his work ethic and dependability, even writing in one of his evaluations, Earl's work attitude and leadership should be a model for all personnel. From the beginning, he worked to increase his skills, knowledge, and experience and advance through the ranks from trades worker to foreman to supervisor and eventually settling into a senior utilities engineering inspector for the past 15 years. And I'm going to go a little off script here and say, in my time in public works, there is not a more valuable employee than an inspector. He's out there on the front lines looking at all the infrastructure, and in his case, utility infrastructure that's buried, and making sure that the stuff that we inherit and we have to maintain is put in as it's supposed to be, and it's not going to cause us any problems in the future. And to have someone with his experience advance to that level and out there on the front lines looking out for the county is an invaluable resource. Earl also played a key role in hurricane preparedness, post-event recovery operations. His knowledge of the organization and the system was invaluable. I've been out in the middle of the night on water main breaks, and you always have that one utilities guy that knows exactly where everything is. We have everything mapped in our GIS system, but Earl could go out there and tell you, hey, we need to close that valve over there. You know, he knew it. He knew the whole system like the back of his hand. And that is a huge resource, and his shoes are going to be tough to fill. Another admirable quality of Earl is, while employed with the county, he simultaneously served in our Army National Guard for 25 years, retiring as a first sergeant with dedicated service to his country. Now that he's retired, he's under new management, particularly his wife, Gail, his wife of 38 years. And I'm sure she's got a honey-do list pretty long for him to take care of. He also has 3 daughters, 1 son, 2 grandsons, and 1 granddaughter. And Earl and I were talking about this earlier up in my office. Him and I share a common hobby. He's into Chevy cars. He's got 2 older Chevelles, a 1967 and a 1972. So I'm a car guy myself, specifically Chevy, so I'm kind of jealous he's got plenty of time to work on those automobiles. So throughout his entire career, Earl has demonstrated a solid work ethic along with a history of dependability and dedication. We thank him for his years of public service to Volusia County, as well as to our nation and the armed services, and we wish him the best in all future personal endeavors.
Pat, we're not quite done yet.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to hop in real quick. I've, of course, known Earl a long time. I've been here 25 years, and he was here when I got here, and known him personally as well. I think our sons were roommates on the football team back in the day. So we've known each other a long time. Couldn't ask for a greater person. Knows where everything is, super dependable, beautiful family, and just a real great human being. We're really going to miss you. So just please have fun and please go easy on them.
Director Bartlett, does somebody have Mr. Farmer's number on a speed dial?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Alan.
Michael Ulrich does.
Alan, our superintendent over the field crew for the utilities, definitely has.
You better lose your cell phone. Thank you for your service, sir.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Pat?
Can everybody stand in front of the county council and I'll take your picture?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back a couple of minutes. So let's get this group centered better. Whoops, sorry about that. This way.
Look at her.
You can't he's not in front of me. We're okay.
Bottom row, take a step to your left. All right, this is good. Wait a minute. Ready. Okay, one more. All done. Thank you.
Doesn't say so. You don't need a vote on that, right? Okay. Okay, that brings us to item 3. One retires, another one gets promoted. Confirmation of appointment of Lou Paris to the position of Division Director, Economic Development.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, gentlemen of the council. Cyrus Callum, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. And it is with great pleasure today that I bring to you for your confirmation Mr. Lou Paris. I have to tell you, Mr. Paris and I have been working together. I had the fortunate opportunity to have him serve as one of our Q speakers, and he's a staunch advocate for entrepreneurship. And his records will show, and his credentials, the impact that he's had in that arena throughout Volusia County. But I'm going to yield to County Manager Mr. Rechtenwald for some words about Mr. Lou's credentials.
Yeah, thank you, Cyrus. And yeah, before you today, we bring for your confirmation Lou Paris. He comes to us with a very stellar and diverse background in workforce development, economic development. He definitely has had a focus on entrepreneurship. He was an operations director, a global FRON, a consultant firm specializing in attracting international construction investors to Florida. He also is the director of program at Stetson University. He worked as a business development and marketing manager for Career Source, Lucia Flagler. He's won many awards, financial grants, secured hundreds of thousands of dollars in investment capital for other entities. He's filed 7 provisional patents, owns 2 U.S. trademarks, and is a published author. He has, again, a slew of awards, including Ambassador of the Year Award by Volusia County Business Incubator, Stetson University Innovator of the Year Award. He was honored by the 40 Under 40 with the Daytona Beach News Journal, founding member of Innovate Daytona Beach, and founding organizer of 1 Million Cups Daytona Beach chapter. He's also serves as advisory board member. He did with Volusia County, our business incubator there at University of Central Florida. So I bring him forth. He's got a lot of knowledge of what we do, but he brings some unique skill sets that we have not had. So I'm very excited to work with him. I bring him forth for your confirmation.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. I must.
You can say anything
you can say,
want,
or
but
you-
just
you're
remember, we
you're
haven't
on,
voted to approve
I'm
this
gonna wait
yet,
for them
so
to
be
vote
careful.
first.
Gotcha.
But,
No, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I've lived in Volusia County since 2006, and getting here, I lived and worked in 6 different countries, and I picked Volusia County to live the rest of my life. I brag about the fact that I can say that I've been able to see it all, to see the world, and pick this location as the place where I want to spend the rest of my life. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I'm very excited and looking forward to making a change in the community. I always say that one of my goals, I have my 13-year-old son here, who I'm looking forward to a day where he goes off to college and he actually returns back to Volusia County, because there's plenty of opportunities to live and work and prosper. So that's really, I'm vested in this for that one purpose.
Thank you very much. Couldn't agree more. David Santiago.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak maybe after the confirmation.
Okay. Jake, you want to wait till after the vote, or?
Please.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the confirmation of appointment?
Motion approved, Johansson.
Second.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, second by Matt Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And you are confirmed 7-0. Congratulations
Thank
and
you.
welcome again.
Thank you.
And Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome aboard, Lou.
Thank you.
Excited about to see what you can do with us here in the county. If you've watched over the past 12 months, I think it's safe to say that this county council is very much one of the big priorities is businesses, small businesses, and just in general, how do we make businesses more successful and want to come to Volusia? That being said, I wanted to encourage you through your proper channels that we're not in the front lines every day. It's you all that are in the front line. So I would encourage, as an individual council member, and I think my colleagues probably would too, share with us what's not working, right? Tell us what you need in order to make Volusia successful. And certainly this council will react to that accordingly. But I encourage you, I think this council will be welcoming of new ideas. I like that you've had a broad experience throughout the world, which, we don't always get it right here too. So bringing ideas from others could potentially make us successful. So welcome aboard. Look forward to what you have to do.
Will do.
And Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. So I know you've been around the block. I've seen your face once or twice before, so I know you're no stranger to economic development in the area and the challenges we have here. for another world traveler in my previous life, I know that you've experienced many things and you have some great ideas of how to move Volusia County forward. Just don't ever forget that a lot of us haven't been around the world and we're not as familiar with those things, so you have to explain them to get them to stick. But I'm pretty excited that you have that breadth of diverse knowledge in what works and what doesn't work, and hopefully you can find what works and plug it in here in Volusia County and get our middle class moving forward and moving our county forward, and like they say, rising waters. What do rising waters do? Sink all ships or rise all ships? Float all ships. There you go. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lou, we don't know each other yet, but I will tell you that the Economic Development Department at our airport has become one of my favorite departments, because there's always something exciting going on, always something impressive. And it's, you said it, David said it, that I have a large family too, and when my kids are ready to go to work, I want them to be able to stay here. So I really look forward to getting to know you, to working with you. Your predecessor was an amazing woman, did a great job, and I know you will too. So just welcome and congratulations on this.
Thank you, Chairman.
No pictures, Pat?
Cyrus combed his hair and everything.
When he lands that big contract coming over, we'll take a picture.
Okay. That brings us to item 4. This is a public hearing, so I will open the public hearing now. If anybody cares to speak on this item, please give your form to Carissa Green. This is Ordinance 2023-40, a small-scale comprehensive land use plan amendment of 40.22 acres. Mr. Irvin.
Good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today, I'd like to address both agenda items 4 and 5 with my presentation. They are 2 separate items. This one is legislative. The next is quasi-judicial, but they're pertaining to the same property. And this is a future land use map amendment. So if this item is not approved, then you cannot approve the subsequent item number 5, because it would not be consistent with the comprehensive plan. What we have today is a request for a change in both land use and zoning for a 40-acre parcel located at the northwest corner of State Road 44 and Kepler Road. As many of y'all are aware, that is an area that has been approved for a PUD for the renovation of an existing gas station. The applicant wants to take that and expand that to include the other areas that are currently under the urban low-intensity land use. Urban low-intensity allows for residential uses up to 4 units per acre, plus it does allow for some limited commercial activities up to 5 acres. That's why you were able to get a PUD for that corner parcel for the existing gas station. What they want to do is change it so that it's split between commercial and urban high intensity. Urban high intensity is a residential designation. It allows for multifamily units. It is a dramatic increase in the amount of density that can be allocated, and the commercial will allow for the development of various commercial uses. Because this is tied to a PUD, we can speak in the next item in regards to what is being proposed for that. It increases traffic because of that. It meets 7 of the 8 criteria identified for discouraging sprawl. And one of the things that was brought up in the county or your staff's report was consistency with the 2050 vision plan. DeLand had back in the 70s a kind of a special law passed by the state because they were identifying their water and sewer service areas. And that translated to a planning practice that was implemented back in 1990 with the adoption of the original comprehensive plans of the Greater DeLand Plan. That is identifying areas that are outside of their jurisdiction and kind of giving an idea of what they envision this area to develop into. The reason why they are able to do so is this is within their water and sewer service area. They would be the provider of utilities to the site, annexation is not practical at this time or legal because it is not contiguous to the existing boundary of city of DeLand. So they would remain in the unincorporated areas, but again, receiving utilities from the city. At the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, we heard from the public who expressed concern in regards to the already burdensome traffic that is occurring at this location. And we're concerned that by adding a commercial use and specifically additional multifamily uses, that there would be additional traffic making it even worse. It was identified by the applicant that during the process that the improvements to State Road 44 and Kepler intersection would be completed in the time frame where once this is completed, those would be coming online. Specifically, the shifting of it from a signalized intersection to that of a roundabout. The roundabout would include slip lanes as well as the standard roundabout to allow for traffic to move freely through there. There was also discussion about that the Beresford Avenue extension, which had been identified since the 90s as the viable alternative route to State Road 40 leading into downtown DeLand, would be completed about that time. They spoke in generalities of it because that is a joint effort between the City of DeLand, Volusia County, and private developers to facilitate it being connected from State Road 44, Summit Boulevard, all the way over to where it would make a connection to the existing right-of-way, which would lead into downtown DeLand. So the PLDRC recommended denial of the proposed land use amendment. They did review the proposed, let me go ahead, if you could take me to agenda item 5. They did review also the PUD and recommended denial of that as well because, again, it was inconsistent with the proposed comp plan amendment. I want to kind of go over it because, again, it's important for y'all to understand what's in the PUD so that you can make a decision both on the future land use amendment and the proposed PUD. So again, this gives you an idea of the conceptual plan that would be incorporated in the planned unit development. As you can see, there's nothing specifically shown on that northern parcel, which would be the portion that would be developed for multifamily. This area over to the west would be covered by a conservation easement. It's approximately 10 acres of wetlands and uplands that would be kept in conservation purposes to serve both for stormwater, compensatory storage, and addressing some concerns from properties further north due to flooding that may occur. The other portions of it would consist of the existing gas station that is under a redevelopment plan already, and then the remainder would be developed for a typical grocery shopping center where you would have the online stores in with the larger grocery store as well as out parcel capabilities. So that was presented, and you have a recommendation of denial on that because, again, it is not consistent with what the PLDRC felt was appropriate from a future land use. The applicant on Friday submitted a request to put specific restrictions both in the future land use and in the PUD. Because originally they were attempting to get approval for a maximum of up to 240 units that could be developed for 240 apartments or townhomes. They are now seeking to restrict the property to no more than 100 townhomes, and that would be done through, first of all, a note on our future land use map, which would restrict the use of that specific parcel to that type of use, and then carrying over with the development standards that are currently contained in the draft PUD. They would simply strike the multifamily and keep the townhome standards that are already in there. They will be able to go over the impacts. I know that they have a presentation to discuss the main concern, which is tied to the traffic. So it's coming to you with a staff recommendation of approval on both items, and then a PLDRC recommendation, or excuse me, Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission recommendation of denial on both the future land use and the rezoning. Staff is here and available to answer any questions you may have.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, Clay.
Before,
oh,
Paolo noticed something in the presentation that we incorrectly identified the vote of the PLDRC. It was actually 5-1. One member was missing, and Mr. Costa voted in favor of trying to approve it, and then when the motion to deny came up, he voted against that. And also that item 5, because it is quasi-judicial, you will have to have ex parte communication.
You want us to do ex parte now?
Might as
We'll
well
get it out of the way. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare?
Yes.
Yeah.
Everybody does,
Yes.
I bet.
I don't.
You don't? Okay. We'll start with Don and work this way.
Yeah, I actually spoke with Frank Ford at length. I spoke with Mr. Watts, and I believe that's it.
Okay.
I spoke with Mr. Watts, and I think the applicants were in the meeting also.
Okay. I spoke with Mr. Watts.
Mr. Watts.
Mr. Watts.
Same.
Okay.
Questions?
Yeah, so you ready for questions? Go ahead, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clay, the language that you said that's going to be inserted, is that a regularly used practice, and are we confident that it stands up to the test of someone not penetrating it?
Yes, you can see many cities throughout Volusia County utilize this. We have utilized it ourselves where, again, it's appropriate with a land use decision and enforceable to sit there and put site-specific restrictions on your future land use map or in policies of your future land use element. In which case, you have a property owner typically offering those restrictions and then the elected bodies approving it and putting it in that method. Then it stays in perpetuity or until there's a request to amend it. They would have to come back in front of both the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission and to the County Council to amend that.
Is that different to like when someone wants to get it into a certain zoning category and there is a permitted use to exclude a specific permitted use?
If you're talking about like with a rezoning to PUD to go in there and exclude specific uses so
Yes.
that way there's protection against those, yes, you can do that as well.
As a PUD, basically?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, if you can go back to the map, I think the second map that we've seen there.
This one?
We might be, maybe, where it shows the parcel lines. Is there am I seeing this map? Am I seeing this map accurately here? Let me see if I can mark this up here. Did that work? No, it's not working. Annotating. Right here. Is that a separate parcel going through the back there between the lake and the property line?
That is not part of this application.
But there is a separate parcel back there, like
Yes.
half a U, or
Yeah.
is that an easement?
I don't know the nature of that property. It's not come up as part of the discussion. In other words, like, is there there is obviously private land between the lake and what would be the northwest corner of this development.
Okay, so I was just curious. I know I threw that to you as a surprise. I was just, when I seen the map, it stood out to me. And
Well, what you're saying is this is a paper road right here that was created some way, shape, or form. And then you can see that that is private held land. So that may, as you were asking, that may be an easement of some sort, or it could be a right-of-way. Don't know.
okay, Mark, if you know about it when you come up, you can just share on that. And my other question is, on the PUD, which would be the next item, number 5. If you recall, I think you may have been in my meeting when I met with the applicants, and during that meeting, I had mentioned about design standards a little bit, or talked about it, and specifically, I think I won't say, I used a reference from certain communities, and sometimes where you see, I'll give the example. I said you go to South Florida and some of these more influential communities, and you go into some of these commercial projects that are very, very nice. I mean, you turn into it and you think you're in a resort, but there's a Publix, there's a, Starbucks, and all the same stores that we have here. And then I referenced, that in some cases, in many cases, you see outside of those communities, you don't see the same quality of development in the design standard here. And I know we probably have some standards that we hold them to in the past. I've also seen in other jurisdictions where in the PUD, they have asked applicants to submit the design standards of what they intend to build and what it looks like as a negotiated process before the PUD. Is that something that we can practice?
We can do that for the non-residential. I believe there was restrictions on residential development standards. Single family. So single family, no, but with the townhome and commercial, we can negotiate that if that's an issue that the council identifies as being critical in ensuring consistency and compliance with both the code and with the comprehensive plan.
Yeah. And okay, so you're saying we can do it, is basically,
yes,
if
sir.
we wanted to.
You have to identify and tie it to the specific ability to ensure the consistency and compatibility of the proposed development with both the surrounding areas as well as with the code and comprehensive plan. So it has to be able to tie those together.
I get you. It might be a little subjective, but I get it, I think. Council, I'll talk about that when the time comes, but I just want to put that on your radar, and thank you, Clay.
Okay. Yes, this is questions. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. Clay, this is more of a general question, but good a time as any. Lately, the PLRDC has recommended things that has gone against staff recommendation. Is that fair to say?
It occasionally happens, yes, sir.
And so it comes to us. So what I'm trying to find is where the disconnect is and how we can resolve that. I think I like the diversity of thought, don't get me wrong, on the PLRDC, but I want to make sure that PLRDC and staff understand our thoughts as a governing body, and I want to make sure that there's not anything down at the PLRDC staff level that we can address to make your job and their job easier. Is there anything missing that I'm missing here?
No, sir. Have there been situations where staff has recommended denial and the PLDRC has recommended approval and vice versa? Yes, but I would say the majority of the items coming forward, we see that there's uniformity in how the members of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission assess the criteria, as does staff. Staff is really just kind of looking at what our past experiences, our rules, our interpretations, those types of things. And it really comes down just to the criteria that we have to evaluate. And in those situations, there's just been a disagreement on how those evaluations
interpretation. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Chairman.
Kind of along the same lines, on page 2, it says that the staff found this consistent with the comp plan. Obviously, the PLDRC did not find it consistent. How do we interpret that? How do you bring that to? I mean, that's a pretty stark contrast.
Again, and I would say it's this, and I'm interpreting, so please pardon me on this. I believe it was a point of timing, because what staff is looking at is that the commitment of improvements for State Road 44 and Kepler are in the DOT's work program. So from a concurrency perspective, those are committed funds for that improvement. It's been identified to address traffic out to 2040. So from a concurrency and capacity analysis, based on that information, staff is acknowledging that that's a fact and that it's applicable in this situation. There were concerns voiced by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission regarding, first and foremost, just the installation of a roundabout. They felt that that was probably not the appropriate improvement. And again, that is a DOT-controlled road, so we do not have the ability to say no to that specific improvement. So I think that the linchpin on the decision was tied to traffic and congestion. I know that many of the residents also identified some concerns with the multifamily, and that also may have carried over with some of the planning board members. Staff saw that as the fact that our Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission members, staff saw that as an internal capture situation, because many times what you unfortunately have is that you have residential development that has to access onto an arterial road to get into a commercial development or an employment area, whereas if you have integrated connectivity between it, it provides for the opportunity for those who live in those facilities just to easily get either walk, bike, or if they need to drive, not have to go out on a public road.
Okay. What does the comp plan say the land in this area is supposed to be used for?
Well, right now, what we're doing is we're coordinating between the city of DeLand and our own comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan has identified this as being an urbanized area, hence the urban low intensity development or intensity designation that's currently there. We also talk about the ability to convert lands to commercial uses at intersections of major roads, such as the arterial roads and state roads. So again, it meets many of those policies that we have in regards to future growth and the need for additional commercial sites.
Okay. Does the comp plan require a watershed study?
A watershed, no. What it would, the comprehensive plan does not have specific requirements for analysis of that nature. That would be done as part of the subdivision or site plan process.
So that will be done?
Well, it would be part of the stormwater analysis. They have to utilize what basin they are in to analyze what the stormwater is going to require and what has to be done.
Okay. The way you understand it at this point, there's existing wetlands there that's not going to be developed. Is that where all the drainage will be directed?
It will be part of it, but the let me get to the concept plan if I can. Thank you. There we go. So there are stormwater ponds. There's conveyance also into that area. So that will be used primarily for not only the storage but the treatment and also allowing for the continuation of the flow. The applicant can provide you better detail on what their engineering is calling for.
Okay. And one last question. Look into your crystal ball. Well, no, this one you know. Will the roundabout be 4 lanes north and south or 2 lanes?
It's going to be a 2-lane leading both north and south. So what you're seeing is, in my presentation, I talked about slip lanes. Those are these areas here, here, and here. What these do is allow for traffic that are coming. So I will talk about, say, State Road 44 eastbound. If you're coming in here and instead of having to traverse through the roundabout, you can just go ahead and that will be a right turn lane that will allow you to continue on to southbound Martin Luther King. Conversely, if you're westbound on 44, you would be able to use that to convert and go into northbound Kepler towards 92. So those will provide for cleaner and easier movement through there. If you're proceeding through forward, you're still going to have to go through, and it's going to remain the 2-lane configuration.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Vice Chair Torrey Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Irvin, just a couple of questions for you, but before I do, it's always a pleasure when you're up at the podium because you're always prepared. Man, you know your business. And you've always done your homework, and I appreciate that about you, which is why we turn you red when we say you're the best in the business. You're excellent at what you do. Now, that being said, PLDRC, each council member has one appointment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So PLDRC is an advisory board appointed by us, the
Well,
elected officials.
let me rephrase that. It's 7 members that are appointed by the county.
Correct. And the staff report, or we heard you say it was 7-0, but then you corrected it. It was 6-1.
5-1. There
I'm
was
sorry.
one
I'm
member
sorry.
missing.
5-1. Thank you for correcting me on that. Recommending denial on the one vote. And then was the second vote 6-0 recommending denial?
I don't
Is that
remember.
what
I
what Paolo said?
I think it was 6-0 because at that point you could not approve the PUD because the comp plan wasn't.
Right. And you mentioned that you began your comments with that this evening with us, with the two items that
Also
are before us. So this was a big issue for me when I sent my questions to Mr. Rechtenwald, which was there's a disconnect here somewhere with staff recommending approval, but PLDRC recommending denial. So I needed some more information, and I'm assuming it was you that gave the response. I knew it was when I was reading it. I was like, this is Clay Irvin's response. I know it. And it should be. Thank you. So we have PLDRC recommending denial. And then for this, my final question, and I'm going to say, please don't answer this unless you feel like you should, because I never would want to put you in a sticky situation. You're too much of a professional and you're too good to get caught in it anyway. But if you can't answer it, I really want to hear from the applicant when they come up and do it. At the 11th hour, which I'm actually okay with changes like that. I don't like, you all heard me before, I don't like 13th hour stuff. But the 11th hour, you make some changes. So I heard that it was initially the process, they were asking for 204, up to 240 townhomes. And now on Friday, they said they'd be okay with 100 townhomes.
The original request was up to 240 multifamily units that could be apartments or townhomes. Now they are trying to restrict it to 100 townhomes.
Right, gotcha. So why? Why would they do that at this 11th hour? That's the part you might not want to answer.
I can't answer that. I'll have to allow the applicant to.
So that's an answer I'm going to need before I vote on this. When the applicant comes up, I'm just going to need some information on that's a drastic change, in my opinion. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Sure.
Councilman Dempsey.
Clay, thank you. I don't know if you could explain, just for everybody's benefit, the Beersford extension, and then if we have any more information on when that might be completed.
Yes, sir. It actually started back in the 90s. There was concern about the traffic that was already occurring back then on State Road 40 at that intersection with Kepler/Martin Luther King. The DOT came in and studied it, and they were looking at possibly widening 44 in that area, or what were some alternatives. So they identified that if working with DOT and the county and cities and private landowners, if you could take and direct traffic away from that intersection of 44 and Kepler.
Do we have a visual of that anywhere, Carissa? Like an expanded view that would include
I believe the
Beersford?
applicant will, just look back, the applicant's going to go over that in greater detail. But basically going from State Road 44 and shooting west into the existing segment of Beersford. Here we go.
Okay.
This gives you an idea of what they're talking about, so that way those who are aware of this road could utilize that instead of 44. So what it does is it gives an alternative route to those who are traveling east and west on 44 to utilize Beersford Avenue to either go to Kepler, Martin Luther King, or continue on to Blue Lake, or actually even continue on further west on Beersford.
Okay. And this is all designed to alleviate some of that traffic stacking on 44.
Yes, sir.
East or west of
Yes,
Kepler.
sir.
And this is already in the works, correct?
There's been agreements between the city, the county, Volusia County School Board, and developers along this right-of-way to facilitate the development of it. Tad Casebeer will have to give you a little bit better detail as far as the timing, but there are segments of it where private development is responsible for the construction, and those are those areas. And then there's the part that's to be built by Volusia County utilizing impact fees and prop fair share. So what you see is that in that particular situation, We have an impact fee fund for this particular district. We also have developments that are occurring in that area. They have had to pay into a prop fair share for their proportional amount that they could utilize this. So this gives you an idea of the time frames.
Okay, so I know there's been a lot of concern about just existing traffic backups, and then now with this new development, it would be even worse. But I do know going eastbound in the morning, traffic's backed up almost to Summit from that intersection. Is this designed to alleviate that backup?
You mean heading westbound?
Yes, sir.
Westbound on 44, yes, sir. That's the whole point behind it, is to provide an alternative route.
Okay, so this involves 4 different factors. Do we have any realistic idea when this will all be done and complete and this alternative route would be in place?
This slide shows that time frame, and here comes Tad. He can clarify specifically, but
Okay.
that gives you an idea of what the time frames are.
Good afternoon, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. As Clay had said, I prepared this exhibit that shows the 4 different segments that would extend Beersford from its current termination at Blue Lake all the way over to State Road 44. You can see west of Kepler, the initial section, Phase 1A, is to be constructed by the developer to the south, and then the county is working on everything west of that in the green all the way back over to Blue Lake. That is prepared to go to construction bidding here shortly, and we'll be starting construction as soon as they finish their section, which is their section is currently scheduled to be complete sometime in August of this year. Ours will take approximately 6 to 8 months once they actually start on site. So, and we hope to be able to get started as soon as they get done, August 1st, 2nd, whatever day it may happen to be. East of Kepler, Martin Luther King, you can see the initial phase is going to be constructed by Lakewood Park Estates. That'll start sometime middle part of this year. They haven't given us a formal schedule for that section. We are under design. You approved the task assignment for our design consultant for the purple section at your last meeting, and so we were just starting design on that portion. It's virgin territory, so we expect the design to actually move forward pretty quickly. We'll move into construction as soon as that is done, and we expect to be done, as you see, mid to late 2026. Much like Blue Lake Extension, it'll move along pretty quickly, simply because there's nothing you have to worry about in terms of traffic. You don't have to move people. You don't have to do anything along those lines. So we'll actually be pretty quick overall. So the one thing I would note, to your question earlier about this being designed to help alleviate traffic on State Road 44, we have designed it that way, and the reason, or the way you see that is right now Summit is currently the road that terminates at State Road 44. And to make sure that we make it as easy for traffic wanting to go westbound, we've realigned Summit to tie into Beersford, so that if you're going westbound and you want to go down Beersford, you only have to make a left at the light, and then you're straight down Beersford, as opposed to turning left onto Summit, then having to make another turn, right turn on Beersford. So we have put some design considerations in there to make it as easy as possible to alleviate that traffic problem.
And this is designed to be 2-laned for now?
Correct.
With the possibility of being 4-laned in the future, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Ted.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Ted, it makes sense now because I was looking at some of the dates between 1A, 2A, and looking at the different dates that some are developers, some are us that are doing it. Real quick question. The slip lanes kind of give us the idea of being able to do a right turn while more traffic can flow straight. Actually, I say straight by going around the roundabout.
Right.
And then the other question, how many access points are going into or out of this development? And where are they? Do we know?
Sure. I think they have projected locations for answering your second question first.
Okay.
Do have projected locations. That said, when they come in for their final site plan, we will actually go ahead and compare that in code and make any modifications as required in terms of the distance from the intersection as necessary. So what's shown, as far as we're concerned, is conceptual. We haven't commented on the exact locations. There will need to be tweaks based on what the real world conditions actually tell us when they've got a full survey of the existing topographic conditions, as well as comparing that to DOT's final construction plans for their roundabout. So
I didn't know if that was some of the reason why the Beersford extension came into play. or is to utilize that as well?
Well, that's really just to help the existing
Just the traffic flow?
Right.
Okay. But
That's-
no idea, well, we won't know until we see the site plan.
Right.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
and your first question was about the slip lanes on
Yeah.
the roundabout up at 44 and Kepler. And yes, that's the idea, is that they have a free flow. Now, in this case, unlike our roundabout to the south, where you truly have a free flow condition where the lane comes off and then rejoins, in their situation, they actually come to a stop and have to wait to see if there's any traffic. So it's not quite as free flowing as what we have
this would
designed
be.
in ours. But yes,
I
but it will
just
help.
remember the comments made by Councilman Santiago about a roundabout. And that's what made me think of that, because of the stoppage of that traffic and whatnot. And that's
It's
what
a
I don't want
slightly
to see.
different situation.
And signage is important, not the fact that they'll observe the signage, but okay. All right, thank you.
That's actually one of the things we're modifying on ours, is to add more signage, but yes.
Thank you.
Before I call on the deputy county manager, I wanted to clarify something you said. He asked if this was 2-lane and eventually 4-lane. You said it could be eventually 4-lane. You're talking just about the Beresford extension?
Yes, sir.
Not about Kepler?
Well, ultimately Kepler could, if the traffic counts get to that point, we could go
They're
ahead and
not there
widen that.
now?
When they do the roundabout, there will be 2 lanes entering and 2 lanes leaving at each of the 4 legs. So, as it is right now, it's basically a 2-way, 2 lanes total in each direction. Much like we did with our roundabout to the south, widen out to 4 lanes and go through the roundabout, and then a short distance thereafter, you neck back down to the 2 lanes in each of the 4 directions. So,
Okay, thank you. Deputy County Manager Suzanne Conchin. It was a false flag? Okay. Okay. I don't see any more questions, but I want to ask the council and perhaps staff something. This is, the applicant doesn't speak until item 5. The applicant may not get to speak on item 5 if we don't approve this. So I don't know if we vote this down, there is no item 5. So I don't know if the council would like to, and Mark did not turn in a request to speak. In fairness, it would probably be appropriate to allow him to speak.
Item number 4, this is an applicant-driven comprehensive plan amendment. So while it is a legislative decision, the applicant is not just a participant. They are a party to this matter.
Right.
So, we usually give them the right to.
Did you care to speak?
Present.
Okay. You can present, and then then I'll suggest we'll go to public comments before we go further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. And got a handful of people with me as well this evening, primarily the applicants. Redstone Development, which is our client, John Schwartz and Maya Taylor are here with us. Randy Hudak with Zev Cohen, our project engineer, is here. Joe Raviera with Luke Transportation Consulting, our transportation engineer, is here, and Nika Husseini, also with our office, who's been working on this. I think she reminded me today this was the very first item she started working on when she joined the firm 5 years ago, which is kind of hard to believe that we've been at this particular property in this location for 5 years. But I'm going to give you a little bit of that history because part of that time period is the evolution of the project in response to comments from both the staff, residents in the area, Mr. Kent, to your question, even recent changes to the project have resulted from those conversations. So I'll touch on that. Mr. Chairman, with your discretion, following staff's lead, I'd like to simply just kind of talk about both of them, and then we can break out and talk about each of the individual applications as the council deems fit. That's okay. So again, appreciate the opportunity to be here. Staff has done a great job, as they always do, of kind of giving you the overview and the background of why we're here. And I do appreciate the clarification on the PLDRC vote. We were really proud of that one vote that we did get there. But I think staff's summary to you was very accurate with regard to the concerns that were raised there. Most of us drive through that intersection. You see what the traffic's like right now. You see the issues with the backups and things of that nature. And we're going to go into a lot of detail this evening about the things that are in the works. You've already heard a lot of that from your staff. There's been planning occurring literally since the 1990s with regard to the road network out there that is coming to fruition now. And so that's an important context to put it in. But one of the other things that I'll touch on as I go through the presentation is that planning is not just the infrastructure. It's not just the schools. It's not just the roads. It's also the uses that complement one another to reduce the trips on the roadway over time as well. And so that's an important point that I'll touch on as we move forward. So what are we here talking about? We're here with a land use amendment to go from commercial or from urban low, which is what has been there since the early 1990s. I think that urban low intensity classification was put on the property when the original comprehensive plan was adopted in 1991, I believe was the year, 90. So we haven't gone back to readdress planning for this particular area of the community since 1990. In the meantime, things have changed, certainly. We've got Kepler Road, used to be a dirt road that stopped about 1,000 feet short of 44 in 1990. Now it's MLK extending further south, and it has been the place that DeLand has grown over the past 25 years by design. And we'll talk about that in a minute when we look at the 2050 plan. So it's time for us to update it. It's time for us to look at what has occurred and address what the planning should be. Now we're asking to go to urban high. As we mentioned before, we originally had proposed a higher level of residential here. We actually can fit what we have revised our application to under urban medium, but because we've advertised urban high and that's how everything has been put together, we added the map notation working with staff as the way to make sure that we're capping that density in the way that we've suggested. So let me walk through this real quick. We've got just over 40 acres of total land. We're proposing a mixed-use shopping area with residential component, significant areas of open space, tree preservation, wetland preservation, and integration of that existing that existing reconstruction of the Circle K. That was approved by this council, I believe, about 8 years ago, if I remember correctly. It was when the roundabout was first starting to be talked about. It incorporated the design and the original right-of-way for the roundabout that was going to be necessary back at that point in time. So it's actually shown in one of the videos that you'll see here in a second. Everything I just said right there on a slide. I should have advanced that sooner. But in any event, that's what we're here asking for. We're here asking to update the planning that's occurred so that we can work with you and your staff in the city of DeLand to plan for what will be there, not tomorrow, but what will be there in a couple years. Because when you talk about the planning stage and the zoning stage, you're not talking about authorizing something that's going to start construction tomorrow. You're talking about how do we put this in the context of what the right thing is to plan for going forward into the future through our site plan process and everything else. How do we then evaluate concurrency and things of that nature? So we're not asking for a vote today that will result in shovels going into the ground tomorrow. In fact, it would, probably be 10 months to a year before you see any movement on development in that area, which we'll talk about the timing of some of the road improvements happens to also fall after those improvements are in place or underway. Okay, so I want to take you back. I was going back through our files as we got ready for the hearing, and actually the first plan that we had was from 2019 for this site. But this is the original plan that was submitted as a PUD back in 2020. And if you look at see if I can mark this up the way Clay did. If you look at, here's Kepler here, here's 44. You'll note that there wasn't even at this point in time a roundabout that had been designed. You're still showing a signal at the intersection there. It was less property. It was further to the west, but it had wetland impacts. As you go west on this property, there is a drainage that goes up to the north and feeds into Hammock Lake and then Blue Lake and then on up to the Lake Talmadges and ultimately up to Haw Creek. And staff looked at the initial plan and said, we want you to work on redesigning that plan. If you can get additional property, shift this so that you're not impacting the wetlands there. So, even though the wetlands were not particularly high quality based on the UMAM scores and everything else, staff wanted to hold the line and see if we could shift the configuration of the property. As a result of that, we ended up going out and getting additional property under contract there and additional property under contract there because it was all under the same ownership, and ultimately they essentially said, we're going to sell it, we need to sell all of it together at one time. So that's kind of the initial starting point and how we began the progression that's taken us about 5 years to get to this point. All right, how do I race? All right. I'm holding. Oh, clear. There we go. Okay, so that brings us to where the site plan has come today. Again, if you look at the overall plan here, this is the conceptual plan that's in the PD and it's attached to it. We've added, again, the shopping center has shifted to the east. We've redesigned to anticipate the design of the roundabout that's been included. We've added a residential component on a portion of the land that we were also acquiring or under contract to acquire from the landowners. The old fernery that was part of the Hagstrom Holdings has been incorporated into this. Incidentally, the gas station parcel got smaller because their original plan was going to be on septic. And because we've been able to work together with them and the other projects in the area, now central sewer is being extended out there, so they'll be able to connect to that and shrink their overall footprint. The area that you see in green is where our existing wetlands were. It is where that flowway that goes up to the lakes that move north of here is, so that we can make sure we're preserving and actually using that as part of our filtration system, our stormwater management system, to make sure that the water quality is protected as things move north. Again, we've got our engineers here if you have any particular questions on that. So here's the kind of summary of those kind of evolutionary steps. We've redesigned to eliminate the impacts to the wetlands and upland buffers. We've added in the conservation areas and the tree preservation areas and the requirement under the PD that those go into a conservation easement. The reduction from 240 multifamily units to 100, if you went back and listened to the discussion at PLDRC, one of the things, and I think, and this is something that we have heard from members of the community repeatedly as we've worked through this process, ever since we added that multifamily component because of the extra land that we needed to work with. A shopping center is necessary here. We started meeting with some of the members of the community associations out there 5 years ago. And again, the consensus has always been shopping or commercial uses are okay. West of Kepler, let's keep that as a treaty line. Let's not encroach towards Lake Winnimisset. West of Kepler, and they're a necessary thing to provide that service and that use for the growth and development that's occurring out on that side of town. But what we heard from the planning board on PLDRC was concern about the roundabout and concern about the intensity of the residential. And so we made the decision of finally last week, after talking with some additional residents and talking with some of the other folks in the area, that kept pointing to, and you saw it in an email that came from one of the residents that lives in the area, I think about a week and a half ago. The residential component was, again, the thing that everybody kind of kept pointing to. Shopping center is something we can justify there. The residential component was something that they had concern with. And so we made the decision that we could reduce it down to the minimum that we could go to, with regard to the planning for, appropriately planning for the property, and switch it from apartments to townhomes to try and make that update. So we've done that. We've also added things like compliance with international dark sky standards. That was another request that came in, I think, from one of our community meetings. And we've gotten a little bit farther ahead than where you typically would be at this point in time with regard to our traffic analysis. We don't have a final approved traffic, TIA yet. You usually wouldn't get that until you're in your site plan process. But we have it. It's been we've got the TIA has been done. We have comments back from your staff. And so we're ahead of the game with regard to that process so that we know what additional improvements may be necessary as we move forward to be able to meet your concurrency tests. Because we know the things that are already in the process and that are already funded, but there may be additional things that this project also has to fund. But let me talk to you about the need. So I put this together, again, kind of going back to that idea that the current comp plan land use that's there has been there since 1990. A lot of things have changed since 1990. Obviously, you've got I'm going to mark it up down here. None of Victoria Park existed when our current land use was put in place. In addition to that, each of the starred locations that you see here in yellow are residential projects that have been part of DeLand's planning over the past several years. Beersford Reserve, Trinity Gardens, Victoria Reserve, Lakewood Park, Summit Place, and Crestwind. With the exception of Summit Place, every one of the rest of those is already under construction now. Those have already broken ground in our building. Summit Place is in the plat process, but we're processing a PUD amendment for it currently. Now, how does that relate to our traffic concerns? The green stars that are on this screen show you where the current shopping centers are in DeLand. So all of the development that's occurred on the east side of town only has the option currently of going to the US 1792 Woodland Boulevard corridor to shop. You've got Publix on the south, Walmart Neighborhood Center, Winn-Dixie out at 15A and 44, and then the Publix and the Walmart up on the north end of town. You have to plan for the additional uses that support the residential growth. Otherwise, all you're doing is sending the trips that are going to be generated anyway through town to those other locations. And that's what the DeLand 2050 plan talks about. Staff mentioned it in the presentation materials, but this is the plan. And so Clay made reference to the Greater DeLand Area Act. DeLand is pretty unique in the state. In the 70s, we adopted this thing that says, where are we going to grow in our lifespan as a city? Where are we going to plan to expand into? How do we plan for the utilities to serve that? This is the most recent iteration of that discussion. This was done in 2009 as the result of a bunch of workshops that were hosted by the city. The county was invited to those as well. I know some staff members from the county that participated in those back then. But the basic premise was everything that's in the darker orange area you see here is where we encourage higher intensity development. Everywhere that's in the lighter yellow is maintaining those existing densities, not increasing the densities in those areas. But the red dots that you see in here are specifically called out on the plan as mixed-use nodes. And the blue arrow points to this corner. And what that means is that and this is the vision statement from the DeLand 2050 plan. I thought it was, relevant. It talks about establishing mixed-use centers and supporting alternative modes of transportation to result in a more livable and sustainable community. So the central organizing theory of this plan is add these mixed-use nodes throughout the city so that you don't just have a linear north-south commercial corridor, you have more opportunities to make those trips going to those places shorter. So, I'm getting close to the end, I promise. Traffic. That's what we've heard, repeatedly through this, this process. And I think if we were sitting here where we were 5 years ago from a funding standpoint saying we want to do all these things without an answer to the question of when is the roundabout being funded, how's it being funded, what's the construction timing, without answers to those questions on the Beersford extension, I think I would have a much harder time standing before you and passing the red face test saying we're going to get it handled. What's the benefit of 5 years of planning has also included the benefit of 5 years of coordinating, knowing what's happening in this area. We've got the privilege of being involved with all of the various planning that you've seen going on, with the development that's going on in this area. And I think one of the things that gives us the benefit of as a firm is we can help work with the city and the county knowing that this particular improvement doesn't just serve one thing, but it serves multiple things that are happening in the area. So let me talk about that for just a second. The roundabout. Every one of us has experienced the delays that you currently experience sitting in that, going to and from the interstate on 44. I live a block north of 44. That's my road. So I experience it along with everybody else. This is the DOT's counts and projections of the reduction in delays as a result of the construction of the roundabout. It's hard to see that there, but this is based on their projection of growth and the volumes at the PM peak hour in 2040, that the reduction on the afternoon delays is cut at least in half, and the morning delays is cut down to roughly 20% of or 25%. I'm an attorney, not engineer, so I don't do math as quickly, but 25 to 30% of what the current signal would continue to generate. I think I can play this for you. This is actually the animation. This is a video that DOT created that takes the PM peak hour from their projections and runs it through the roundabout so you can see what the actual afternoon rush hour volume looks like going through the roundabout. So this is an extraordinarily important improvement for this area and to facilitate the additional uses that really are necessary out there to support the growth that's occurred in DeLand. Let's see if it plays here. There we go. So again, this is PM peak hour based on the DOT's projections of 2040 traffic volumes. The other thing, in addition to kind of the continuous flow that you see here that keeps the backups from building out to Summit or out to Hill, the other thing that I think is important to see here is the additional pedestrian facilities, the additional bike facilities. You see significant crosswalks, you see the islands that provide safe havens for pedestrians as they're crossing through the intersections. This is a much better design, and I get it. PLDRC, one of the things that they made clear was they really don't like roundabouts. This is coming. This is what's funded. This actually will start construction, I believe, right now based on the DOT schedule. They're supposed to give the green light to the contractor to start at the end of the month, next week. And this will start construction over the next year and will be completed by 2025. Okay, can we go back to the presentation for a second? At the same time, if you've driven that area at all recently, you'll also notice there's other construction going on. Let's see here. There we go. This is an active construction project. DOT is in the process of resurfacing, widening, and adding pedestrian and safety facilities from Hill Avenue to Interstate 4. That's taken yesterday. If you've driven back and forth and wondered, what are they doing? Is this a stormwater project? What is this? This is actually that project going forward. And this is scheduled to be completed by the end of this year. So again, well in advance of any impacts of the proposed development we're here talking about tonight. Beersford Extension. This is one that I think has been a really great example of collaboration because of how well everybody has worked together. Tad already went through this, so I won't go into fine detail on this, but basically the green section is you've got it designed. You're getting ready to build that with the money that's come in through various prop share dollars and other funding sources. The orange section is under construction now. I'll show you an aerial of that in a second. The blue section is under construction now. Both of those will be completed before, I think the blue is in May and the orange section's in August of this year. And then finally, the purple section is one, frankly, I'm proud of. Because when you last, as a council, approved the original alignment for where the Beersford Extension was going to go, you actually approved it coming in and intersecting right there. And some people thought that was a great idea. Some people thought it was a horrible idea. I was in the horrible idea camp, as were some other people. But one of the things that we were able to do when we were working on the Lakewood Park project down here was dedicate additional right-of-way that accommodated either the extension directly to Summit or the extension to 44 there. The county, the city, and the school board were sort of at loggerheads at that point in time on how to get the additional right-of-way across the school board property. So the extra right-of-way that our client dedicated to go to the original route was traded to the school board in October, and you got the right-of-way to connect into Summit. And you're now in design on that, and that's all scheduled to be in place within 3 years. So I think that's an example of us all working together to make sure the road network that's been planned since 1996 is now moving forward under construction. Okay, and I promised you some pictures, so I took these yesterday. I bought a drone like 4 years ago. This is the first time I've used it. It's great. I'm going to use it a lot. But anyway, so the picture on your left is looking down the Beersford Extension area that's been cleared. You can see the drainage pipes and everything that are in place. That's the construction that'll be completed by August. Looking on the other side, on the right-hand side, is the view from MLK looking to the east. That is under construction. You can already see the intersection was constructed actually with our project's first developments. The Victoria Reserve project and the Lakewood Park project got together and jointly built the intersection improvements when they were doing the turn lanes, so they didn't have to come back and build in the roadway twice. So that's all underway. Now, from that location to where our site is for the application in front of you, that green arrow represents where the shopping center is to support the residential development you see occurring there on the front left. That's the Trinity Gardens project under construction now. So I emailed this to you. I know that you had gotten some emails about some questions about traffic, so I tried to give you a color-coded summary of it. I've got a full-blown traffic engineer here that is much better at explaining these things than I am. But the key thing, I think, from the traffic standpoint is you see some really big numbers when you're talking about traffic, projects of this nature. 13,504 trips. That's the increase or the gross number of average daily trips that a project like this could generate. But the development that's occurring in the area, you've got things like internal capture. Somebody goes to the grocery store, they may stop at the coffee shop, they may go to the dry cleaner, they may go to multiple locations within that shopping center, so you don't have to count those trips every time. Because you have all those things at one location, you can kill multiple birds with one stone, if you will. Pass by. Also, on the internal capture, obviously the residential is huge, because if you have the residential adjacent to it, those folks don't have to get on the road network to go to the grocery store. They're right there next to it. They can keep that as a private trip. Pass-by trips. Pass-by was a huge number in the analysis here, 3,200 trips in that ADT analysis that are basically trips that are already on the road network and already passing, 5,200 trips. My eyes are getting worse. 5,200 trips. So of that 13.5, 5,200 are already driving past this location. So you're capturing those, you're shortening that trip, and you're not sending them through town to another location. And then you've got some existing trips from the site that also kind of further reduce that. So at the end of the day, the net new trips in the analysis is 5,200. But if you look at it from the standpoint of what creates trips and what's just capturing trips from going from another location, it's really only the residential. And in this analysis, it was looking at the apartment still, it's about 1,100 trips. In reality, when we reduce it down to 100 townhomes, it's about 500 or 600 trips. So in that whole analysis, those are the only new trips being created that aren't pass-by trips or trips that are going someplace else within the road network now. So, in conclusion, probably the best words you heard me say. In conclusion, what we're asking you to do is work with us to continue planning in a manner consistent with the DeLand 2050 plan. It's a very specific plan, has very specific goals. Those goals are ones that I've heard everybody up here talk about, that we need to be better with regard to planning, with regard to integrating our planning so that we are shortening our trip lengths and providing for alternate modes, reducing the need to always get in a car to go a long distance to where your destination is. We're providing a grocery option in an area that doesn't have one, providing a transitional use, that residential use on the north, then transitions up to the church that's to the north of that, and on to the rural lots that are north of that. We are not asking you to absolve us of any responsibility for concurrency. We aren't at the point in your process where we test for concurrency yet. That is where our TIA is due. That is where we then come back and say, here's the additional prop share. So all the improvements that I've already talked about tonight, those are things that are already funded. The additional improvements that may be required by our project have to come back to you in the form of a prop share agreement. And that's the next step in the process, should you approve us this evening. We've tried to make sure that we've heightened our environmental standards. We've heightened the lighting standards to meet the additional requests that we had from the area. And so we'd ask for your support in approving both the land use and the rezoning here this evening. With that, David, I think the only question that I didn't answer was what is that additional piece of land up to the north? That's actually the extension. There's a paper road there. It's the extension of New York Avenue. It actually aligns, if you know, when you're heading out of town to the east and you get to that little gas station that somebody ran into a couple months ago, there's a dirt road that goes north. That's the extension of New York Avenue. And on the plat, at least, it continues up and goes around on the north end of that property. So that plus some additional land basically intercedes between the north, what we call the thumb of this project, and Hammock Lake. So with that, I'll stop. I think this is the first time I've done an evening hearing with you. I've been here for other small items on the agenda, but not an evening hearing. My first hearing as an attorney 26 years ago was an evening hearing on staff for the county attorney's office in Pinellas. We finished at 1:30. So I will do my best to be shorter. We're not talking about grease waste management tonight. So,
David Santiago, do you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the other points that I asked Clay about was design standards.
Yes.
And I wrote down something that I agree with you, and I think you said that this council has said is we need to do better.
Yes.
And I think one of the areas that we need to do better is in design standards. I realize we're not dealing with number 5 here right
Yes.
now. Do you prefer that I deal with that in the next conversation?
I'm happy to answer your question whenever you want to ask it. But I think that certainly would be something you can approve through a PUD or you can address through a PUD.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had any conceptuals ready yet to show. I I realize that most developers probably wouldn't like to be pinned down
Yeah.
to saying, show me now what the project's going to look like. But I believe strongly that that's how communities that are seeing these
Yes.
nicer developed properties are holding them to that standard. So I'd like to find a way to incorporate that into the PUD. Let me just
Okay.
say that very clearly.
So I think the simple answer is we have to meet your non-residential design standards. That's referenced in the PUD. I don't think we would have any problem attaching our elevations and showing you what the building looks like and everything else. I don't have that with me this evening, but we know it's a prototype of this particular grocer's new store, and it looks really nice.
Yeah,
So-
and I think though, Mark, I think those standards, if what we've seen being built over the last couple of years is the same standard, it's probably not good enough, in my opinion. I don't know how this council feels, but in my opinion, if that's what is going to be followed, I'd like to utilize the benefit of a PUD to negotiate a more enhanced facility, because that's how they're doing it in other communities, right? And we shouldn't necessarily accept the bare minimum when we're doing a PUD. A PUD is basically a negotiated tool for us to say, okay, well, let's go to the table and negotiate what we'd like to see. So I know we have to hear from the public, so I won't give my general thoughts yet until I hear back from them. But let's talk more about that, and I think I'm going to bring it back again to the council at the next vote.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that thorough presentation. It was well put together. I just want to go over a quick summary, just so I have everything in my mind squared away. If at any time at the end, just tell me if I misspoke or mistaken.
Sure.
It's been identified as an urbanized or future urbanized area. It's a DOT-controlled road. Traffic improvements will be made. Reduced density almost in half is what it appears, and it also caps the density. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Reducing the trips and delays.
Yes.
Wetlands protected 100%.
That's correct.
Is consistent with DeLand's vision and service boundaries, and this was planned and kind of designed for this area long term. We're talking.
It's part of the
25,
2009-2050 plan that the city adopted.
Okay. And you just residential component, Beresford extension, and all that stuff was accurate?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
That's all the questions I see for you at this point. So
There may be some questions that come up after public, and we may want to. There may be some engineering questions, for example, that we want to bring an engineer up. So if we can just reserve that opportunity.
Yes, that's likely. I think we have 6 people that want to speak, unless you've received any more. Okay. First, we have Paul Richardson.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. I'll raise an objection to the proposed rezoning here. For the East DeLand Marketplace project, if you look at the map, to the north of it is a church and wetlands and undeveloped area. South of it is a 7-Eleven. Southeast is an animal hospital. And directly east from it, again, woodlands and a lake. I'm not opposed to progress or growth, but what concerns me is that we're putting a townhouses and a shopping center where in a place where it has no business being. It would be an island unto itself. In other words, if this was built and rezoned as proposed, then that's what all will be around it. Like I said, again, I'm not opposed to growth, but I don't think it's appropriate where this location is. Again, like I said, if you look at the map, directly north of it, there's a church and undeveloped areas. And so they might have crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's, so the staff has to say that they support the project. But listen to your PLDRC. They saw something in this project that I see that is is not an appropriate location for this particular development. If it was on International Speedway Boulevard, I wouldn't have a problem with it. If it was just like a simple restaurant, as in keeping with the other locations around it, then I wouldn't have a problem with it. If it probably even was a subdivision being built there, might not have a problem with it. But townhouses and a grocery store and a shopping center, it just doesn't fit. It doesn't match, and just not beyond the traffic, but also if you look, if you drive around the county, there are empty storefronts everywhere. Some places where people need stores need to be filled. Now, I'm not saying they won't be able to fill them if they build it, but other locations need to have businesses moved in before we build more locations. Thank you very much.
Sharon Cook. After Sharon will be Paul Valentine, just so you can be ready.
I would like to ask the council members, I'm Sharon Cook and I live at 300 Lake Charles Road, and I would like to ask the council members if they got my email, which I sent to each and every one of you. And there were other people in our neighborhood that also, and we all brought up different problems against this development. Did you all get my email? Well, let me try to summarize some of this stuff, okay? Well, number one, this development supposedly met with people in our community. Now, I've lived on Lake Charles for 30 years, and I've lived in Volusia County just about all my life. And I haven't talked to any of the neighbors on Lake Charles or Forest Drive that's talked to any of these people. So who did they talk to? Because the first thing we heard about it was when it was coming up here to the appeal, whatever that thing is and all that, and we came to that meeting. And another thing I want to bring up is the fact that, you know, everything was going great around here, all pie in the sky and all this, and then along came COVID. And the whole world just about stopped. Well, I believe that before we put pie in the sky here, we need some concrete roads, the Beersford extension, and you think the roundabout is going to be an answer? Talk to the city or whoever polices the roundabout at Orange Camp, and they will tell you that about every week they have 2 or 3 accidents there. And they don't have near the traffic that 44 and Kepler have. I live in that area, and from 7 o'clock in the morning until 9:30, you can't get out on Kepler or 44 unless somebody's nice. And in the afternoon, from 4 o'clock until 6:30, you can't get in or out either direction. And they are saying they're going to build 13,339 much more traffic on a road that I cannot make a doctor's appointment before 9:30 because I can't get to it right here in DeLand. And I don't know when they do this, if the roundabout ever comes about, because we've been having, since 1996, they've been going to build the Beersford extension. And either the COVID, we ran out of money, the state's broke, whatever. And I have heard that the state is not planning to do anything about the Beersford extension until 2040 or 2050. They've got it somewhere between 2040 and 2050. So I think before we put, take tickets to send me into the moon, we need to have some place for them to live up there.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Well expressed. We have Paul Valentine, and following Paul will be Jim Shepard.
Paul Valentine, DeLand, Florida. Mr. Chairman, council, and staff. I'm here today to strongly oppose this proposed land rezoning and the associated project on North Kepler and 44. Lots of powerful landowners and lawyers have been working hard to push this project through. So thank you for listening to me and the rest of us who live in the area who are going to be adversely affected by this project, in my opinion. The elephant in the room is North Kepler Road. You know, it's well known that North Kepler is a problem for traffic, has been for a long time. Problem for traffic on the east side of DeLand, traffic jams, difficulty pulling in and out, accidents are common occurrences. This two-lane road is the only reliable means of getting to US 92 from 44. And this project will dump another 13,000 plus, whatever it is, cars into the general vicinity each and every day, almost doubling existing traffic. This doesn't even include the additional traffic from the 650 homes at Crestwind and all that's going on down on South Kepler and Martin Luther King. It's certainly not going to make anything better for those of us who live there now, and nothing said here tonight will improve the traffic on North Kepler Road. Just because there's going to be a new roundabout at this intersection really doesn't mean we need to immediately open the area up to high-density development. That's the classic definition of urban sprawl: build it and they will come. The roundabout may solve some of the immediate congestion, but it will instantly make things worse for those of us living on North Kepler Road. Not taking any traffic away from North Kepler, but in fact making it a destination for where people are going to come to make the traffic worse. It's not clearing it out, it's bringing more traffic in. I'm opposed to the size and scope of this project, and I'm opposed to the rezoning from agricultural to urban high density. Currently, most of the property in this development is zoned for 1 home per acre of land, and now they want to increase that to 10 homes per acre, 1,000% increase. That's not a small deviation. Housing densities of this size are not needed on North Kepler Road and should be relocated south or east where there's more room for growth. There's no reasonable transition from the proposed high-density housing and the rural nature of the neighborhood. The vote today is not about this project, but about rezoning. We see what happens in Ormond Beach when you don't take time in thinking about rezoning and what the zoning is. So I ask you again, please deny this zoning and planning changes for this project. Take a look at it and give it more thought and figure out what it's going to do for those of us who live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Shepard, followed by Christine Levings.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Shepard, and I live on North Kepler Road in DeLand, 1 mile from this proposed project. My assessment of the request for rezoning is that it's not consistent with the Comprehensive Plan Chapters 9 and 21 and must be denied. I'll go into Chapter 9 first, and I'm going to read from you Chapter 9 of the Comprehensive Plan, 9.1.1. Volusia County shall fund and complete comprehensive watershed studies for all areas of currently developed or developing with essentially urban land uses. It goes on. Volusia County shall develop a comprehensive surface and groundwater watershed management plan within 6 months after the completion and adoption of the comprehensive drainage watershed studies. All land use and development approval decisions which impact water resources in Volusia County shall conform to the comprehensive surface and ground watershed management plan. And so we've got the Little Hawk Creek watershed, which extends from 472 all the way up to 92. This is where this proposed development is located. Volusia County has not funded the watershed study, and there's no comprehensive surface and groundwater management plan. So the shalls in Chapter 9 have not been met, and this should be denied. As far as Chapter 21 goes, I asked Mr. Irvin for how they determine that 7 of the 8 criteria are met. And if you look at it through the eyes of the developer, that may be true. But if you do a more fair and balanced assessment of Chapter 21, the threshold of 4 criteria would not be met. If you look at the first 6 of the 8 criteria in Chapter 21, none of those are met, in my opinion. And that's not a real difficult way of looking at it. The last thing that I'm going to just mention is the same thing that Paul mentioned, and that is you've got Kepler Road, which is designed for 17,050 daily trips for a level of service of D. We're adding 13,504 to the 2021 traffic study of 15,640 trips. So you're up to about 29,000 trips, which is well over the 17,050 trips of that the road was designed for. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Christine Levings. Did Christine not wait? We have Ruth Ann Fay then. And after Ruth Ann, we'll have Maggie Ardito.
Since I was here last time, I spoke with the man at Circle K. I understand it's too late to stop your decision for the intersection at Kepler and 44. And he told me you're planning a roundabout there too. Any building, 100 townhomes or whatever else, is going to make the intersection worse. Who's going to live there? More northern two-car families, illegal immigrants? I don't know. I asked you that last time. Have you asked police about the number of accidents at Kepler and Orange Camp? Drivers don't understand the yield signs. I live in Victoria Gardens. There are lots of accidents there. The roundabouts at 44 near the river and Walmart and Woodland work because they have limited access for the side streets. I don't think it will work at Kepler and 44 any better than at Orange Camp. Thank you.
Margaret Ardito.
Thank you. My name is Marguerite Ardito. I live at 532 West Florence in DeLand. Volusia County is thinking 2050, and I commend all of you for that. And one of the great principles of future thinking is multimodal, intermodal transportation. That means protecting people that are traveling in other modes outside of personal vehicles. At the heart of the 2020 vision are two things: a regional trail system and a sunrail. And those two things are going to future-proof us into 2050. We have a county trail master plan developed by our own Tim Bailey, and it's an excellent plan. It shows clearly that one of the main pillars is the St. Johns River to Sea Loop Florida State Sun Trail, which forms a U shape around Volusia County. And in addition to that, there are 3 what we call spine routes, which would be for active transportation across the eastern and the western bands of that. And one of those is Route 44. We just heard tonight that we're going to be diverting traffic from Route 44 onto Beresford Avenue. We've been saying for years that Beresford Avenue is a better route for a separated trail. Now it's clear that it's going to be the primary route because New York 44 is very hard in the urban area. We may never get to a separated trail there. So we have to focus on Beresford Road for a separated trail. And I'm calling on each of you to follow through and future-proof our county by making sure that we do have a 12-foot wide separated trail along from the Sunrail station through the city of DeLand and some way to New Smyrna Beach. I leave it up to you whether that should go better along Highway 44 or along Beresford Avenue. But one way or another, we need that separated trail. Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A lot's been said about the traffic. A lot's been said about the roundabout. I oppose the roundabout in my city because it was on A1A and ISB, and with the traffic stopping at the beach, it would back up into the intersection. There was also a roundabout when my mother was ill and I spent 7 years in Miami that I would go through a roundabout, and because there was a traffic light a block away, it always backed up, all right? And in Daytona Beach, we had Seabreeze. You'd go over the Seabreeze Bridge, and you'd stop dead, especially if the tourists were there. They wouldn't know what to do, all right? It was only one lane, so they could either go straight or make a right, and they wanted to go straight, but they didn't want to go into the intersection. So it was a really mess. Small roundabouts work in small areas. Large roundabouts work in large areas. Although I'm not comfortable in the roundabouts in outside the Vatican. When you go there, it is just like those Italians don't know how to drive. In Boston, they don't know how to drive. Only the people in Daytona Beach know how to drive. But roundabouts work for everybody else, all right? So if it works for everybody else, it's going to work here, all right? When you look at the system, it's large enough for to get two cars going at the same time. You've got one right down the street at Walmart. How many accidents do you have at that roundabout? Virtually none. They redid Oak Ridge next to my house, and every month, maybe twice a month, there's a traffic accident at this nice redone road, which is a straight lane, and for nobody to get hit, but they get hit all the time. So I don't expect the roundabout to be a problem. And lastly, Daytona Beach made the problem. We have communities of single-family homes everywhere, all right? And the prices are going crazy. In Margaritaville, it started out $250,000. That was a couple of years ago. Now you can't touch it for $600,000. That's not affordable. So when you keep saying, well, let's keep this single family, let's keep this single family, you're only screwing yourselves because the neighborhood, the prices will go up with single families. You have to have multiple families because people have children. They will eventually leave the house and they need a place to stay. And starter homes at $500,000 or $750,000 is not feasible for somebody 20 years old. So I'm asking you to look holistically for the future because this community needs it, just like Daytona Beach should have done. So help them out and do what is needed. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, would you like to take some time to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple, we obviously heard a lot of discussion about traffic, and again, we started this, and so I've got Joe Riviera here with us, who's our traffic engineer with Luke Transportation, just to address any questions that you might want to hear with regard to traffic and kind of how the analysis is done and how we move on from here. But I do want to address a couple of the very specific things. Ms. Cook asked about when we had meetings, when we reached out. Your code doesn't require us to do things like neighborhood meetings and everything else, but we did send out notices to every home within, I think, your standard distance from the property, inviting everybody to a neighborhood meeting. We held that at the Sanborn Center on September 5th, 2023, going into before we had any of our hearings, just to try and provide that information. In addition to that, we had additional meetings with the Lake Winnimisette Civic Association beginning back in probably 2019 with the initial beginning of this project. We've had multiple follow-up meetings with them as the iterations of the project has changed. We've met with Ms. DePerry, Astrid DePerry, who's an area resident. We've met with Ken Ritter, most recently, who had become I think he was the guy that showed up on Channel 2 before the PLDRC hearing. We reached out to him and said, hey, let's sit down, let's make sure you understand. Because one of the things that he had some specific concerns about was traffic. And so we wanted to make sure he was aware of how all the parts and pieces. And Ken's a great guy. He was on the planning board for the city of DeLand. He understands the planning process. I think it made a lot of sense once we said, here's the things that are happening and the improvements that are underway. With regard to the general traffic, Joe, all of a sudden we've got graphics up. I'll get to that in a second. We've had a lot of conversations, obviously, back and forth about traffic, and we're not done having the conversations about traffic. As I said in the interim, or in the initial presentation, we know that had I been here 5 years ago, before the roundabout was funded, before any of those other improvements were coming out of the ground as we speak, this would have been a taller order with regard to traffic. As it sits now, the infrastructure that we need is underway. It is funded. It is moving forward with construction. In addition to that, we're continuing to look at the traffic. So, Joe, I don't know if you can give us a 30-second synopsis of what you have to do moving forward with regard to the analysis of the traffic for concurrency, but can you talk a little bit just briefly about what's in your package, what you're looking at with regard to the existing vested stuff that's, that you have to count in the background, and how you're proceeding forward?
Yes, I will. Joe Rovero with the Director of Transportation Planning with Luke Transportation in 29 East Pine Street, Orlando, Florida. I'm a transportation planner. One key thing to remember about the traffic is that there is an existing development on this site, and we have to use what is known as the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation report, which has got like 1,400 different uses in there, and we use that as the basis to come up with trip generation. And so based on the existing land uses, it's approximately 3,100 existing daily trips. And the thing about daily trips is you have to remember those are two-way trips. That means that there's basically 1,500 trips going in, 1,500 trips going out. So when they're talking about 13,000 trips, it's half of that is going in and half is going out. And the other thing to think about is that you have the existing 3,000 trips. We're proposing to have 13,000. So automatically of that 13,000, because we're looking at the new development that would go in, part of that replaces the existing convenience store. And so you subtract out those existing trips from those 13,000. And so the other thing is, Mark had talked about internal capture. Those are people that are on site and they go in between. They don't leave the road, leave the site. They don't get on the external roadway. And so when you subtract out those, and also the passerby, because people, you're going down the street and you say, oh, I want some coffee. There's a Starbucks. You stop in there and you continue on your way. That's a pass-by trip. So we subtract out those. The county has standards that we have to follow when we do our studies that say you can only cap your internal capture at 20%. We use a procedure that's developed by the Institute of Transportation Engineers that calculates internal capture, and it actually gave me a higher number than that. But I capped my internal capture at 20% because that's the county guideline. Same thing with pass-by. It also says that your pass-by trips should never exceed more than 14% of the adjacent street traffic. And so there's two streets here, Kepler and 44 are the adjacent street. So we again capped it at that. So we've artificially reduced our internal capture and reduced our pass-by, and that's how we ended up with 5,900, basically 6,000 new trips. That represents the actual net increase that'll occur with this development, not the 13,000. It's actually just shy of 6,000 daily trips. And of those 6,000, we also then have to subtract the existing net new trips, because we do the same thing with the existing. In the existing development, there was no internal because it didn't have that, but it did have a high pass-by. So when you adjust for those trips, and it ended up being a little over 700 trips. So when you reduce our 6,000 down, in reality, you're only looking at about what is our number? 5,215 daily trips. But again, that's divided in half because half of them are coming in and half of them are going out. So we need to keep that in mind when you think about the net impact on the surrounding area. And in terms of dealing with the county, and the county is currently on review, they agree with our trip generation table. When I was looking at projecting traffic for this intersection, I was using the DOT's projections for the roundabout and interpolated between their 2040 and our existing counts that we had done to come up with our background traffic for this development, which also included a bunch of other developments that DOT had assumed as part of their projected traffic because they use design traffic for 2040. And so that's the negotiation we're having with the county because the DOT process is slightly different in terms of growing background traffic than what they currently apply in terms of just using like historical growth. And so we're just fine tuning that, and that's why it's still under review. So if you have any other questions, I can be happy to.
Don't go too far.
Oh, okay.
All right. So I think with regard to traffic, I just wanted to point out again that, that 13 number, it's a big number when you look at it, but there's a lot more to that with how the analysis is done. And again, we're not asking to put shovels in the ground tomorrow with your decision here this evening. We're asking to continue the planning process and move into the technical part where we finalize that TIA, finalize the prop share and the mitigation that results from that so that we can continue to add to the network and serve this part of the community. Last comment that I wanted to make, there was the gentleman that spoke, Mr. Shepard, spoke about the watershed studies. Obviously, we know that's important. We know the Hall Creek, the entire reason this site was redesigned was to preserve that Hall Creek floodway and slough that runs up along the west side. So if you know where this site is, immediately on the west side of the site is the FP&L easement that runs up to the north. And that sort of acts as the channel that a lot of that's the western edge of that channel. So that conservation area that we're preserving is kind of the eastern edge. The western edge is that where that easement runs, and that runs up to Hammock Lake and into the chain of lakes running north to Miller Lake and under 92 and along the airport in DeLand. So we're extraordinarily cognizant of it. Your staff has protected that specifically as we went through this process, and that's what led to the redesign and the project that you have in front of you today. So with regard to architecture, yeah, thanks for gesturing. This is the current, I mentioned that this particular grocer, we know who it is. This is a new prototype for them. One of the things that I think is particularly interesting about this one is it's got the mezzanine inside. So if you've been in something like a Whole Foods where you have a deli, and then you can go sit up in a balcony that looks, kind of gives you a place to sit within the store and look down and kind of see the rest of the store. That's one of the features with regard to this particular prototype and floor plan. We're happy to include architecture as an exhibit to the PUD if you'd like to add that. This is the building design that we're currently working with. So happy to take in any feedback on that. That hasn't come up at any point prior to this point in the discussion, so, we're happy to address it however you'd like to. With that, I'm going to defer to the chairman.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. You could fill out another form, but you can't just speak from the audience. I'm sorry. We have to have some order in the room.
Okay. So with that, again, I'm happy to answer any other further questions you might have. We're doing our best to work within your process. We think, again, if you look at the long-term planning in this area, this is specifically what has been called for since at least the 2009-2050 plan was put together. And we're working within, the plans for infrastructure that have been a long time in coming for this part of the city. So.
Okay, looks like you have some questions. Sure. Actually, I don't know if these are all questions. Matt Reinhardt? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The roundabout issue, just so we're clear, because I heard some questions from some of the comments made by some of the citizens, that is not a county project, that's an FDOT project, correct?
That's a DOT project.
I knew that, but I just want to clarify that because there was some concern about that. That's not something we're planning, that's something already in the works. And if this development didn't go through, was there any other talk about what else could they do with that property?
I think if you look at what the property's current entitlements are, it's urban low intensity. That allows under your comprehensive plan 4 units an acre of development as a maximum per acre, plus some neighborhood commercial. I think it's 5,000 to 8,000 square feet, somewhere in that range.
Okay,
of
that's
commercial.
the square feet. I was just curious. Okay.
So that's why you've got the reconstructed convenience store at that location. So the property's not without entitlements. The question is, and I think you heard one of the speakers said it, do you want to keep doing single family spreading out everywhere, or do you want to do the things that are contemplated
Make the most of the property
in that plan?
So the store is talking about doing their redevelopment. FDOT is talking about doing the roundabout. We have our plans for Beersford.
Yes.
The developers have their plans for Beersford. I noticed that some of it, with respect to Beersford, had a timeline.
Yes.
I get that. But what we don't know is the timeline necessarily for the roundabout, for the store reconstruction, if this development was to go through for that.
Sure.
So I understand about the trips. Totally understand that. And I know that construction, the trips are short-lived with respect to construction vehicles, but there's that also that comes into play on and off the road that hinders traffic as well.
So let me address the DOT timing
Sure.
on the roundabout.
Thank you.
So DOT has a published construction schedule with regard to the roundabout. They are giving the green light on their contract for it on February 28th, next week.
Oh, okay.
They are showing that they're going to be mobilizing in March and starting to move forward. I believe the construction finishes up sometime around December, January, and they are scheduled to do their final right-of-way surveys for their as-built in July or June of 2025, if I remember that schedule correctly.
Okay.
So, and just to overlay that with the schedule for moving forward with the development of this site, if we move through the rezoning process and get into site plan, we would expect to take the remaining part of this year. So that means that through 2024. Keep forgetting what year we're in, we would be working on design and permitting. You would likely not see any construction activity begin until the first quarter of 2025. So right about the time the roundabout is finishing is when you would see this site begin to develop.
Okay.
And then it would take about 9, 10, 11 months, somewhere in that range to build the site. So you're really looking at fourth quarter of 2025 or beginning of 2026. Which also corresponds with your timing for the completion of that last leg of Beersford.
Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Mark, congratulations on learning how to use a drone. Maybe you can teach me someday.
Yeah.
But in that drone footage that you just showed, there's a lot of undeveloped subdivisions.
Yes.
In that, I go down that road all the time, and both on the east and west sides, there's massive subdivisions coming in that are just now breaking ground. Does your traffic study account for those houses once they get their COs?
Yes, sir, we did. As part of our, we have to submit a methodology, and as part of that, and when I was looking at using the DOT volumes for the roundabout, I also looked at what they had used in developing their background traffic for 2040, and it did include a number of developments, Lake Winniset. I don't have all the names. I forgot to bring them. Yeah, but there is a number of other developments that were occurring right at this intersection, because they also included a commercial development at this intersection, and it wasn't necessarily this one, but they did put commercial there. And so when I was looking at their volumes, I backed out the commercial they had so I could overlay this development back into the traffic study that I was doing. And so, but as I said, they had a number of other developments within the area. And then they actually looked at, for the Beersford extension, they looked at it 4 different ways. One was the assumption that it didn't go in. One was the assumption that only the west leg went in between Blue Lake and Kepler, Blue Lake and Martin Luther King. And the third one was if maybe the east section went in, but not the west. So that we went from Martin Luther to Summit. And then they also looked at the full scenario. When we were doing our methodology with the county, at the time, the funding was still out there, or it was unknown, because as part of our study, we can only assume something that's been programmed and funded within the next 3 years. If there's a planned development that's 5 years out and everyone's sure it's going to get developed, we can't assume that in our project or our analysis for background, because we don't know that in those last 2 years the funding could be pulled. But normally within the first 3 years of a project, if the funding's there, it gets constructed. So from my analysis, I only have Beersford in between Blue Lake and Martin Luther King for my analysis to determine when we ran the model for this development. DOT, when they did their analysis, as I said, they had 4 different ones. They went back through and looked at how they wanted to do their numbers. They actually developed design traffic for each of those scenarios. And so when I was looking at my analysis, I used their projected volumes for the 2040 for the extension of only up to Martin Luther King between Blue Lake, because that's all I could assume in my development. And that's how we modeled it. And so to make a long story short, longer, that's answer your question.
Okay, well, let me ask you, just curiosity's sake, is that Beersford extension going to be another roundabout, or are they actually, who has control of that, DOT or the county?
So let me, with regard to the intersections, I only know, I know what's happening at one of those intersections specifically because it's already constructed. So the intersection at MLK and Beersford was already built. The infrastructure, now it's got some improvements that are going to need to be reconstructed as we do the extensions.
Mm-hmm.
That's a intersection. That's not a roundabout. That's not what's planned there at this point in time. Where Beersford intersects with Blue Lake, I believe the county plan, that's the section the county is building. So that leg that I think, let's see, in what you were shown earlier today, let me give you the section number or the phase number that it was referred to.
While you're looking at that, though, Mark, I think the most important intersection is Kepler.
It's a roundabout.
Kepler and Beersford.
So the intersection at Blue Lake is a roundabout.
Okay.
The intersection at Kepler and Beersford is an intersection, four-leg intersection.
Lighted or just stop signs? Lighted or stop signs?
It depends on the volume. You guys would be in charge of whether or not a signal gets installed.
We are, though, not
you would
the
be.
DOT.
That's your road. Those are
Okay.
both your roads.
And then can I just have one last question to Clay? I'm sorry, Clay, I don't mean to interrupt you. But just, do we have any idea how many permitted houses are being built right now as we speak, or developed in that area, like all down Kepler? Because it seems like there's a lot of construction going on that we don't know how that's all going to play out.
Yes, sir. We've been in communications with the city of DeLand. City of DeLand has approved the Cressman project, which is on the east side of Kepler, on the north side of State Road 44 around, on the east side of Lake Winnemucet.
Okay.
That's a retirement 55-plus community. That's coming online. Plus, as you saw, can we go back to that exhibit that showed the
My presentation. Or
yeah, where you have Mark's presentation. There's a series of, in the slideshow, shows the development intensity of those residential developments that are going on. Those have been already approved by the city of DeLand. They are part of the Prop Fair Share that, I
think it's the picture.
Other way?
Yep.
Okay. If I can.
You're looking for the red dots, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you're including all the new developments down Kepler as well, like even south of Orange Camp?
Can we go to the other?
There's Cresswin.
There you go.
There's Lakewood Park Estates. There's a reserve at Victoria. Those are all projects. Well,
here, could you go back one? There you go.
That's there it is. So Mark has already provided you with the background information. These are projects that are approved. Some are in process of being developed. Some are still waiting to be developed. So you have Cresswin, which is 600, Summit Place Townhomes, 300 units, Lakewood Park, 434, Victoria Reserve, Trinity Gardens. Well, they're not necessarily directly on it, but those are nearby.
Yeah, exactly.
Those 4 there that I just referenced are the ones that have been approved.
Chairman, can I just quickly ask, Clay, did you say those were all approved by the city of DeLand?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't know, so we're talking about maybe 1,500 new residents that are gonna be coming up in this area.
It's about 2,500 when you look at all the houses that have been developed and that are approved and under construction in the area.
Yeah, yes, sir. Okay.
So somewhere in that 2,000 to 2,500. Now, of the ones you see here, the only one that is not currently under construction is the Summit Place Townhomes, the 300 units that are down off of Summit. That's going through preliminary plat review at the city of DeLand currently. As I mentioned in, when we talk about the planning tool, these are all within the areas that were designated as areas for increased growth and development within the DeLand 2050 plan, with the exception of Crestwind, which was keep the existing intensities in place, which is what they did, because that was approved in 96 at a density that is consistent with what it's being developed at now.
Okay.
So they didn't increase that, but they kept it level.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Mark.
Yes, sir.
I have two concerns. I'm going to deal with one of them now. I'll wait until the council begins debate. But for traffic, the video that you showed was from FDOT?
Yes.
And was that supposed to show the current level of traffic at PM and AM?
No. So that video was shown at their public hearing that they held on the roundabout project. That was in August of 2020, if I remember correctly. They had another one in 2021. That video shows the level of traffic based on their 2040 projection going through that intersection with that improvement. So it's not today's traffic, it's a 2040 projection at the PM peak hour. And that was what they based that animation on. That's not my words. I went through their materials from that hearing and confirmed that that is the volume that was modeled with the animation.
I'm surprised. Frankly, it just defies credulity to me because I've never seen that few cars right now in the AM or the PM. So
You have to remember that their 2040 was also based on the assumption of what the roadway network would look like in 2040, which includes not only what's funded, but also cost feasible. So when they do a 2040 analysis, you look at, okay, maybe 1792 through the city now is 6-lane all the way, or Kepler is 4-lane all the way up. So all those things are built into that model when they're coming up with their projections for 2040, because that's the nature of how they do the future modeling. Because I've also looked at it and said, what developments are we expecting to be in place within the area for 2040? And again, they've grown all the S&E data out to that time frame. So all that goes into play when they come up with it. And that's why the traffic is redistributed all through the network, because new roads may have come online.
Yeah.
They may have 4-lane sections.
can you give him a mic? Because
sorry.
picking it up. That's okay. You live in Orlando?
Yes.
You've spent some time here apparently
Yeah,
on that intersection.
Oh, yeah. I worked on the Lake Winniset traffic
The
study.
Crestwind project that
Crestwind.
is under construction currently.
And so you're telling me that the FDOT study, what they derived that video from, took into consideration all these yellow stars and all that added
Let me
residents and
me
possible
clarify one thing
trips.
with regard to that. So that video was done used at their 2040 hearings when they had their 2020 public hearing roundabout design. Since that time, there's been additional projects that have been approved. Those projects are now in what DOT is modeling for that intersection function as they're finalizing the design and as they're moving forward with construction of it. All of those projects in addition have to be in RTIA, which we have another model. We have another video that shows our traffic study, but it's under review by your staff still. And so we couldn't present it to you and say, this is something that's been reviewed and approved by your staff, so we didn't want to include it in what we showed you tonight. But my point in saying that is that analysis and the additional analysis is ongoing from this point, and is the analysis that leads to the prop share conclusion and everything else on what additional funding has to be provided into the road network for additional improvements beyond the roundabout or the Beersford extension. So that's an ongoing process. But all of those other projects have to be included in the background of what we're modeling. That's your requirement.
Okay. Tad, you don't have to walk up. You can just shake yes or no, and I'll tell the audience what you're on the MLK and Beresford. Don asked about it. It's not been determined yet if that's a stop sign or traffic light? You can't do it with a yes or no. Okay. And then also, while you answer that, I believe he said that would be a council decision?
Well, actually, what did Tad Casebeer, County Engineer again. With regard to that intersection, it'll be based on what the model for the traffic projects. So we have to justify putting in a signal. We can't just willy-nilly decide what we want to do. There are requirements for meeting a need for a signal. So we do expect, we have done analysis at that intersection previously at different levels, depending on the developments that have occurred to the east and west. And once this last section of Beersford connects up to State Road 44, at that point we're comfortable that a signal won't be warranted. We do plan on putting one in as a part of that last project.
Okay.
So that's already a part of our plan.
Okay.
We didn't specifically that exhibit.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't see any other questions.
Okay. So I think, again, we appreciate your time this evening. We know, again, my traffic title on that slide was traffic, traffic, traffic. We know that that is the drumbeat of the issue out here. But in addition to the road improvements that are under construction and underway now, and in addition to the ones that we'll have to fund moving forward with this particular project, you know, I think one of the most vital things to keep in mind is looking back to the philosophy of the plan that DeLand is trying to follow. And yes, this one is still a decision that's coming to you because it's not contiguous. It's in the DeLand utility service area. It's serviced by DeLand utilities. If we were adjacent and could qualify for annexation, this would be a council hearing that we'd be having in front of, you know, the DeLand City Commission. We've had plenty of those as well. But I think the key is that they're following a plan with regard to how to diversify their land uses to serve the residential development that's occurring. I think more communities would be well served if they looked at things this way. So we're asking you, because it's in your jurisdiction still, to approve the land use amendment and approve the rezoning so that we can move to the next step of the analysis and keep working with your staff and the city with regard to the development of the road program out here. So happy to answer any further questions you might have.
That did create one more. Mr. Santiago asked about the graphics for the shopping center.
Yes.
The 100 townhouses, that's going in that far north quadrant?
That's correct.
But you don't know where yet?
Well, we do. It's labeled, let me get back to the slide. It doesn't like this because we embedded that video into the presentation, so
Gotcha.
It chokes when it gets to that point. So let me,
Gotcha.
went the wrong way. Okay, so if you go back to this slide.
Okay. The white area.
The white area. So the area that the urban high intensity or the residential land use application applies to is the white and the green area. But what we did is instead of trying to develop any of the green area, since we knew that was an area that was important for preservation of that watershed, we have effectively clustered any development that's occurring from a residential standpoint on the white area here, and it's limited to that. This is the exhibit from from the PUD. So the residential would be limited to that, and basically it provides a transitional use. So because, you know, again, you've got a shopping center that would be going in on the corner. You know, you need something to transition that density back to the church that's on the north or back to the larger lot residential rural subdivisions up Kepler. So that's what that townhome portion is designed to do. We heard, you know, the concern about higher intensity just not being appropriate there, so that's why we revised it to be townhomes. But to give you an idea of kind of the scale, we've got a site that's over on 15A that's under development now. There was another one that was planned by the city of DeLand. It's about 7.8 8 acres, if I remember correctly, and it's being developed with about 90 townhomes. So that is an appropriate kind of fit for that type of this size of property. This is actually a little bit large for that number of units, but it'll give us the opportunity to provide some amenities and things.
What is the size?
It's about 7.8 acres, and it's got about 92 to 94 units on it, if I remember correctly. That's a project that's, if you know where Brian's Barbecue is, it's right across the street from Brian's Barbecue on 15A. So again, we appreciate all your time. I know these are hard decisions to make, but planning often is.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Debates and comment. Is that okay
Yes,
now?
please.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with what I like about what I just heard. And what I like is the retail / shopping center. That will keep people from traveling all over DeLand to go get their shopping done. It's closer. It makes sense. I like that. For my next comments, council and residents, I'm going to be brutally honest and just raw with you. I was born in the Halifax Hospital. I've lived Ormond Beachside my entire life. My first time in these chambers is when I was sworn in. Staff had to meet me in the parking lot and show me how to get in here. I live, like I said, Beachside Ormond. I love the bumper stickers that I see that say, "Don't make me cross the bridge." I tell you that because I have spent more time in your beautiful city of DeLand in the past year of my life than I did my first 47 years. And this is what I've told people about your beautiful city. Now, before that, just so you know, I would come over with my family to bring them to a Stetson baseball game. We'd eat at Belly Busters. I always like that. And your Main Street downtown is just spectacular. It's an amazing thing you have. So I also like to pride myself on being on time. And if I'm starting a meeting, I always like it to start on time. I like it to end on time. My GPS told me how to get here, which was Ormond Beach to I-4. And I get off on 44. And our morning meetings start at 9 a.m. And I'm going to admit to you, these are the things I say in my truck when I'm on 44. To myself.
There's children.
And I can say these things. I quote, "What the what? Are you kidding me? Stop the insanity." And I remind myself, don't make me cross the bridge. Now, to me, the most impactful, powerful picture that the applicant put up there was the 2,500 homes the city of DeLand has approved. What the what? That's not Volusia County doing that. That's not the gentleman up here. That's not us doing that. So now you have an applicant who's gone from 240 multifamily townhomes or apartments down to 100. And I applaud you for that. I really do. I can't answer for the city of DeLand with why they would approve what they have approved, but they have. I need someone to convince me tonight in order for me to approve this and vote yes. And I've heard the traffic information and I've heard the timelines. But I cannot, in good conscience, agree with this when the guy from Beachside Ormond drives over to this meeting. And by the way, when I go home, it's quicker for me to go back I-4, but I add an extra 4 minutes to my ride because I like going down Volusia Avenue. If you remember, it was called Volusia, or 92. Now they like to call it International Speedway Boulevard. But I take that ride home. It allows me to see if Belly Busters is still open on my way home. My son and wife appreciate it when it is. But someone's going to have to convince me, even though, and I applaud you for the fewer number of residences that are going to be there, how I can say yes to this, because I don't get a vote on what DeLand did. I get a vote on this. And it's not fun when I get off of I-4 on State Road 44 and I literally go 1,200 feet and I'm stopped in dead traffic. And what should take me 5 to 7 minutes to get here to this building takes me, 15. I'm not going to over-exaggerate and say longer than that. 15, 20 minutes. It doubles it at least. So I just need some help with that. Otherwise, I'm a no. Thanks.
Thank you. We don't have a motion on the floor yet, and this is a tough decision. We might not get one for right away. Mr. Santiago, I don't know if you have a motion or you want to.
I may. I'll just open with some comments first, if I may,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I've said similar words on that intersection, and probably a couple that I can't repeat in the chambers, or shouldn't repeat. And I understand the frustration from the public regarding that intersection. I try to avoid it at all costs in the morning. I'll say it. I'll go down to 17. I live in Daytona. I'll go down to 1792 and hit the other roundabout, right by the neighborhood Walmart, right? And so I get it. And I think roundabouts work. We just got to get used to it. It's not we're not accustomed to it. They were more efficient in many ways. But on the traffic situation, while I feel the pain, and we're going to feel the pain for a little while, that's today, right? So we've heard a lot of testimony from our staff and from what we've heard from DOT, what they're doing. We've heard staff and the applicant talk about proportionate fair share, the things that are coming forward to alleviate that pain. And I'm taking it purely from I don't want to say engineering perspective, but lack of a better term, I'll say that because I'm not an engineer, but from the professionals that do this every day. And I entrust our staff to analyze it in the way that I think this county council would envision. So I think when it comes to the road, help is on the way. It took a long time. Help is on the way, and that's going to be improved. Our state folks have looked at it, and this project is going to be well utilized once it comes there. It's going to be well received once it comes there. The most impactful thing for me was when he showed the commercial on where everybody in that whole area is going, and it's causing traffic concerns on the other side of DeLand, near 1792 and all those other roads, because I shop there too sometimes. What's also good about this project going forward is that they haven't even put in their money yet. That is going to be determined in the proportionate fair share calculations once the TIA is done. So that TIA is going to analyze all of the things that we asked about, all right, here regarding what's already been approved, what future development, what future counts on this road. It's going to also encapsulate the roundabout, and it's they're going to give them probably, I don't know until the study's done, but TAD's probably going to give them a sizable number saying this is what you're going to have to do in order to get your approval. So which is also going to be utilized, we have to enhance that intersection. So there's going to be more work that'll be done there eventually as a result of this project in the proportionate fair share. And I think the inventory of homes, and I forget his name all the time with the blue shirt. You made a good point on the inventory homes. We do need more diversity in inventory homes. I was not for this project in its original proposal. I had concerns in its original proposal, and the changes that the applicant has made with the 100 townhomes significantly reduced it. They're townhomes, so now it's fee simple. People that have skin in the game for their investments. And it allows a more affordable price point for entry homes or someone who wants to live there forever, whatever they choose. So it diversifies our inventory of homes, which is good for our economy. And as I said, the commercial project is needed. That is desperately needed in this area. I reflect back on other subdivisions in the area, and I don't know where most of you folks live, but I did hear someone lived in Victoria, one of the Victoria projects, And you know, when that Victoria project was getting ready to be built, there were people here also saying, we don't want that project. It's too big, it's this and that. And before you bought your house, some of you, there were similar people here doing the same thing. And our job as a council is to look at the big picture. It's not, I think a lady said we need to look at 2040, 2050, how things are going to move forward. And people want to come to Florida. People are multiplying. Kids are being born here. We want our kids to come back and live here, right? So those things we'll appreciate later on in the future. We have to sometimes make those tough decisions that you don't want in your backyard or you don't want an extra few minutes on the road. But I'll wrap up with this. I think the help is on the way with the road project. I think when it's all said and done, you're going to love a beautiful project built there, which we're going to make sure that it's beautiful if it gets passed. And I think the road enhancements would certainly going to alleviate all of your stuff. I feel your pain today. I've suffered it. But I think we can't hold this project accountable because of what today's standard is, and we have to account for everything. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. Chair, is that if we didn't approve that residential thing, that could be another single-family residential subdivision in the future, which we probably would rather have a more diversified product. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you didn't have a motion.
I'll say, Mr. Chair, I move to approve, I don't have the project number.
Item 4.
I'll just say
Ordinance.
that. I move to approve item number 4 on the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Chair, just to clarify, that includes the applicant's site-specific restriction, which limits the residential density to 100 dwelling units.
That's correct. So amended accordingly.
Oh, townhomes.
Townhomes, correct. Amended, if my second takes that.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by David Santiago and a second by Councilman Robbins. Don Dempsey for debate.
Got it. Yes, there it is, thank you. Yeah, I'm just looking at this picture that we had up earlier with Mr. Irvin. I don't think this accounts for the new subdivision or apartment complex that's going up south of Casadega Road. Well, let me just start with this. Mark, I mean, I got to compliment you. I mean, he worked like a rented mule on trying to get this project through. And I know he did all his homework. I know he talked to all the neighbors. And, I mean, he was very persistent in our conversations and giving me all the data. I'm just a little concerned. I kind of share Troy's concern. I'm hoping you're not cussing at my law office signs on the way over here. But we've got 2,800 houses here that we don't even know how that's going to impact the intersection. We've got, I believe that's huge apartment complex, I'm guessing, on the southeast corner of Kepler and Casadega Road. There's another project that's been approved by DeLand near Blue Lake that isn't on here that I believe is coming up in the pike. So, I mean, I don't know if the roundabout is the cure-all. I'm not a big fan of roundabouts. I do traffic tickets. I can't tell you how many more cases I've gotten recently of people getting fender benders in the roundabout. I call them the blender, or DeLand's version of the Autobahn, because nobody really knows what to do where, and it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason. And I get the benefit of representing people who get these tickets, and it seems like the police officers don't even know what the proper protocol is. I mean, you just got to kind of go in there and just really watch out. I just wish this was 2 years into the future. I wish we had a chance to see all these new homes in place, do our traffic studies then, wait till the Beersford extension comes in, and because I do think that's going to be a big help. And I think I read between the lines with you, Mr. Kent, that this is DeLand. I mean, DeLand is allowing all this development to happen so quickly. I think we all campaigned on the idea of responsible growth. And what's happened here, just from what, my limited knowledge, but it seems like DeLand has just allowed all these subdivisions to come up. I remember back in the 1900s when Kepler didn't even exist. Mark talked about it. I used to ride my dirt bikes back in there all the time. And it wasn't there. And all these subdivisions, all this high-density development has just been coming about in the last 20 years, I'd say. And so it's really growing and growing fast. And to sit here and say we're going to put a blender right in the middle of all this and expect that to cure everything, I don't know if that's the answer. I'd rather see let DeLand's new developments come to fruition, and then see what happens from there. Some of you that spoke today in opposition of this, I would hope you'd go down this couple blocks down and tell them your feelings on all this rapid development that we're getting over here, because we can't stop it. I mean, I think David actually mentioned, or Troy said it, that we just can't, this is out of our hands. And we weren't the ones here sitting debating on whether we're going to have these subdivisions coming in on Kepler. That was all DeLand through annexation. We can't stop that. So now we're having to deal with, I consider, a mess that I actually blame DeLand for, because they've annexed all this stuff in, allowed, I think Mark even said he would annex in if he could, because they're very, in my opinion, pretty liberal on allowing stuff to come in. Mark, I really commend your efforts. I know the Ford family real well. I used to work for the Fords in their firm, and they're wonderful people. I hate to be the bad guy in your eyes, because I know how hard you guys have worked, and I respect your firm. And I really respect the Ford family. It's just, there's been so much outcry, and I can't see this being a good fit right now. If we could, I know you've waited 5 years, if we could wait just another 2 years and just see how all this stuff pans out, let the Beersford extension, if it's going to be done in time, let it be done, and then let's just come back to this and reevaluate, because we do need the shopping center. I mean, we need a public, or a grocery store. It's all needed, but it's like there's so much popping up, and we got all these stars up here. We don't even know how that's going to play, and it's just, I think, premature to add to it and expect just a roundabout to be the cure. So I'm kind of in Troy's position. I'm kind of against it. Just, I don't cuss every time I drive through DeLand necessarily, but I do share the frustration that Mr. Kent has. So thank you. He was what?
Thank you,
Oh,
Don.
okay.
I agree with what you said, except for one thing. I actually like roundabouts, but my wife is from Boston, and they're everywhere, and they're the most aggressive drivers in the world, and almost every other person is in a Rolls Royce, a Cadillac, or a Bentley, and I don't understand it. But Mark, this is a much improved project than what Nika was handed 5 years ago. But I agree with Don. I don't think it's there yet. And so I'm going to make a couple of suggestions. I can't vote for this today. 2 reasons. One is the traffic. We're all looking at these stars. We're talking about the 2040 video that shows less traffic than we have today, and that's because of the improved road network. I'm sorry, I don't see it. I sit on TPO. I know how long it takes for roads. Where are those roads coming from? Where's the money coming from? I just don't see it. I'm in Don's court that I think we wait a couple years and see how the traffic, how it is. This is the worst intersection in DeLand. It's horrible. And DeLand just keeps adding more and more, 300 homes here, 600 homes there. Without the roads, it's not, the residents are sick of it. And they're all screaming, what happened to the small town feel of DeLand? It's not there anymore because traffic is so bad. So the traffic is a big one for me. But the other one, all of these developments that were mentioned that are already in the Victoria developments and Sawyer's Landing, with every one of those, we're getting incredible flooding in surrounding neighborhoods. And I look at this, and I see the water is going to go. I mean, this was all mostly agricultural land. It was land that accepted that water. It permeated through the ground. Now, a lot of that, not all of it, you've done a good job of setting land aside, but there's a lot of paved land there, and now all that runoff is going to go into the wetland system there, and then end up in Lake Hamilton, and then it's going to go from there to Blue Lake, and then to South Lake Talmadge, and then to North Lake Talmadge, and then to Miller Lake, and then try and get under 92 to get into Little Hall Creek. And it's not happening now. We have residents along those lakes, especially on Lake Talmadge, that are losing property every year they lose more property because the canals are not adequate between those lakes to conduct the flow. And when you get to the long canal between North Lake Town or Lake Talmadge and Miller Lake, it's a cesspool of silt and sediment built up that does not let it flow. And so there's homes along there that have built seawalls that are now crumbling. The residents are watching the water inch closer and closer to their homes, and we're going to put more water there. I can't in good conscience saying that's going to solve, that's not going to make the problem even worse. We're going to create more and more flooding. I've tried for 3 years to get the state of Florida to take responsibility for cleaning out that canal. The county has offered to go and clean out the canal. We just have to get paid because it's a huge job. We've had agriculture come up, and they've looked at that canal, and they said, look, we can pump all of that sediment out, and we can spray it on the surrounding pastures that I think the Ford zone, and grow incredible hay there. Nobody will take responsibility for it from the state to pay for that. So until we get those canals, and every one of the canals for all the other adjoining lakes as well, they all need to be widened. They all need to be deeper. They all need to be improved. And if you can include that in this project, if you can get help with that, if you can get the state to say, okay, we'll pay for it, if you'll say you'll pay for it, I can't approve another project that I believe is going to flood out more neighborhoods in DeLand. It's a bridge too far for me. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Irvin, Clay, if I can bend your ear just a little bit. Just for the record, can you define responsible growth? Some of the elements of responsible growth that we use as a standard, both in the county and the state.
That's a very broad question. We have the criteria that are
That's fine.
established in our comprehensive plan in regards to review of specific amendments to our comprehensive plan. We also have our Smart Growth Initiative, which was primarily focused in the areas encompassed by the environmental communities overlay. But basically, it's ensuring that we have compact urban growth, utilize the existing protect natural resources, and ensure that we put new development where there's utilities and where there's infrastructure to support it.
And because you're one of the few people here that's qualified to make these sort of statements and not opinions, would you classify project like this, I'm not saying I agree with it or don't, as responsible growth? Does it, because I asked some questions earlier, and that's kind of what I was getting at, was the elements of this project compared to responsible growth. Are you able to answer that?
Staff would not have recommended the approval of the comp plan amendment if we did not feel it was consistent with our existing goals, objectives, and policies that guide where we go forward with development in Volusia County.
So in short answer, yes. Moving on, if we deny this, what can the applicant legally come back with? Is it more density at this? Because what I'm trying to avoid is another Tomoka Oaks scenario where they were at the table for a long time, if it's the right one I'm thinking about, and then they come back. They reduced it and then came back after all energy was expended and there was no give or take. Then they came back with the maximum. Is that kind of an accurate summary of that situation?
Right now, the designation is urban low intensity, so the theoretical maximum would be 4 units per acre. You have roughly 40 acres, so it'd be 160 residential units. They could request a straight zoning of, say, to R3, R4. They could come back with a PUD to come in with alternative lot configurations or something unique from that perspective. But the theoretical maximum is 160 residential units.
Compared to the 100 that they've brought it down to. Now,
you also have to include the commercial development.
Okay.
So they've got the shopping center and all of that. So that would also, it is an intensification over the existing land use that is there.
Now, would those 160 single-family trips a day, would that equate to the same amount as proposed or more? Do we know roughly in your training experience?
Residential, single-family residential typically has a 10 trips per day. So it would be roughly 160 times, so it'd be 1,600 trips as opposed to the 13,000.
Okay. And, okay, thanks, that's it for now.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I'm not going to ask you the question, Clay, because I know it. This seems to kind of have the smell of low impact development, kind of higher density than single family homes, walkable community, kind of a cluster, if you will. I understand the traffic piece, and I'm with Troy and everybody else that travels that road. There's times you come in for a council meeting, and there's times you don't. But isn't this kind of the goal of what we have all kind of espoused with this new low impact development? Not from a stormwater retention or detention piece, but from a clustering piece, the bigger picture. Can I make that reach? So yes, please answer.
Just to clarify, low impact development is pertaining to a method of addressing stormwater and reducing footprint. What you're trying to get to is saying, is this more towards, as Mr. Robbins was saying, more of a smart growth where you cluster and you have residential at higher densities rather than sprawling it out in close proximity so that it can walk or within walking distance of commercial areas. Also, this is being placed in an area where, as this image on the screen points out, and I think this is the driving force behind what staff was saying, is that this provides an opportunity to provide an alternative commercial location for residential development that's already been approved. So therefore, instead of having traveling to these other locations, they would be brought in and have shorter distances over local roads to this facility.
Got it. Did we? Yeah, I got it. So we're lessening the traffic impact on other areas by allowing these folks out east to have a place to shop, basically, right? They're gonna.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I concur with most of my colleagues here. This is going to be a tough one, but thank you very much.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to clarify because something new got inserted for me, at least. I don't know if Clay wants to take a shot at this. I know you've been in the hot seat, but I heard the word flooding from one of my colleagues, and I think he said that he doesn't want to flood the rest of the residents, I guess, down the topography. Would this project be designed in a method that we know would allow flooding to occur?
The issue that
well, hold on. The chairman is laughing, and that's on TV. I want to make clear. So I did not know you were a scientist or you were an expert in this area. That's why I'm asking them.
Wait,
and you made the statement.
I did.
You made. And
we
that's why I'm
have
clarifying.
flooding. Are you saying they designed it to flood?
Well,
no, they did not, but it still floods.
You're insinuating that if we approve this,
I'm not
it's going to
insinuating.
flood. You said it. You said, I'm not going to allow this to happen. So you put the rest of this council in a perspective, if they're going to vote for this, that you're saying that we're going to make everything else flood. So your comments have to be clarified by people that are experts that know more about this than any of us. So that's
the
why we have to
experts that
clarify.
gave us all the flooding.
Well, okay. There we go. That's what we're dealing with. So, Mr. Clay, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I think the council members that are considering this project need some clarity on the design aspects that are going to be applied if this is approved. Would it be done to the latest engineering designs that would not allow the rest of the residents to flood as the chairman described?
We have in our code minimum requirements for stormwater management. It addresses a 25-year, 24-hour storm event. That is what it's designed to. There are concerns basically upstream because this is feeding into the chain of lakes, what you hear discussed there. So there's been concerns identified because of the recent rainfall that we've had where we're seeing flooding across the entire county because of the extremely high groundwater table. As I said, we designed to a 25-year storm event. If we have something more than a 25-year storm event, we cannot speak to what will happen at that point.
Pretty much the standard across most municipalities or governance. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's typical of what you see in Volusia County and the cities in Volusia County and St. Johns River Water Management District.
Thank you. And I'll just wrap for now with this. Mr. Chairman, I would not have made the comment to clarify this had you not put it in the context that would demonize or make the rest of the council members look bad. I respect your opinion, but it's in the context as you put it, puts members of this council in a difficult spot. And I respect your opinion. Just choice of words required me to do that. So that's why I wanted clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I understand that you might feel demonized by it, but what I said was that there's already flooding on this chain of lakes. You can deny it, but it's there. You don't live there. Gerald Fieser's seawall is falling into the lake. Every one of the residents that live up there have encroaching water on their property. Sawyer's Landing was designed to not flood the neighborhoods, and JC's property has been flooded since the day they built it. That was the experts that followed the law and followed all the storm orders, and it's flooding not just a little bit, but it's ruined his property. It's going uphill and ruining all the properties around it.
Mr. Chairman,
Victoria Oaks, it's causing flooding all around. Go down Taylor Avenue. Look at the farm that there. It's out of business because it's flooded. It's underwater. That's what the experts gave it. The experts are following the law.
Mr. Chairman, can we get order, please?
They're following the law,
Or
and they're
not.
doing what they're supposed to,
You do
but
you.
it's still resulting in flooding. I'm sorry, I've got time to talk. So that's why I bring up flooding, because it's a serious problem, and you can smirk and say, well, we have nothing to do with that. We have to recognize that the way
say
we're
that. I
developing
didn't
is
say that.
causing flooding, and I'm not willing to approve this one with all that development coming up there and say it's not, the traffic's going to be just fine, and and we're not causing flooding. We already are.
So under your scenario, you're not going to approve anything in the future, basically, is what you're saying. I'm done, Mr. Chair. Just call the vote.
Okay, good. Anybody else? Vice Chair Kent.
Chairman. So, one of the concerns I have about this, in a way, to vote yes for it, is I feel like if this was annexed by the city of DeLand, they'd be approving this. I feel like because this is Volusia County before us, and, this group is the last one to come forward, I feel like you get the negative effects of that because of what everybody else has done around you. And I think that's unfair, in a sense, to you and your group. So I don't like that. I like that you all didn't come in with a mind that wasn't open. You came in and you're able to make changes on the fly because you said you listened to the residents. So I really dislike that this puts you all in that position, because I think, Mr. Watts, you've done a masterful job of not only trying to address the concerns of the residents, but also to make changes that would benefit the area. To me, it's the negative pieces, like it or not, you all are the last ones that I can see right now that have come forward. And you're before this council instead of before DeLand City Commission. I was counting up the numbers here. It's like 2,700 homes. I'm thinking about, there's something in Ormond possibly coming down the pike, and they're talking about 3,000 homes. And my constituents are already screaming and yelling, about that. So again, this slide is hugely impactful because, you had those numbers there. And you don't know what you don't know. And I'm not on the DeLand City Commission, and I hadn't seen that, until you shared this in this presentation. And it's you know, as Jackie Gleason would say in Smokey and the Bandit, it's an attention getter. And it really, thank you for the, but I just don't know that I've been convinced enough, because I am one of the guys that can say yes or no on this one, because of what I see. That not only, I mean, I deal with it twice a month, but these people deal with it every day. I listened to that one woman who says she doesn't make a doctor's appointment before 9:30. I believe you wholeheartedly, ma'am. I believe her wholeheartedly. She doesn't make a doctor's appointment before that time because of the nonsense she has to deal with. So I'm on the fence a little bit still, actually, gentlemen.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Going through all this and hearing all the testimony, I still go back to addressing the concerns of the public in the surrounding area and making sure that we, while going through this, are complying with all of the standards. And I'm gonna fall back on a couple things that we already talked about, and I'm going to summarize this again. The traffic concerns are being handled as we speak by the state. The big thing here is that it's funded. This isn't a wish list or in the wind. It's funded. There's been reduced density, reduced trips, reduced delays. They forecasted this out to 2040. The wetlands will be protected and not paved over, which we're accused of all the time. There are some LID principles involved in this, which are begged for on every instance. It's in the DeLand's future vision. It's within the service boundary. This was planned for. As unpopular as it may be, all the boxes, from what I hear, are checked. And I also don't believe that, here it is 5 years later, and all these dots, they may happen and they may not. We've seen this this flow. When it's good, they happen. When there's that demand, they happen. When they don't, they don't. Some of these could be not developed for another 20 years. They may. DOT is calculating that they are and preparing for as they are. But like I said, as unpopular as this may be, do we hold this applicant or punish this applicant for the fear of the unknown and what may or may not happen? He's giving us a timeline to say, hey, it's in a year. I have to take his word on it. I have to take the word of the DOT and the experts. And to get to Mr. Santiago's point, I respect what you said, because you're absolutely, in my opinion, correct. So, there's a lot of things that we have to account for here, but to punish something, them or hold them, it's a tough one, but I'm not a fear guy. There's a lot of fear and there's a lot of kind of opinions going around, but that's all I got.
Anybody else before I call for the vote? Don't see anybody else that wants to speak. So the vote is on item 4, Ordinance 2023-40, Small Scale Comprehensive Land Use Plan Amendment of 40.22 acres, including the downgrading to 100 townhomes of the previous 268, a bunch more. Okay. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Brower.
No, but the item passes 4-3. Okay, where's Paulo?
Item number 5 is the PUD. If you make a motion to approve, I would recommend that it be with the changes proposed by the applicant, removing the multifamily development standards. And if you want to, also including the non-residential architectural design standards that the applicant proffered for development of the commercial development.
Councilman Santiago.
I'm not going to remember all that, Polo, but a move to approve as described by our attorney.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Danny Robbins. Any questions, debate? Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
No.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Brower.
No, and the item passes 4-3 as well.
Thank
For
you
the
for your
public
time this evening.
Yes, thank you. For the public that came out, thank you. And yeah, we will take a break, but I'm going to ask the council before we do item 7, there needs to be some change in technology for that to be built. So let's take a break right now and allow them to do that and bring item 7 before item 6 when we come back. Does anybody have an issue with that? I've been asked to give them some time to change technology for 7, so thank you.
Mr. Brower, can you please clarify how long the break will be?
I didn't say. Can we take a break till 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Is that sufficient? Shorter? We can make it shorter. You can't? Okay. Chain of Lakes is if y'all have anybody in Tallahassee that you can talk to, I don't know. I'll talk to you. Mark, you.
Testing.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Go for it.
Huh?
I'm up next.
No. Nope. Item 6. Thank you very goddamn much. Huh?
Chairman bumped it. 7 is going because of Lexi.
Your shit's up.
Sorry, my shit's 1.9.
Oh, that's just me.
Especially this late in the game. What's up, Danny? How you doing?
Okay, Tim Bailey, we will begin the meeting with item 7, presentation by Hunden Strategic Partners on the Motocross Feasibility Study.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Tonight before you is a presentation by the Hunden Strategic Partners who have been selected to do a feasibility study on the potential motocross facility here in Volusia County. Lexi Cuff is going to be presenting the study. She's going to give you a high-level summary of the conceptual plan, estimated costs, pro forma, and economic impact of the study that they've been working on for quite a bit. So she's going to go through each slide. If there's a question on a slide, because it's going to be a high-level summary, feel free to stop her and ask a question, and then she'll go out in more detail with you. Okay, with that, I'd like to introduce Lexi Cuff, Hunden Partners.
Thank you, Tim. Hopefully everyone can see my screen here. Again, Lexi Cuff, project manager with Hunden. We were engaged to look at the financial feasibility and pro forma study, which includes the economic, fiscal, and employment impact analysis that ultimately will show the projected return on investment to the community in terms of jobs, new spending, and tax revenues generated by the project here. So getting right into it, in terms of our recommendations for the motocross facility at the Tomoka Farm site, 2 full-size competitive MX tracks here with about 50 RV slips recommended at a minimum, with additional general parking as well as support amenities. So we did go about this in a phased approach here, which you'll see on a few of the following slides. But in terms of a conceptual site plan for that Tomoka Farm site here, As you can see, we work with an architect closely with Convergence Design that's based out of Kansas City, who was able to put this together as well as those cost estimates that you'll see in the next few slides here. But overall concept planned on that Tomoka Farm site within Port Orange within Volusia County, Florida, obviously. But in terms of what our phase one, so the goal of phase one is to really create a critical mass in terms of development. So having enough of the components where you're able to have local utilization as well as a few tournaments as you move forward into phase two, or as what we like to call stabilization. So we'll highlight that in terms of our financials a little bit later on. But phase one here, obviously cost including those motocross tracks, long and short, the site work, grading, and drainage necessary, pave access drive from Tomoka Farms Road, which is currently dirt, and then surface parking, about 250 turf or grass parking spots here. So our subtotal for phase one being about 5.7 million here as estimated by Convergence Design. And then looking into our phase two here, so this then provides some more amenities, especially with those 50 grass RV spaces, which really does help in terms of the revenue streams from an operating state.
For a second, see if we can clear that up.
If you think it'll get better, because it's quite an echo.
All right, thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Just hold up 1 second, please. We're trying to
Lexi,
improve the audio here.
If you can lower your speaker on while you're talking, that's what it is we're hearing your speaker and it's a couple second delay, so it's almost like you're repeating. If you can just turn your speaker off, and then once you're done with your presentation, you can turn it back on to talk with council.
Okay, no worries. Hopefully this is better. Just let me know if it's not. But in terms of our phase two here, obviously looking at what those 50 grass RV spaces would look like. So we looked at a few comparable facilities across the state of Florida. This is something that we do with a lot of our different studies, looking at what comparable facilities would look like and what kind of visitation sets that baseline here. Had a lot of interviews with track operators and owners to really understand what this phase two would bring us to. So just to provide an example, and this isn't an exact copy and paste, obviously, and I'll highlight the differences here. Obviously, you can see the 162 RV parking spaces being triple the amount that we're recommending at a minimum, but this really being a highly attractive tournament facility, if you will, or large event facility, attracting those national events. And what we do is we use Placer.ai, which is geofencing data that tracks cell phones. And what this is able to allow us is with a realistic idea of what visitation would look like. So obviously with this case being that more national events, national tournaments type of facility, you see that huge spike in visitation in November at that top graph there, but being able to attract more than 100,000 total visits for the year, really just attributed to one major weekend. And then looking at what our phase three would get us here is this is being more so of what we consider to be support amenities. So having permanent restrooms, concession buildings, a pro shop or training facility, an irrigated well for track prep, and then 250 additional paved surface parking here for that cost of $2.3 million. Another case study here being the Okeechobee track down in Okeechobee, Florida, being an example of a full facility with those 50 RV parking spaces, but as well as those permanent buildings there that do allow for a more full or complete facility as such to the one that we were analyzing here in this study. Again, with that Placer.ai tracking data here, you can see the visitation is definitely more consistent than when we compare it to Gatorback. So all these things are taken into account in terms of when we compute our financials here, which we'll get into now. In terms of our council direction or scenarios that we analyzed and provided financials for, being that scenario A and scenario B, and then having the additional option for scenario C. But starting off with scenario A here, being that county built and county owned facility. So the county really having the responsibility from a management perspective. And I'll highlight the main differences here in terms of our event projections as well as attendance, but this being more of a local and regional track in terms of the attraction and ability to program it. So we project here about 12 events upon stabilization, and then having that motocross practice that's open to the public for about 130 days. This then allows time and the ability to have track maintenance and have what's considered an off period in order to get everything needed. So in terms of our attendance projection, so in order to remain conservative, we do project average riders per event being around 500. Some of the national or larger events are able to attract upwards of 1,500, sometimes even 3,000 riders per event. But in order to keep that average conservative, we have 500 just to get a more realistic idea of what a track like this would be able to attract. And so then you can see that year 1 and 2 ramp up period, and then years 3 through 5 reaching our stabilization there. So about 35,500 total attendance upon stabilization, and a large portion of that is attributed to those motocross events. And then our revenue projections, these are based on similar facilities and event data. We did project that revenue generated from ticket prices, concessions, and parking and overnight RV utilization based on the event type and attendee there. And that all filters through into our revenues and expenses here to understand what a realistic pro forma would look like for a motocross track or facility that is owned and operated by the county standpoint. So taking on the majority of risk there. So seeing that upon stabilization, the track is operating at a net operating profit or income of about $184,000, and then growing to about $368,000 in year 30 there. And then getting into our economic, fiscal, and employment impact analysis. So we use an in-plan model, which does provide multipliers for the indirect and induced spending that will result from that direct spending that's happening on site here. So first and foremost, looking at our room nights. So this is, again, scenario A, so the somewhat more conservative events and attendance type here, but you can see there's still a significant amount of room nights being generated from those events, because due to the fact that most of them are spanning across 2 to 3 days on a given instance. And then looking at what would be our net new spending. So we categorize this in 5 categories. So we have food and beverage, lodging, retail, transportation, and other. So we have direct net new spending to Volusia County being about $182 million over this 30-year timeline. And then obviously that trickling into the local economy, generating the induced and indirect spending. So that combined total new spend being around $293 million, again, over this 30-year time frame. And then taking a look at our capturable taxes. So this is what taxes would be generated from the project here. So we have sales tax for the county at 0.5%, and then that tourist development tax at the county at about 6% due to hotel room nights, lodging, or overnight accommodations, which would also be counted through RV accommodations here. So that totaling nearly $1.9 million over that 30-year time frame. So just summarizing kind of everything I just went through, as well as those construction impacts down at the bottom there. So this is scenario A. So this is the county owned and operated scenario that we have here. And then looking at scenario B, which would be a county owned facility or the county owning the land, and then bidding out the design or operational standpoint to a private management company, which is becoming increasingly more common, especially with youth sports complexes, having that public involvement offsetting some of the development costs for a private facility to come in and manage it. And the benefits of that, as you can see here, is the ability to have more what's considered high impact events. So 14 events at stabilization here. And then what you can see with the attendance projections is having that higher average per event. And this is due to just the ability for a private operator or private management company having the incentives to want the high impact events or higher revenue streams. So as as shown in this table here, by year 5 or stabilization, we have projected total attendance being that 43,500. And then again, looking at our revenue projections, very similar to scenario A here. Again, filtering again through our revenues and expenses to get our pro forma. So in scenario B, we do project net operating income taking place here in year 4 compared to year 5. But as you can see, it's increasingly growing every single year. Again, just majority of that is due to those high impact events, but also having that management fee be a percentage of revenue, so they are incentivized to continue to program the facility and attract not only local utilization, but also having regular regional and national events on the weekends there. And again, going into our impact, we have room nights totaling around 15,700 upon stabilization in year 5. Our net new spending in this 30-year time frame, direct net new spending due to the project would not be happening otherwise, is around $225 million. And then that total combination spending, direct, indirect, and induced spending to Volusia County, totaling that $362 million number down at the bottom, with our capturable tax impacts being about $2.3 million, again, over that 30-year time frame. And then just summarizing the scenario B. So obviously, 2 different outcomes just based on the operation standpoint here. And then I believe our next slide kind of takes us back to what these scenarios really look like and what we analyzed in terms of the market opportunities for a new motocross track within Volusia County, Florida. So showing that scenario A, county built and county operated, scenario B, county built with private investor operator, and then the final scenario or possibility, so to speak, would be scenario C, a land lease to a private developer and operator that would take on the full risk without the public involvement. But that kind of wraps up our presentation here. Obviously, I wasn't able to answer questions throughout just due to the speaker problem, but I'll turn that back on and be able to answer any questions or go through anything on a deeper level from here.
Thank you very much. Council, questions? David Santiago.
Thank you. Thank you for good presentation. Quick, but very to the point, so I appreciate that. My question was on the scenario C. Have you seen successful? Have you seen anybody successfully do scenario C?
Yes, so the Okeechobee facility that I showed earlier, that is kind of an example of a scenario C. It is a little bit more unique, especially when we look at, I would say, the tournament complexes within even youth sports facilities, just not having that public involvement, and just due to the rising construction costs that we're seeing not only with sports complexes or sports facilities, but kind of with a lot of real estate developments within recent years. It is becoming less popular, but it still exists for sure. Definitely scenario B kind of being somewhat more of a trend within recent years, just due to those rising construction costs and the private sector not wanting to take on as many risk at the upfront without any public involvement.
Thank you. And just one follow-up question on I think it was scenario A and B. Did I see it right that it looked like in year 4 it was almost a break even? Year 3 or 4 was it almost a break even in the operational costs versus revenue?
Yes. So with scenario B here, you do have a little bit quicker of a break-even scenario happening in year 4. And then obviously you can see year 5 through 30 operating at quite a significant net operating income there, where scenario A does break even. It just breaks even upon stabilization in year 5. So not as quick, but still being able to operate at a profit there. But obviously having that weight lifted more from the county standpoint or public sector, so to speak, not having that management fee, as you can see that zeroed out there, and hitting a $368,000 by year 30, where scenario B does have about $760,000 projected for net operating income. So slight differences, but obviously still a situation where both scenarios are breaking even eventually, just at different time frames.
Sure, thank you. I know it's the final question, but I just thought of another one. You know, you showed us, I think, 2 other facilities in Florida. Did in your research or your opinion, anything? I mean, I think Volusia County has a little bit more or a lot more to offer than some of those other counties. Do you think that a facility here similar to those or whatever, or better, would perform better?
So based on our projections, obviously, we do use comparables or what we think in terms of expenses would be proven in terms of success. Obviously, our opinion is a little less important than I think the public opinion at this stage of things. You know, we are contracted just to show our data and what we find. Obviously, there are different operating models, which is kind of the goal of showing those case studies. So Volusia County does have the demand from our conversations and that opportunity for a new track. So it's really up to whether or not I guess the policy decision, so to speak, would rather take on more of a county weight or county lift versus contracting out the operation standpoint, if that's something that if you're wanting to explore. Obviously, it's been done in different scenarios here, but it is becoming an increasingly popular sport that does have the demand that we've seen.
Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I think this question will be for Tad, if he's available. Oh, okay. That'll work too.
I think Ben does motocross. Ben, you do motocross, don't you?
No.
Oh, sorry. Maybe it's Tad.
I have some questions about the. I understand a lot of this stuff here. That area's going to have some impacts here shortly. 1,200 homes were approved just to the north, the city of Daytona Beach. I think there's some other across the street. I know that there was some issues out there after the storm, post-storms. Have we done a traffic impact analysis or projection? Because I know once those are built or built out, from what I understand, just talking to some of the attorneys, that'll be at or above capacity of that road. Is any of that stuff, are we planning, just like we did for the last item, are we planning ahead for this so we can, hey, Tad.
Yes, sir. You're correct. There is other development that's going on in that location, in that area, and will have an effect on the traffic. The traffic generated by an event like this would not typically be considered an average daily trip type of traffic. So when you have special events, you don't usually take them into that account. We don't know what based on those traffic studies, what the weekend trips would be like. So obviously that would be something we would take a look at, but the size of the event would dictate a large portion of that. But
sure. Is this real quick? Is this? I know we're gonna have events just like special events and everything else. Is this gonna be open year round? Don, was that kind of your? Not in the winter.
Yeah, Tim Bailey. Yes, it'll be open year round. I think it's 3 days. They projected in the Hunden study 3 days during the week of practice, cool. And then the events would be 2 days, sometimes 3 days, depending on the event.
Do we have any idea of what
the traffic protections would be? No, I do not off the top of my head, sir. Okay. That would be something that, as a part of the site plan, that would be necessary for this to move forward into the next phase, that we would take a look at that aspect of it.
And I could say I'm going to make a statement. I'm kind of for this, but going back to our previous item, that would kind of be key, just like we were able to know what DOT was doing prior to this development. That would be key in us for making an educated decision to spend that money. So that's kind of what I was getting at. I like a lot of it, but I also want to be realistic and prepared for it. So, because I'm going to be asked these questions by everybody there. So thank you.
Give me a few minutes. Let me see if we can't get you an answer.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. So one of the things we get all the time, Ben / Tad / whoever's going to answer this, is that a mile of road costs a lot of money to pave, Mr. Elected Official. And here we are doing about 3 miles for $1 million. Can you do that in-house?
Actually, we're not looking to come in on Shunts Road. We're looking to come in on the entrance that's being utilized now by the RC folks. So that's really right at a mile.
Got it, a mile.
Dirt road right now. It's not exactly wide enough for 2 lanes of traffic. So we used our dirt road paving numbers that we do normally, and because essentially it's a driveway to the facility.
Got it.
So that's what we projected as the cost for that, and that's a maximum cost, assuming, you know, I've spoken to staff at Port Orange about utilizing Shunts Road, which isn't actually is utilized by the city for their access to the ponds in the back. So I would say if that road became available to use, there might be some modifications that would be cheaper than paving the current entrance to that area, but we put the maximum number in.
Yeah, they might be willing, right? They might be willing. I share the same concern. We can't talk about, oh my God, the traffic and discount it here. So I'll be excited to see that information when it comes in, because Tomoka Farms Road, small, and I'm a little concerned. But all right, thanks.
Ben, just a couple quick questions for you, and then one for the speaker. Does this require any zoning changes?
That's a
Wrong
Clay
guy,
question,
huh?
but I think because it's government owned, I don't believe it does. But that would be a good question for Clay. Typically, when it's owned by the government, it doesn't require a zoning change for this type of use.
Okay.
But he can definitely answer that.
I know it's probably too early for this, but I'll ask it anyway. Right now, there's very few people in that area. There's more homes coming, apparently. Has there been any outreach to the neighborhoods of what they think about traffic or noise? I'm thinking that we have a wonderful World War II museum in Osteen that they can't even shoot off their cannon because, you know, 2 neighbors complain. Now, this is maybe less noisy than a cannon. You'd have to tell us, Don, but it's a longer period of time, I guess, for the races. But
Well, there's noise barriers. They can put either the walls like on the highways, or they can put up hills with bamboo. That's actually a good sound barrier. You plant bamboo, and it baffles all the noise.
And
what's already been done.
What I would say is the development is occurring north of there. I mean, this land is immediately south of the landfill. It's on that property south of there. Most of your development's occurring north and on the east side of Tomoka Farms Road. Basically, the county owns from just south of a little further south than that, but owns a large portion of land all the way down to where this facility is. There are some homes immediately south of this, a large lot subdivision, and then to the west, it's either owned by the county or the city of Port Orange or the city of Daytona Beach.
But no feedback from any of
I don't believe
those
they've spoken to
neighborhoods.
any of the neighbors at this point.
Okay. There is, I think this is probably for the speaker. You said there was 2 in Florida. Are they both privately owned?
No, so there are, I mean, these are the 2 that we profiled just to give an idea, obviously, on visitation and just what different events kind of generate here. So this one here is privately owned, but this one, Gatorback Cycle Park Visitation, it is owned and operated by Unlimited Sports, but there is more public involvement. I do not believe that this is fully privately owned, but I can double check that for you as well. But there are a number of instances where there is publicly owned, privately managed. These are 2 that we just profiled in terms of hosting events regularly on a year-to-year basis, but also the proximity and location being somewhat similar to Volusia County, obviously, not copy and paste, because this one is a little bit more of a rural destination, but there are definitely different instances of that.
Is there a Gatorback Cycle Park representative in the audience?
No, the other Okeechobee is here.
Is here.
Yeah, Jason Mara is
we
in the
know
back.
that one's privately owned.
No, that's a public. He owns 2 of them. One's public, private. One's private. I don't know if he wants to come up. You can ask him. He's right back there.
It's the guy that's agonizing that.
Yeah, oh
building
yeah,
right
it's
now.
Yeah, how's it going?
Good. Thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
So you own two?
I actually own three. So
Okay.
I have one in Okeechobee, I have one in Punta Gorda, and I have one in Alva. So Okeechobee is private. Punta Gorda is actually on airport property, so it's right across the street from Punta Gorda Airport. So that actually exists on federal property that the airport manages and leases to us, and then Alva is also private. And then we've been working with a few other counties to do kind of that public-private partnership.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious what's happening right now in Florida. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I only have one, and maybe for the presenter. We're unique in this area as opposed to maybe Okeechobee with respect to the Speedway being down the street. Has any conversation been had? Possibly, I know they do events with motorcycle races, different, obviously, but could those two coincide? I mean, I don't.
That's definitely a possibility. We have not had conversations at this point, but that is something that we could explore. I mean, it's not a rare instance to have partnerships with obviously existing assets, especially when they are relatively close in proximity and do share similar markets.
They are true similar.
Mm-hmm.
Not the same, but similar, but also with respect to how they coordinate those efforts. I mean, their track is confined. It's a little more controlled. They've been doing the traffic stuff since, 66 years now? So with respect to NASCAR races, but I'm curious as to, does that, I didn't want to leave that off the table if this was something that we seek, that maybe we could partner with people that have done similar activities. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilman Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Ben, this is another question. If we can add the stormwater plans also, because I know the little Tomoka goes through there and there's been some issues in the past. What we're going to do, I'm just trying to get wrap my head around it and get some consistency in what we do and how we measure things.
So if she could go back actually to, I think it was Gatorback, so they would be required to pull a stormwater permit and adhere to all that. We did work with the consultant and tried to focus on reducing the impervious area. I know that most of these facilities, as you can see on the photo there, don't have a ton of impervious area. And a lot of them, it appears, ends up digging their stormwater pond to utilize the fill to construct the dirt track. Obviously, I'm by no means an expert in motocross, but you don't want a really wet facility out there. So they would still have to apply for a stormwater permit and meet all those requirements, and deal with that. If they're in the floodplain, they'd have to provide compensating storage if they brought in fill and so on and so forth. So they'd have to meet all those requirements. But in going through, working with Brad and his team and the consultant, talking to them about some of these costs and how they constructability, they don't really create a lot of impervious area out there. It's really just a lot of earth moving exercise and dirt. Stabilized parking, which does, you got to account for in a stormwater thing. But
well, I'm just trying to justify it. I mean, I can justify it because I'm into this kind of stuff, so I'm kind of biased. But as the theory goes and what we've heard on the council is, if we build it up, guess what? It's going to flood out everybody else in the entire area. So if we use that as a gauge and how we go forward, as to Mr. Santiago's point, then we have a lot of questions that need to be answered. I'm not saying that to be difficult. I'm looking for consistency.
Well, they would have to meet all those requirements. And like I said, if it's in a floodplain, they would have to meet those requirements. But, the way I've seen some of these facilities built, it's almost like it's a neutral calculation in terms of fill, where they dig the hole for their pond, like you see there, and use that material to build their track.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them.
So if that's the case, if they're not bringing in fill and they're not loading up with a ton of impervious area, it's not a huge stormwater impact.
Good, thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Question for Lexi, if she's the I noticed that there's a 3-phase plan, but it looks to me that all 3 phases need to be built in order for this thing to kind of go operational. Is there any thought to phasing it, especially if government foots the bill for this, where we can get started and then move toward like a phase 3 where we can put people in there overnight and work on the other areas that put motorcycles on the track first and then worry about having people sleep over for 5 or 6 days, I guess is what I'm getting at. I don't want to wait 3 years to build something when I can put bikes on the track in year 1 and build up the RV site in year 2. I don't know.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what we show here is having enough, obviously, critical mass or amenities, so to speak, more so offerings that are able to accommodate not only the local practice throughout the year, but also those tournaments. This would kind of be your bare minimum scenario. So if we want to get up and running and then phase out, obviously, to kind of spread out the cost as well, this would kind of be the recommendation for that. So having this be a part of phase 1 and then phase 2 being that additional surface parking and then those RV spaces there with those electric and water hookups. And I mean, I think in terms of this site,
that electric and water is for the RV, not for the track and the use of restrooms for the people using the track. I got you.
Right. Where phase 1, I mean, it's not rare to bring in porta potties or the more so portable concessions, not temporary concessions, where phase 3 would kind of be that full build out scenario of having everything permanently on site, but it doesn't mean that you still want to be able to bring in kind of temporary facilities while you're constructing kind of the full kit and caboodle, so to speak.
Copy. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah. Let me just tell you first, we got a room full of knowledge, accessibility. We got Mr. Mara here who owns 3 facilities and he's working on 2 other counties. We got Sandbox here who they have a professional training. The top motocrossers in the country train down in Groveland at his facility. We got a track owner here from Martha's Vineyard. We have a retired professional. We got a current professional. We got future professionals. So there's a wealth of knowledge here. If you have these questions, maybe we could get them back up. But I looked at this under the NIMBY program 20 years ago. I think I told you before. I did my own feasibility. I tried to put this in just as a private citizen through the old NIMBY program. And I think this could be done way cheaper. The Gatorback scenario, when she talked about November, that's a world record the last 4 years in attendance, over 6,000 people. Ricky Carmichael, which is what's going to start here in 2 weeks, sold out 2,000 entries in an hour and 30 minutes, and you can talk to Mr. Nagy there, the retired pro who still rides. He'll tell you you couldn't get in. I mean, that's the demand that we have, and you can make it as big or as little as you want to with these things. You can have a big event. George, I don't know if you want to inform them about NASCAR's input about this. I don't want to.
Yeah, we have had. To your point, Mr. Reinhardt, bring that up. We've had discussions with NASCAR. They would like to be involved. They haven't said they would be involved, financially yet. But I know that's where. But we've had good conversations with them. Of course, they have the Ricky Carmichael event. They're very interested. They're very interested in having and promoting a local track like this, just like they do in their auto racing, where they of course work with New Smyrna Beach Speedway and others as well. So they definitely see anything that helps grow that sport. They're interested in. I met with Mr. Kelleher about that and others. So yeah, they're interested. I think they want to see what direction council wants to take it, and then.
I've had lunch with Ms.
Let me just, as long as I say, they have facilities, as we know, with RVs and stuff as well, and on the books, there are other RV facilities nearby here that are coming out of the ground. So if you're talking a phased approach, you may not have to start with that. There could be some of the stuff we look at. What's specific to this area, and what do you need to get started, and then maybe it grows into those other facilities. But there are rather large RV facilities that are going to come online right down the road. Thank you.
The only thing that I would supplement that, I've had lunch with Mr. Keller. He called me, and Mr. Motto, the vice president, and they are interested in this, is my understanding. In case you didn't know, NASCAR, my understanding is they own the AMA, the American Motorcyclist Association. So they are the sanctioning body. The pros.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And they were interested if we were to have events. They would love to get involved with the sanctioning of those events. So.
Yes, and the AMA is the one that controls everything. They control everything you see on TV on Saturday night watching the pros. You'll see that kid right there, Tristan Lane, who grew up here in DeLand. I knew him when he was a pup. He's now a pro. You put on TV this Saturday, you'll see him on there racing with the rest of them. And there's 3 other kids from Volusia County. This is a big area. This is kind of a hot spot, a melting pot for this sport, and it's just growing and growing. But yet, there's nowhere to ride in this. I think I've said this ad nauseum. There's nowhere to ride in this county at all. And I think they're all planning on telling you the problems they've had growing up with being able to find a place to ride. But anyway, I'll get off that. But yeah, if you had questions, there really is a wealth of knowledge out there. But I do think it's needed. I'm in favor of Plan B because I think that is the norm in the industry, as the lady from Hunden said, that you do a public-private partnership. I think that's what Mr. Mara did down in Punta Gorda. He puts up a lot of the money, but the city does as well. They do a long-term lease, and that's been very successful. And so I'm interested in seeing the county do something similar to that so that we can get places to ride here in Volusia County. Thanks.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll tell you, going into this, I didn't know what to expect, but I'm impressed with the pro forma. I didn't expect it. I don't know how my colleagues think, but I didn't expect it to be that good. The numbers speak very well. Year 3 or year 4, when you're breaking even, and then you start making money from there. If the projections, and I think our presenter said these are conservative numbers. So I know you said it would do better. So, understanding that they said it'd be conservative numbers, I'm very much impressed. I think the potential is huge. I want to support you in this, and I think we can make this work. I tried to compare it a little bit. I know they're apples and oranges, but I looked at the Ocean Center, right? And I kind of just asked some preliminary questions. We get about 400,000 visitors there a year, and we spend $11 million annually there. So we spend, and it's still upside down.
Well, not our money. George would be quick to tell you that's not our taxpayer money that we're spending, right? That's because you guys have schooled me on that.
Yeah, that's correct. That's
dollars. Yeah.
Right. It's run
not apples to apples.
Right.
That's what I said. Yeah, it's not apples and orange. I'm just trying to describe the attendance, right? And the money that's invested in it, regardless of where it comes from. I get you. So the investment that's made overall in the Ocean Center, and it doesn't make money. I'm not trying to bash the Ocean Center. I'm just saying that this pro forma speaks for itself, where in year 4, you're making money and you have probably a national attracting site. I like it. I want to find out what's the next steps to support you and do this. So, thank you.
Okay, I have one more question for you, if you don't mind. I'm wondering about liability. Who holds the liability? Are you self-insured, or who buys the insurance?
So there is insurance that you can obtain for the parks. So typically, like for Punta Gorda, the air park holds a minimum threshold of insurance that we have to, obtain for the park. So when it comes to liability, you have waivers. There's a lot of different technology type things that you can do for liabilities, from even caution lighting. Yeah, sorry about that. So in different aspects. So, but no, there are insurance companies out there that you can go ahead and get to cover your liability.
What do you do?
I have insurance that covers my liability. Yeah.
You're self-insured?
Yep.
Okay.
No, I'm not self-insured.
Well,
I have insurance
yes.
that covers it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You're paying for the insurance.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And that's covered by entrance fees and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's paying for the park is the entrance fees.
Yeah.
Whether it's spectators or riders, that's what's covering the cost.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Don, I'm going to put out where I am right now, just so, because I'd like to hear from the rest of the council. I really want this to work somewhere. It is my family, I think part of your family too, is into equestrian sports, and there's a lot of money in that. Families spend a huge. I see a lot of heads nodding. They spend a lot of money, and it's a family event. Families go. It's just good, clean fun. Well, motorsports is really the same thing. The families spend a lot of money with doctors, and it's fun. It's clean. This is in my opinion, I really like this location better than the forest. We just get rid of all the baggage that comes with that. This is really a sport now. It's just not pleasure riding through the woods. This is a controlled sport. Where I am with it right now is that I'm really leaning towards option 3, because I think it's more consistent with the goals that we set of reducing the size of government, trying to reduce our expenses. I think you as well, Don, really want to go to rollback next year. And when I look at $10 million, now you said you think it can be done cheaper. I look at $10 million. I'm hearing $10 million all the time when it comes to Sunrail and all these things that we have to look at. So I like scenario 3, self-insured, or that the county's not carrying the liability, and without taxpayer money spent on building it, and certainly not on running it. I want to reduce the size of government, and I want to increase the enjoyment of living in our county, of having something like this too. I think we can. I think we can get there. I just don't want to add another department to the county and all the expense of maintaining that. So that's just kind of where I am right now.
Can I respond to that? Am I allowed to or not?
Danny's next, but do you mind, Mr. Robbins, if he responds?
I was going to help you out, Don.
I was checking with Jake to see if I could actually talk yet or not.
No, Don, I'm going to support you on this, because we can sit up here. This is economic development as far as I'm concerned. When we can give $1 million to airline companies in a blink of an eye, okay, and stick our necks out with that kind of gamble, this to me is just, even though I did not support it, I think this right here, to hit on what David said, is going to be in the positive within a short amount of time. I'll make a motion to approve it, but I'll just make a motion to approve it.
Approve what? Scenario A, B, or C?
I'm moving for B, actually. And
B.
I can explain why. B. I'll explain why.
Okay. Troy Kent still in front of you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so before I vote on something like this, where we're just getting information from the expert, I would just need a little more information. And one of the things, Don, I think you're going to be able to answer for me is this idea of an RV park there. What is the average stay? Because unless you're participating or watching your family, no one's going to want to just go and use the RV park and listen to this. I'm going to go have an enjoyable RV visit and I want to listen to motocross. So what is the average night stay?
Can we play the first video? Let me just.
And if you don't mind, before the video, no, was just wondering, how many nights do you normally stay when you go?
Well, Moto Bros is here. I'm sorry, Moto Sandbox is here, and they are a training facility, which is another thing we were considering here. They have people that come down. I don't know if you want to talk to Jason Baker. He trains the top pros in the country and the top amateurs. They stay at his place from California, from Minnesota, everywhere. They live on site and they train year round. Florida is a destination now for this sport because You can't train year-round in Minnesota. You can't train year-round in Seattle or New York. You got to come to a warm climate. This is the new hub. Because of the California regulations, everybody, this is it. This is the spot for motocross.
Is it a 1 night, 2 night, 3 night?
Year-round.
No, I mean like when you go to an event, Don, like you're going to a facility, you're going to go there. How many nights do you stay?
Oh, well, the one in Thanksgiving is 8 days.
Okay. So the reason there was a reason I asked.
I was going to just add to that really quick. In terms of a projection standpoint, again, we do tend to be on the conservative side just to give a more realistic or conservative approach. So we only modeled out based on events that it would be 2 nights per. So for the event day, it would just be those 50 spots per. If you can see those motocross events, RV slips. So those 50 slips basically per event. So we were conservative in that approach, but I just wanted to, sorry for interjecting, just wanted to add that little tidbit there if I wasn't clear the first time around explaining.
Okay.
If I could just answer one thing real quick, Troy, is it's mostly dry camping. So we don't have to have the hookups. We don't have to have, everything's dry camping. Most people at these places don't have RV hookups.
Right.
The place in Gainesville, and I don't know if you want to roll that clip real quick. This is 2 months ago, my son was there. This is the event that they were talking about that draws 6,000 people. This sets world records for the last 4 years. And all these people here have raced it. I don't think it's coming up yet. But this will just show you the amount of RVs that come to this event. It's the first 800 sell out in literally 10 minutes when it comes time for sign up. And no, I believe that's the wrong one. No, that's the wrong one. The other one. That's a good one, though. That is a good one. That's a silent movie for Jake over there. I didn't want to hit you with too much.
Did he just lose a vote?
But I just want to answer that because I want you to see the potential that this has. If we want it to get this big, it doesn't have to get that big. But this is the mini Olympics. This is Gainesville, Gatorback. And I figures you can't see that. Each one of those, this is an aerial. Each one of those is an RV with a trailer on the back of it. And this has 6,000 people. The site here is 80 acres. This is the one that brought in a world record for the 4th year in a row, 6,000 people from all over the world. My son's class had kids from almost every state, Czech Republic, France, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, from everywhere. This is such an incredible international sport now, and all these people here will attest to that. The blonde lady in the back lives in an RV at that facility that Mr. Baker owns over in Groveland. I mean, this sport, it's just, you don't deal with it all the time. I've been doing this for 50 years. I actually did a feasibility, like I said, 20 years ago on this same exact spot, actually, coincidentally. I mean, it's going to work.
Are you flying the drone?
And no, this is actually a professional. But that just shows you the number of RVs that come in here. And probably 80% of those are dry camping, Troy. So we don't have to do the RV hookup and spend that money.
Well,
we can
and
get
that's
away with dry camping.
And that's what I camp with my family in our camper for 12 years. And like, I'm just thinking about me or my kid out, on a motorbike. And the last thing I would want to do is dry camping. I saw that there would be electric and water. And my thing was we purposely would not stay at campsites if they didn't have the sewer hookup.
Right.
Because it just makes it so much more convenient. And, I didn't want to have to go to a dump station. That's why I was asking the number of days. Because if you're there 2 days, like the expert was saying, the dump station's fine. That works for basically everybody there. Right. But when these individuals come in, they're staying the night, they need a place to take a shower in their RV. Yeah. And if they have sewer hookup, I just think it's better. I feel like if you're going to do it right the first time. Don't come back and have to spend more money down the road to add something that the people may want right now.
I think
that being said, Don, I told this council first meeting when we sat here that if it was important to you, meaning any of you, it was important to me that I would want to talk about it and hopefully help and support, something, a new initiative. And I don't know if it was David, actually, I think it was the chairman that said it. And it was something along the lines of, this provides sort of like a different quality of life for people, more options, things to do, something to do in our community. And not to go down that road, but that's where I was with the dog-friendly section of the beach. Something for our residents. So is there going to be a dog-friendly section at the...
I thought that was my front yard.
Thank you. Because, yeah. Listen, with my 3.5 minutes left, I was going there with it, Don. And I'll keep railing about it. Thank you, by the way, gentlemen. 6-1 vote on that. Thank you, Mr. Robbins, for making that motion. I don't forget. But Jake, you were there with me from day one, man. Day one. But that being said, I have had one other resident. Just so you know, I've had one resident reach out to me and ask for this. I wish I was saying I've had hundreds reach out and say, hey, I want this. This is something in our community I really want. I'll have to get with staff and find out more about exactly the distance from homes, because this is a super fun, super exciting, super loud event. Maybe not like Gator National's loud, but, motorbikes are loud. And, I hear about like a berm and some bamboo, and things. And I'm just letting everybody know that could derail me, is negatively impacting the everyday lives of someone in a home who's like, I didn't sign up for this. I don't want to listen to this every day, because that's me. I'd be losing my mind if this was coming next to my home and I had to listen to this ever. Even if it's like, well, it's once a year, if that's the case. So I just want to make sure from staff, get some reassurances how far we would be from future homes coming there. But then I could be swayed for this. I'm not a definite no. And Don, I got to tell you, you've been talking about this since like month one. And I love that, you're following through on something that you're passionate about. You did it growing up. You've shared that with us. We've heard about it almost as much as someone talks about the jail. Just kidding. But, no, really. I mean, you're passionate about it, and, the type of dad you are. You talk about your son and the experiences you guys have together. It's wholesome, actually. So I appreciate that. I just need a few assurances to get me completely on board.
Okay, Don, before I call on you, I hope when you talk you'll make your son stand up so we can all see him, because maybe everybody else can see him. He's being blocked by that computer for me. But while you're talking, would you you just said that you wanted to do this on private property yourself. I'd like to hear why that didn't work, or why you decided against it, and then anything else you wanted to say.
Mr. Chairman, can I a quick question? Are we still in question, or are we in debate? And do we have a motion? And do we have a second? And I just want to get back on track. Love the story, Don. But I just want to know where we are.
We have a motion. I'm not sure if it's for A, B, or C.
Can I clarify that right now, Danny? Is it okay? I would like to make a motion to approve for staff to come back with the details for a scenario B and scenario C, cost benefit, safety, everything that has to do with both of them, to ensure that we want to go in the right direction, because both of them have their pros and cons, and we haven't allowed staff to further investigate those. That's my motion.
So motion B and C, to have that information come back to the council so that we can.
That is correct.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
The motion was made. Don, I gave you credit for it, but it was.
That's fine.
It was by Jake Johansson, and the second was by David Santiago. Okay. Don.
Debate.
I don't even think I have anything to say, really. I mean, it's.
Why didn't you do it yourself on private property?
Oh, that question. Yeah. Well, I did. It was actually in the same location. It was on landfill property, and it was during the NIMBY program. Coincidentally, the exact location 22 years ago. It went through, that's when, well, with Gene Palmetier and Bill Gilly back then. And it was a long process. You know how I've been working on this for a year and a half. Well, how long have you said I've been talking about this and pushing for this? And yeah, and I got just kind of phased. I had other, I've heavily been in real estate development and stuff on the side besides my law practice, and I just got, to be honest with you, fed up with the bureaucracy of it, to be honest with you, and I just moved on to something else because it was too much red tape, just honestly. But
who owned the land then?
No, it's the same thing.
Still?
It's the same spot, same exact spot, and that's they did the RC park back then. There was a fish hatchery. There was a couple others, and it went along. It was going, but it was just so much red tape. There was nothing bad about it. It was that was it. And I know it'll work. I believe I've said in the past about. Is this part of my debate? I know I've said in the past about. I think this could be done for $2 million. And we just at our State of the County address, we just boasted up the pickleball facility. In the county, I think kicked in $2.5 million for pickleball. And that's great and all, but I mean, that's kind of souped up shuffleboard for older people. I mean, now we got nothing personal, but I mean, now we got kids. We got to get these kids. I mean, everybody complains about the kids being on their computers too much. You just lost Holly Hill. I know. No, I think it's great. But I mean, I think it's great that the county's kicking in. This is Echo. This is for parks. This is an outdoor, what's that, bud? Okay, well, I'm just saying this is why we need this, and that's why I'm pushing for option B, because option B is I think the county should kick in a couple $1 million for the roads getting in, for the utilities getting out there in that 1 mile stretch, whatever that takes to get it site ready, and then and I think that's what probably the potential developers would want as well, is some stake money from the county. Because we are building a park. We are building something to get these kids out there doing stuff besides sitting on their tablets. And it's not all just about walking trails and pickleball and that kind of stuff. We got to get these kids out doing BMX, football fields, baseball fields, outdoor activities of all kinds to get them exercising. And there's a lot of benefits to this sport that maybe you don't realize. I think that's what a lot of these people are here to talk about, is what it offers families, and so that's why.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I think it's getting 9 o'clock. I think we got the votes. Can I call the question?
Not yet. We've got a lot of the public wanted to speak.
Okay. I think you're looking good, public.
And Jake Johansson?
Sure. There's a couple of things that were discussed today. I think if we vote that we can take care of it in the following conversation, but I spend 2 weeks dry camping in the infield of Daytona International Speedway, and I have no problem getting pump out every once in a while. So there's ways around that if we don't do sewer. That can be arranged in scenario B and C. What I'd like to do is ask a quick question to George or somebody out there to kind of explain public-private partnerships or P3s, because scenario B isn't it, and scenario C is kind of sort of it. So if you could clarify that, because there might be some hybrid in there that I think would be interesting.
Well, I think you are talking about a little bit of a hybrid, but with B, you are building the facility and having them run it, and that is, and maybe sharing in profits is the way it reads. C is we provide very basic, the road and utilities and the land, and they go ahead and invest at that part. So they're both, a public-private partnership. It's just how much of a partner do we want to be? And in B, we're more of a partner. In C, we're more of, here's the land. We're going to collect a lease payment, basically. We're going to put a minimal amount up front. I say minimal, but it'd be whatever it takes to do the utilities in the road. So I think those are your two. I like the idea of maybe coming back with a little bit more analysis between B and C, as long as everybody, we were looking today to do we have a go ahead? I think I'm hearing like we probably do, and then we can study a little bit more between B and C, and what we would need to provide, and then what could come in through a solicitation that they come in and put in as part of that solicitation. We could phase it, as we talked about. There's a lot of ways you can go at that point with benchmarks, or they're going to provide this by a certain date, and then maybe this farther down the road. We could, look at how we would do the leasing, maybe because in the beginning they are putting more money in. We wouldn't expect an actual lease payment till maybe a little later in the process. Again, those could all be lined out as part of a solicitation.
And the analysis could include funding sources, yes?
Yeah, and it's on my list here. I was when we got done would be for clarification, what we would think we're going to be doing for funding sources. And I heard Echo a few minutes ago. I probably would have be eligible, but we have an ECHO process. That certainly would be something we want to look at. And then I didn't know if it was the council's desire. Do you want us to engage in the neighborhood now, or do you want to wait a little farther along, see if there was an engagement process or any concern from the neighborhood? I've tried to measure it out here on Google Maps to get the distance. Maybe you can put it up there and you can take a look. So he gets you. So where you see the Daytona Beach Radio Control Association, that's the property we're talking about. That would be about in the center. So you see, okay, you're looking. Yeah, I can't tell. I mean, you hit that house. I think there's another house closer, but basically you're looking at 1,000. There you go, 1,500 feet to the nearest house.
And I will add, George, so, the landfill owns north as well as Port Orange, but 12,000 acre longleaf pine preserve is what is to the west, and then further south it's owned jointly by the county and the city of Port Orange.
And also the homes that are coming in to develop, you got homes on the east side of Tomoka Farms Road here, and then some additional development that's occurring up here, which is considerably further away.
And I guess I would point out right above the C and G Hunt Club, that particular area there, where that lake north of there. Go back up.
They won't care.
Right here, that area there is your new cell that we'll be putting tens of millions of dollars in shortly to be building for your next 100 years of life for your landfill.
Jake?
I'm all set, sir. Thanks.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Actually, I think George just answered it. I was curious as to how close the homes were, so thank you. Because I know that going back to the NASCAR thing, how close they are to the Speedway. But I know that this is a longer operation. It's open daily. I get that. So it's not just special events. Troy, do you want a fountain with it, or? Okay.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So for me, George, yes, I say yes to reaching out now to the homeowners and getting their input. And then the other thing, Jake made the motion, and it seems like a lot of governments, local governments especially, they don't want to be involved in businesses. It's like, we don't want to do that. It's a big no-no. And I think about Hannah Park up in Jacksonville. They have 300 campsites. And if you've never been, and if you like to ride bicycles through trails, it is unbelievably great. And, it's owned by the city of Jacksonville. 300 campsites owned by the city. They actually have frontage on the ocean, over 400 acres, the whole thing. And it's difficult to get in there. And I loved it that the city kept it. And they have their employees, and they make the money for their residents. And I'm not interested in making somebody else rich on county dime. I'm just not. So we're absolutely not even looking at option A, because I think many local governments don't want to get involved in businesses. It's not our job. We don't want to be involved in the business. I don't think there's anything wrong with a local government making money for their residents. And if this is going to be as successful as some of us are touting, what's wrong with the county of Volusia making money on this instead of making someone else rich? I saw the numbers on one of those, and it was brings in between $1.3 and $1.6 million a year, and their annual costs are $300,000 a year. Well, that sounds like they make between $1 million and $1.3 million a year. Yeah, sign me up. I'm in. Let's do that. Why don't we do that for our residents and let them make the money and decrease the taxes, because we're doing something like that. So I mentioned that because I didn't know if and I would have seconded it if Mr. Santiago didn't, Mr. Johansson. But I didn't want to necessarily leave option A off the table for staff to come back with us if we're just option B and C. I'm not afraid for us to make money. I don't think any of us are, but for us to even, if we're going to do it, take the risk. So that was my plea to add option A to it.
Okay, George, right now the motion is B and C, and so you're going to bring back information on both of those. Will that include, I think I'm asking because I think I heard you mention, or one of the council members, going out also to the Speedway, maybe Barberville Speedway, maybe New Smyrna Beach Speedway.
Well, I have talked to the ISB, those folks, because I knew they had they owned AMA, and again they put on a large event already. So I asked about their interests and concerns, because I didn't know, how they felt. Would they not want the competition, or how would they take it or feel? And they were very, not only did they embraced it, they want the idea of having and growing the sport right here in Volusia County. So they looked at it a lot more, like I say, their relationship with New Smyrna Speedway is a positive one, because their drivers start in places like that, and they know they have to grow the sport. So they saw this as an extension of that. And again, they may be a sanctioning body for events. They would definitely be open to that. Like I say, they kind of wanted to see where it was going, and then they wanted to participate. Barberville didn't come up in that conversation, but again, that's certainly another facility that's out there already. With their focuses, and they have a large following, I know, for go-kart racing and things for kids, and they have kind of a different motorsport that they focus on.
Yeah, I don't know if they have enough land for this or not.
Exactly. But I think I would just want to say, we're still at we're trying to see what some of the best models are. I would say to Mr. Kent's thought about us running it, I think we're good at running some things, and then there's other things that I would be a little leery about because of the complexity of the sport, that we don't have that kind of in-house knowledge. So that's why I think the B and C part is you get involved with these racing organizations, and they're bringing that, I think, to the table of their knowledge, and their, these places were mentioned already have events, so I'm assuming they have sanctioning bodies and things that they're part of, and they're running these events, and I think that's what you're picking up versus us fully running it all the way. But B and C, like I say, the difference is, I think in B, we're helping to build that facility, and then we're partnering in the profits, and C is more of a land lease. So, in theory, we're making money. We just wouldn't be making as much money, but we would be getting a lease payment, and we could take a look at what it would take to get our investment back as far as running the utilities or repairing the road or upgrading the road. And that's something that we would analyze next, I think, in the next phase.
Okay, thanks. Just one more question just so I'm sure I understand it. In scenario C, it's real clear. It says request proposals for the development, lease, and operation of the facility. Same thing in B, except for development.
We develop more of it. In other words, it would be that.
They're putting out proposals to run it.
Yeah, but it'd be more putting out the proposal to run it.
Okay. David Santiago. Thank you, George.
I just wanted to add, Mr. Chairman, is and I get where you're going with George on the option A. I'd be okay with leaving it on the table for you all to look at it, not excluding it. Maybe your conversations with, I'll say, NASCAR turn out differently.
Well, I think we have a little bit of work to do, and during that period of time, I mean, we don't have to throw out A, like you say. It's there, and we see what we find out. Maybe it puts us to a direction where we want to do more involvement. So,
I wouldn't exclude it. So I'm just saying but I do know that we could get Troy's full support if we put a pond with a light in it. If we did that, he's on board.
If you had a fountain and it was lit
fountain,
and there was a dog-friendly section around there, you're tickling my buying bone is what you're doing, and I like where you're going with it.
Okay, so I think we've come to the end of it.
Sir, all three scenarios so amended by Johansson.
I second that amendment.
Okay, so now we have all three scenarios, A, B, and C. So I want to make it real clear to the people that have sat out here through all of this, that tonight you're not getting a decision on which one it is, but we're moving forward, and staff will come back with more information on these three scenarios. We each have our preferences, so we'll deal with it in a few weeks, I guess. Any certain time frame that this will come back?
I can't do that right now to these guys. I gotta
next week.
Not next week. So let me we'll meet, and then I can report back to you when we
Can
but
I add something,
but I know one thing. My phone won't go long without Don giving me a call to see where it's at. So it'll definitely be.
Mr. Chairman, can I just add, maybe if the council agrees that it would be something that would be in the timeline for this next upcoming budget to be considered for that time period?
When is that?
Well, we're going into budget in a few months.
Oh, yeah.
But it's
For the next budget. That it matches that timeline.
Where they can fund it.
Yeah.
Or not.
Correct.
We have that and the echo cycles that you
Correct.
need to be involved with. So.
Echo cycles can be amended, I learned this week, by the way.
Oh, that's sorry. I just got informed that we're not tied to the cycle. So okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Don Dempsey.
The only thing I would ask Mr. Maher to come back up then, because Jason, you want to come up real quick? I don't think option A is even going to be appealing to any potential track owners.
Yeah.
And I'll ask Mr. Baker maybe if he'd want to say that as well. My understanding is option B is pretty much what's already been going on in Dade City, which has been in business for 40 years, and I know the owner is not a multimillionaire down there by any stretch, in my opinion, at least. But could you tell us, as a potential operator, I guess, what is appealing to you, since you've done public-private partnerships with other counties?
Yeah, I saw this happen with, it was Palm Beach County. And Palm Beach was kind of looking in between all three as well. Option A, they took off the plate pretty quickly. They didn't want to deal with the liability of the sport and all the inherent, just everything that goes into it, because it's a 24/7 project, right? When you have people camping there, it turns into a big project, and you really have to have a knowledge for what you're doing in order to do it. Option B was where they were going with it, and then it shortly went to option C. Okay. Option C, we saw every single person that was interested drop off. So they put in a RFP. I think there was 3 candidates that were moving forward, and then they moved it to option C, and everybody fell off. We were actually the last ones that held on to it. Reason being is, at such an investment into the property, I'll just be honest with you, my view of it was, why am I going to invest $5 million into somebody else's property? Why would I not just go buy the property for another $1 million and do it that way? Which honestly is what we ended up doing at that time period. So unfortunately for Palm Beach, that went away. Now they're actually coming back to circle and trying to bring this back in a different light. But that's where option C just, it doesn't really make sense from a track owner's perspective or operator, because again, if you're putting that much money into something, what's the benefit of it not being your land? So, and that's where option B is, that's where it becomes more attractive. So it's, okay, it's a shared expense and a shared revenue, and that, moves the project forward. So, and then option A, if you want to get into doing motocross and tracks and everything else, God bless you.
Question. Could you go ahead?
What, you heard this number, $10 million. I mean, what could actually be spent, do you think, to get this thing up and going to phase 1, where we don't have to have the brick and mortar facilities and RV hookups and all that?
So I've now done 3 parks, and I have not spent anywhere near $10 million on either park. And even if you look at Okeechobee, I do have septic and sewer for the RV sites. Okay. And that goes all over, but I truly believe for the park, it should be somewhere between 3 to 5. So if at a 3 to 5 million number, you should be able to get the park up, running, and done very well. I mean, if you go to Okeechobee, I think somebody here. The best track in the United States. Yeah. So, and I just met him this evening. And, our objective was really taking parks to that next level. Motocross is one of those sports that it's kind of been a little backwoods-ish and not as professional, and that's our biggest thing, is taking it to that level and making every single person that comes through that gate feel like a professional. Okay? And if you don't mind just giving me 2 minutes, it was tonight we sat through a whole bunch of talk about development, right? Well, this is what we need for kids to have something to do. Okay, with all this development happening all over this state, there's nothing else for these kids to do. That's what got me into it. I actually semi-retired, and it didn't last very long, only because this is my passion. My kids love this sport. I love this sport, and I hate to see my children on iPads, iPhones, computers, just gaming consoles. It absolutely drives me nuts. And I heard a lot of different things tonight about why not, right? Traffic, I will tell you right now, the amount of traffic that's going to take place due to this is not going to hinder traffic at all. Okay, road paving, there's a lot of different options between millings and things like that can cut costs as well. Okay, so we're not paving at all. Okay, I like millings, but if we can, majority of all tracks are dirt roads going into facilities. Okay, as far as noise goes, as long as you're 500 feet away, the decibel reading is going to be under 60 decibels. Okay, so as long as you have a 500-foot buffer to that next house, you'll be under 60 decibels, okay, which is typically what's allowed. I'm not too sure what it is in this county, but I know in majority of counties, if you're under 60, that's fine. As far as RV stays, we talked about that, okay. We have people that will come down all winter long and stay. I mean, even right now, if you go on to any one of our sites, our RV sites are sold out, okay, so we have people that come down, they come down from Canada, they stay great lengths of time. We have people that, would stay all year round if we would let them, but we try not to. So lengths of stay, people will stay. They love this sport. They live and breathe this sport. They live in their RVs. They travel from track to track to track, okay? As far as amenities, we did talk about it. Yes, okay, a dump station works. Okay, electric is great, not needed right in the beginning. Someone mentioned a dog park. Funny part is we have a dog park at Okeechobee. Okay, and we do have a fountain with a light at our facility in Alva. So there you go.
Don hates a dog park.
But no, it's an amazing sport, guys. I absolutely love it. Okay, my perspective from a county running it, I'm not sure that's where you would really want to be. On a B and a C side, B makes sense for everybody. C, my fear would be you're going to end up wasting a lot of time and end up exactly where Palm Beach did with nobody looking to move this forward. So, thank you.
Were you done?
Yeah.
In the meantime, you could introduce him to Stony Sixman, show him some land.
Well, Stoney did this forever too.
Did he? Yeah, that's true. He did.
Yeah.
We have Danny. I'm not forgetting you. Just get a nod from the audience. We have 12 people that sat here all night that wanted to speak. Do you still want to speak? A couple of them do. So I'll call the names, and if you want to speak, come forward. Danny Robbins first.
I was getting ready to call for the vote.
He was getting ready to wait vote.
Okay, yeah.
But
Okay.
I believe Jason Baker is the gentleman that raised his hand. I think
it's going to pass.
Okay. Darren, did you want to speak? Matt or Nate Ingram?
He wants to speak.
okay.
Okay. Which one are you?
Jason Baker.
Okay.
My name is Jason Baker. I own Moto Sandbox, which is down in Lake County. It's like Mr. Dempsey said, we train top riders, amateur all the way through pro. Right now, current points leader trains at our facility. For 20 years, I have constructed courses all over the world. I'm currently in contract to do the second phase of the Polk County Bone Valley project. I'm contracted to do the RCSX at Daytona Speedway. So all the questions that you guys have, I've done that for 20 years. I am a contractor. I build these parks. I build them privately. I build them publicly. I've been involved with all of the factory teams. I've managed their test facilities for them all throughout California. So the questions and concerns that you have, I have data for all of those things. It's great. I'm a Polk County resident, born and raised. It's awesome that I'm involved with that project with the county. Doing something like this, I'm just here to show support that this can and will be successful for you guys, for Volusia County. I would just love to be able to be an advocate, a consultant, whatever it is that I may help you guys along with this. This is what I've done. I mean, I've worked with the Swift Mud through the years. I have to adhere to all their, I've built a park up in Jacksonville. I've dealt with the St. John's Water Management District. So any of the concerns that you guys have had as far as how to build it, where to get the dirt, like Mr. Mara said, there's so many ways to cut costs on this thing. This thing can absolutely be done at a much substantially less rate than what has been proposed. And this is my specialty, so that's why I'm here to offer that assistance at whatever capacity that is. And I just appreciate the opportunity to speak. I know it's late, but I just wanted to offer that because this is doing what you guys are about to build is what I've done for 20 years, all throughout the Florida, the country, and the world. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Jody, does Jody want to speak? Are you the blonde that was referenced earlier?
I'm Jody Ma, and I am actually the transporter.
Please, talking to the microphone.
Sorry.
That's all right. Where are you from?
Transporter and mechanic for that rider, and we race all over the country, national level. Previous Volusia County resident for many, many years. We had to unfortunately leave Volusia County for me to pursue the level of training that I needed to get for my child. I was driving way too many hours during the week, hour here, hour and a half there, wherever we needed to be. And I just needed to transplant us to another location so that we could actually have a life and not just spend it all on the road. Mm-hmm. There's so much stuff that I want to talk about, but you guys kind of like opened up new conversation, and I obviously don't have enough time to talk about it, but I implore you to reach out to these guys in this panel. I mean, every weekend, we're all over the country. We've been to all the big events, and nothing against Hunden Strategic Partners, but they don't live it like we live it. And, you know, you're questioning the arrival and the traffic, and we come staggered. So we don't have a lot of cluster of traffic. We leave staggered. We don't ride past dark. I don't want my kid, bless you, I don't want my kid on the track when it's dark outside. The noise levels, we're off the track by dark. During the day, it's intermittent with the different size bikes. So you might have the quiet bikes for a little while, then you might have one rush of the little bit louder bikes, and it's something that, you know, it makes it more tolerable to the whoever might hear it that would live adjacent to the track. I wish we could just have like a Q&A with all these people, and anything you guys would want to know. Everybody here has been doing it for a decade. I mean, it's almost laughable to hire an outside study unless it's required by the county when you have so many professionals that have been doing this for so long sitting right in your chairs. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, I'm wondering do the riders stagger when they leave?
I'm sorry?
Never mind. Nate Ingram want to speak? See what you started now?
Well, I'm a real estate broker, and you know we don't ever talk brief. We want to get up and talk in front of everybody. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you allowing us to come and speak tonight. I'm still a Volusia County resident. I live in the large urban area called Samsula.
Yeah.
Practically a neighbor to this site. Very excited about it coming in. I have 10 acres out there, and so when my children and I raced, we had to build our own track because we didn't have a local facility. And as you can see by the folks gathered here tonight that have been here for about 5 hours now and listened to some really interesting statements about the abilities of the council, we're here to support you guys in what you're trying to do. And I realize it's kind of a rarity nowadays. People just want to come before you and talk about what the council isn't doing. We're here to support you in what you are doing. For us as parents, for the kids that are gathered here, some of them I've been watching since they were on very little bikes, and now I get to watch them on television, which is actually really cool. So I urge you to support this. I'm glad you guys are moving forward with this. You know, if you do have questions for that, I encourage you to get involved. Any of these parents here could help you out as far as the logistics go, dry camping, anything like that. You do have tremendous assets here in the fact that Jason is here tonight. Jason Baker traveled here probably at great expense because I'm sure there's a dozer somewhere that's calling his name. Instead, he felt it was that important to be here instead of dealing with his international clients. And so that should tell you he's not here for himself. He's here to support the sport and what you guys are trying to do. So with that, I'm going to close because there's still 1:30 left, and you know how brokers are.
Thank you. Landon Courier, you care to speak? Pass. John Nicholson? Pass.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Actually, I come from a city that was a small city, and when I worked at the university, at the airport in Miami, another small city came down and packed up one of our businesses and headed north to Daytona Beach. It's done very well in Daytona Beach. It's called Embry-Riddle University. Years ago, a gentleman wanted to start a racing club. And Bill France leased some land from the county and built a track. You already have your image of what you want to do on this property. It's county property that the racetrack sits on. It's county property that generates, you'd be surprised how many billions of dollars into the city of Daytona Beach. So what I'm asking you is, one, no to what you're planning. Two, that it be the largest dirt track in the United States. That it be the finest dirt track in the United States. Daytona Beach has 9 events, over 125,000 people. We have over 12,000 hotel rooms. Whatever you put out there, we're ready for. We have 2 RV parks within 5-minute drive of this location. So you have your RV parks that you need, and driving 5 minutes is not that far to ask in the beginning, all right? I don't like the site that you've chosen because it's right next to a bunch of houses, all right? They say 1,000 feet, but that road goes down even further, and they're going to build homes on it. So within 100 and 200 feet, you're going to have houses. Why ask for trouble? There's another location where you don't have to build a road. It's far from any house. So when you come into the landfill, that administrative office, there's a road to the right. Put it right there. It is surrounded by landfill. Nobody's going to be bothered by it. You don't have to build a road. We have equipment, believe it or not, at the landfill that moves dirt. So we can build a track within a year. We can take those trees out, do all we need to do at very little expense. We have what's called Racing and Rec for funding. We have ECHO for funding. We have free land. We have a company that does this for a living. Daytona International Speedway does this for a living.
Thank
so
you.
I'm asking you to think about that. Thank you.
Amanda Mortberg?
Hello. So I had like a whole speech filled up, but I don't need it. So my son started riding at 5 years old.
Can you make sure you're speaking to the mic?
Sorry, I'm short. Okay. So my son started riding
Figure
at
it out.
5 years old. He wanted a dirt bike. Told him no. Unless you can ride a bicycle without training wheels, not going to buy it. He went out to the garage, took his training wheels off. The rest is history. He's now almost 17 years old. Since then, every weekend, we're at a dirt bike track somewhere. We have to travel. He is national level. We don't have any facilities in Volusia County. So our only option was for him to move, live in an RV in a different area. You have, up in Jacksonville or down south. Being a mom of a 17-year-old, that's kind of rough. If there was one here in Volusia County, he would be right here where we lived. So that's perfect. I just think brings families together every weekend, every holiday. Minios, you guys saw the video of, that's Thanksgiving. Literally every Thanksgiving, we're all together. So,
You're in New Smyrna, correct?
yes, I'm in New Smyrna. So,
Very good.
that's it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Andrea Lieb. From South Daytona.
Yes, Andrea from South Daytona, but just for 2 years. My husband and I were in California for 39, and we left, and I couldn't be more prouder to be a Volusia County citizen than I am today. My husband and I own an online virtual school called On Track School. It's called On Track School because our son, who's now 32, was a national champion and also raced over in Europe. And so 90% of the students at On Track School are motocross riders. And just like many of these people here have said, we are a family. And so this sport is just, I mean, look at these people, right? I mean, we hung out for 5 hours because that's what we do. And, you know, when we did learn about what Don's initiative was, I'm just so excited. I think if any of my high school students were here tonight, I'd give them a year's credit of civics, because this conversation is so positive. It's not a no, it's looking for the best place for this and utilizing the resources that you have. So if there's anything that I could do as an educator or an advocate for racing, I'd love to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Jason Mara. Again. Okay. Thank you for your input tonight. JJ Mendez. Oh, come on. You're the one Don wanted to hear from.
I'll get my 2 cents in.
Oh, JJ Mendez. I'm from Massachusetts. I'm a cop up there, and I also own an excavation business, and I own a track. I think it's great what you guys are doing. It takes kids off the street, like they said. It puts them in a safe environment. You don't have to worry about them trespassing on abuse property and crossing all over the place, and it works out great. Like they said earlier, with the other tracks, you can cut the cost you guys have that I saw. I laughed at it when Don showed them to me. I was like, that's ridiculous. You do it a lot cheaper. And so I just want to say I think everything's great. I think you should get rid of your experts you got looking, doing all your analysis, and look at everybody behind you, like they said earlier, and talk to us. We know how to build a track. We know how to do. We know what you guys need. We don't need them to give us these little numbers and tell us what they think we need. We don't need to go by that. So I think you should reach out to us, get our numbers, and go from there.
Thank you. Did you bring any cohogs?
What's that?
Did you bring any cohogs down with you?
No, but I can send some.
Logan. Tell us where you're from, tell us how old you really are, and tell us where you rank.
So I'm Logan Mortberg. I grew up in Daytona. We just recently moved to Ormond. My dad's in Ormond, my mom's in New Smyrna. I'm 16. My mom was the one that said, if you had to take your training wheels off to get a dirt bike, and, I really wanted a dirt bike, and so I did just that. Yeah, I may have fallen a few times, but, I learned, right?
That's right.
And so when you go to these tracks, we're driving hour and a half, if maybe more, like hour and a half's minimum. And so we're having to spend all this gas money, time away from the family. And, when we go to these long events, yes, we bring family, but it's not just your family that you're at these tracks with. You're with everyone's family. And, one person needs help, everyone helps them. And it's not that it's like we show up, we do our thing, and we all leave at the same time. We go staggered. One class finishes, they leave. The next class does. And it's not like we're all like, okay, 5 o'clock, we're leaving. Like, we do it at a different time. And, I grew up and we had to travel. So, that took time away from me learning how to ride a bike. That took time from my parents being able to work and, provide for the family. So, if we do have a track in Volusia County, it'd make it easier on these families. They'd be able to not have to travel as much, and be home at night and not have to sleep in an RV. And yes, RVs are comfortable. We don't have to have hookups. We don't have to have sewer. We gladly live without the power hookups and stuff. But yes, it makes it nice, but we don't have to have it. But that's all.
Thank you very much. Your mom is raising a salesman. Tristan Lane.
Hello, I'm Tristan Lane. I grew up right here in DeLand, Florida. Super proud of that. I feel like I could speak pretty well to this. Growing up riding here was really difficult. I started in my backyard, just riding in the sand, and then eventually rode all the trails. I feel like I probably rode every possible area in DeLand, and I needed this opportunity greatly. I'm actually envious of these future kids. They're going to really love it, and it's going to help them a ton. I've traveled the whole country. Currently, I'm a professional motocross and supercross racer, so to be able to do this for a living is my dream. I'm living it every day, but this future generation could benefit so much. It keeps these kids out of trouble, and it's really steered my life in a great direction, getting to race in different countries and truly living out my dream. So I really ask that you guys hear us all out and understand that this sport is such a family sport environment, and it's given me so much, and I really think it's going to help the community. And as they've mentioned, we love to spend money in this sport. We love to go and support all the local areas. So I really think it would help, economically speaking, a lot. And yeah, I just think it's going to be a really good thing all around. So thank you so much for hearing us out.
How old are you?
6.
Thank you. Young Mr. Dempsey. He passed? Do you know who your father is? Okay, thank you all for participating. And okay, we have a motion on the floor from Don Dempsey. Although I'm confused, the motion was to bring back information on B and C.
No, I amended the motion for A, B, and C. You can dedicate as much time to A as you possibly could want, because I said B and C originally, so I really don't care. But I would like to get to the vote is what I would like to do.
That's what I'm asking for.
Could we make it for B and C?
Yes.
No, I already amended it for A, B, and C, so that's my motion, and it was seconded.
All right, the motion on the floor is to bring back information on A, B, and C by Jake Johansson. I guess the second was by Don Dempsey. So anyway, if there's no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So it will come back at when staff is ready. Okay, thank you all again very much. And as we move on to item 6, Cyrus, before you go, I want to say, since the airport was brought up, you are killing it with Avelo Airlines, and you scared off Melbourne, and you're making money for us. Thank you. Item 6 is contract with Halifax Paving, Inc.
North. National.
Who's doing this, Tad?
Oh. None of the local restaurants will be open after 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. All right. Good luck.
Okay, Tad, contract with Halifax Paving, Inc. for the Daytona Beach International Airport Parcel 62.
Yes, sir. Good evening. Tad Casebere, County Engineer. This is the approval of a construction contract with Halifax Paving for $5.9 million to repay or to regrade the area known as Parcel 62, which is in the south mid-central section of the airport, north of Bellevue. It will pull sand or fill from the southern side of Bellevue. It basically supports the master plan that had been previously approved for the overall site, but basically it's just moving the dirt from one side to the other. A vast majority of the funding, it comes from a federal grant from the EDA, and the airport is making up the remaining amount.
Okay, and $3,308,000 is from grants.
Yes, sir.
All right, David Santiago.
To approve.
Second.
David Santiago makes a motion to approve. Second, I believe it was by Danny Robbins. David, do you have a comment?
Nope.
Anyone have a comment, question for Tad? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7A, update of bills being considered in the 2024 legislative session. John Booker.
Council, John Booker, Government Affairs for Volusia County. The manager asked me to pull a couple of the bills that we're looking at filtering through the system in Tallahassee. I've done that, tried to give you a little bit of a microcosm of what the legislature is up to. If there's any questions, there is a short recitation of what the bills are attempting to do. And so if you do have any questions about that, if there's bills not on this list, I'd be more than happy to get back with you at another moment in time when I can see what happened today, for one, on a couple of the bills. So with that, if you do have any questions or comments or anything.
How long do we have?
March 8th, so 21 days. I'm not sure. But budget is still being worked on, so some of the issues on the policy side won't be really resolved until the conference chairs get together, they do allocations, they figure out, they bump it up to eventually the speaker and to the president of the Senate, try to figure some things out. But they have to approve the budget. They have a 3-day period where, so the Tuesday before the Friday of the 8th, they would need to finish that budget process in order to have a 3-day cooling off period.
Okay. I guess I'm really, George, before I...
Yeah, the purpose of this item is not only to inform you, but also to seek, would you like to add any of these to our legislative agenda to actively support, oppose, or do you want us to do monitoring? That's what we're asking here today. So,
Okay. Jake Johansson, maybe to answer your question.
Yes, sir. There's a lot of bills that are in both House and Senate that affect local rule and or home rule, and some of them make sense to me, some of them don't make sense to me, and this is throughout my time here, my 9 years or 8 years I've been down here in Volusia County, and I think it's important, whether they make sense or not, to oppose them by and large, or at least have that discussion whenever it comes to home rule, to discuss opposing them actively. And that's where John can come in and tell us whether the FAC supports what we want to do or doesn't, and why. But every time I call my representative or my senator, the answer is that ship has already sailed, or I'm not going to oppose the speaker or something. And these are home rule issues. So I think it's important that we articulate to John, as a council, I can tell him what I think, but he doesn't give a damn what I think. He gives a damn what we think as a council. I think whenever we have a problem during legislative session, we ought to at least get a brief on these every once in a while and decide what to do, instead of just letting it go along and have people comment to us that we're not doing anything. So in that vein, I go through this list of bills. I see what he sends on Friday nights, and because we don't act, I kind of engage myself, but I think it's important that we engage as a council.
I do as well. Just lost it. Do you or does the county attorney, county manager, anybody, I'm looking at, Jake just said, oppose them. Senate Bill 328, the Live Local Part 2, is that an improvement or does it make it worse?
It depends on who you are, right?
I'll let Paulo address that.
So, I believe this bill is what's characterized as more or less like a glitch bill.
A what?
Glitch bill. So one of the things is it's a little of both. They're still keeping the primary factors of live local. So preemption is still an issue. They're still preempting all local governments. What they are doing is they're amending some of the height provisions. So now the height provision is you don't have, it doesn't apply adjacent to military institutes. It doesn't apply in your airport overlays where height is an FAA regulated aspect. I think they also changed the height provision to, I think, 1.5 times the maximum height or 3 stories, whichever is greater. So there's some gives, some takes. They also add, I think, floor area ratio to one of those things that is preempted. And then you must accommodate, and I believe they also add in you must accommodate some of the parking provisions. So it's essentially a more clarification of preemption, not really anything that is more beneficial from a, hey, you're preempted less. We just now understand a little bit more of where we're being preempted rather than it just being anything and everything.
Do we have anybody actively opposing it? Do we have a lobbyist that's opposing it, or Mr. Booker, or trying to make it better?
Yeah, that could be a result of the discussion here. Paulo, if you don't mind me asking on this glitch bill for the Live Local Act, would it be as your understanding, would it be an improvement at least from what's on the books today?
It would be a clarification. I'm not sure if I could characterize it as an improvement. We will just know, we'll know, how the preemption works and how it works against other things such as height in adjacent to a military institute and height adjacent to in an airport overlay. And also it fixes some of the odd things like floor area ratio, where yes, you have to accommodate all that density, but you're still limited in the maximum square footage that you can fit all those units in. So they included some of those provisions.
Okay.
Go
ahead, George.
Just add a little bit. So if you take these as a whole, like I say, 328 maybe was neutral, but all the rest of these hurt us in some shape, form, or another. That's, you can start off with FRS, depending on, there is a little philosophical, I guess, thought there on for retirees, but I would say it's going to cost quite a bit of money. So I think overall you're looking at between, for the whole, across all of our funds, in the neighborhood of $10 million. So another train. Building regulations, this is, again, it's already pretty difficult to make some of the time frames and requirements that we need to. I think it's not necessary. I think again, that should be more of a local decision. HB 479, that could be very harmful to us because we use an impact fee system. This is is going to make it more difficult to collect impact fees and stuff that's built in cities. And of course, as we've talked about today, there's a lot of building goes on in cities, and then it affects our roads. And if we can't collect the impact fees, or if we have issues, it just makes it more difficult in an already difficult situation. So I would be against that. HB 609, we don't do, you eliminated the business tax receipt, so it really doesn't matter to us. But then 1195, again, that's taken away our local ability. I think we've been very responsible. We've driven the millage rate down, either to rollback or some portion of rollback every year. HB 1624, I think that's one Mike talked to you about. A lot of the real harmful stuff has been taken out, but again, it's taken away local control, it's preemption. I wouldn't support it. And I wouldn't support 1628. Again, it takes away our authority. And then this last one, WMC5 taxation. This could be particularly onerous because it affects the part of the tourist tax that funds our ocean center. And our ocean center, yes, we have debt, which would not apply as it's written, but we also operate the Ocean Center, as was pointed out earlier, is subsidized by this tax. It is this tax. We don't ever use property tax, and this would require, after so many years, going back out for a referendum. Again, I don't think it's helpful at all for this particular tax to have that. And we're unique, and we're one of only, I think, 3 counties that have it separated the way it is. So it would have no effect as written on the other side of the tourist tax, which I think is where there's more interest at times. But that's the advertising side. This has nothing to do with that. It would really just affect our abilities with the Ocean Center.
Okay, thank you.
So my recommendation would be to oppose them all, with the exception of you could be neutral on, and we could just monitor SB 328.
Okay. John, any idea on, you said, or George just said, a lot of the bad stuff from 1624 has been taken out. Do we know if it's going to reappear in another bill somewhere? That sometimes happens.
We wait for 4:30 in the afternoon for bills to be.
So far, you haven't seen it.
No.
Okay. No. That's all you can say at this point. Well,
I think there, Mr. Chair, if I could, that language could reappear. May not. There's still some language in it, 1628, that still is hostile to local government authority. It's putting more work on city and county governing bodies when they enact ordinances to have business impact statements. It's going to slow down. It's removing exemptions for your zoning ordinances and so on. So it's going to slow down your ability to enact an ordinance. I think that's going to be the practical effects. It's going to take more work, and it revises the process for someone to attack one of your ordinances and removes the same exemptions for your land development regulations, largely from that. It subjects them to that challenge process. So from a local government standpoint only, I'd say they're not local government friendly. I mean, they're putting more requirements on you. So,
yeah. Well, which leads me to, I think we should vigorously oppose it. Then we'll see what the rest of the council thinks when we get there. John, I'll just reiterate to you, it's on 16, 24, and 28. Please let me know if when I need to go up there and speak to a committee or whoever.
Yeah.
Because I don't know regardless of what everybody else wants to do, I want to oppose those. I've sent letters to Paul Renner and Tom Leake and Senator Wright, as well as our two representatives.
And 1624, I've reported to you in the past on it. It's narrow, but it's deep in the sense that it kind of reminds me of a Live Local Act, just in a different context. So your utilities, such as Duke Power, for example, if they wanted to have what they call a resilience facility, which would allow for storage. Was it liquefied natural gas, Paulo? Yeah. And natural gas to be stored. It could be allowed in multiple zoning categories that you maintain your industrial, your manufacturing. Is it commercial as well? And your commercial, regardless of whether you've made that a permitted use. So it reminds me of Live Local in that way. So from a local government standpoint, it definitely eats away at your authority and regulating your land use categories about where certain uses are located.
Thank you. I think we should be concerned with that. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we say oppose, what does that mean? I want to be clarified on that before I make my comments.
We have that legislative agenda that you voted on that we put together early, I think in January. It would just add these to the list that we would hand off, besides John when he's up there, and if there's committees, he would, at least waive an opposition, maybe speak depending on what it is, or our staff, and then of course Southern Strategies, our lobbyists. It gives them, clear knowledge that this body does not want this to happen. And it's this body that makes, I think, a little bit more of a difference than any individual, I think, as Mr. Johansson said as well. I mean, now, yes, we get frustrated, but I think it starts with, if we have it on that agenda, it's very clear. It's clear where our stance is. So we can even go back later and this is the report card for, what we sent. Goes to our delegation, goes to, everybody knows what it is we stood for, and we'll see where we supported in that or not. Sometimes it doesn't, like I say, he said, we may be up against forces that are greater than this, and we understand that, but I think it's important to be on the record of where we stand.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, to be on the record. I think, and the reason I asked that for clarification is, where are we going to really put any effort in, bear some fruit, right, in possible change in the actual work? Making a statement, I agree. There are some of these that, in my opinion, are so far down in the process, you're wasting your time. I wouldn't put any effort. I would still say I'm opposed to it. I get that. Right. But some of these,
Right, we understand that, and but there are some with life to it, and there are some, just what was mentioned, as you know, something could come up late, and at least, again, we're on the record for what we are standing for. It gives us also a little bit of assurance that if, he tells me something and we've found out something in a hurry, I know where you guys stand. It's very clear. I can clearly say oppose, or here's what we need to do. it helps us in that manner.
I agree
but
with that,
But you're
George.
right. In some cases, we know we're running into a brick wall.
Yeah, because we can't send John up there and our team say fight all 7 or 8 of these. It's just you're going
Right.
to be wasting your time. Now, I certainly think the Florida retirement system one is a one that we should be in the fight in the trenches with. I know the House has been pushing this big time, so they've lost it. It hasn't pushed in the Senate bill, but now they have it in the budget. So it's in the back and forth that they're trying to negotiate it in the budget. So the House is taking a position of strength with budget to try to convince the Senate. So I would say that's a good one. Say focus real efforts in the Senate to stay strong, because the House is all in. You're wasting your time. Focus in the Senate to fight that bill. That's a $10 million hit annually. The live local, we've talked about that. That's a priority of the Senate president.
Right.
You're wasting your time, whether you agree with it or not. You could still make a position statement, but I wouldn't waste any real energy in that.
Well, like I said, and that's when, honestly, as Paulo pointed out, we could just say monitor it. If
Yeah.
it gets all of a sudden gets suddenly worse, then we maybe a call to arms. But as you said, we already been told where it's a priority.
Yeah, so I would pick certainly the retirement one and maybe 1 or 2 others. We're less than 3 weeks away from the finish of this. Make your time important. That's just my thoughts. But I agree with opposing them all on paper.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'd like to clarify something here. The chair had mentioned that he was willing to go up with John and that he had written letters. I hope you did as your own person and not as the chairman. I'm a little concerned now because we each have one vote here and we're voting on what to oppose, and I'm hoping you didn't oppose something on our behalf without our knowledge. Can you please clarify that for me?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. Yeah, I sent it under my name as chairman, as opposed to it as any one of you others could have. In fact, I thought we were the very first meeting 6 months ago that we had about that, about this I-2 zoning. I think we instructed staff then to send letters. So I certainly did. I didn't send it for the entire council. I sent it for me.
So, yeah, I just, and maybe I just need clarification being new to this part of it, but we're each one vote and we're an elected body. We're not a bunch of individuals. So I don't know really if I can send a letter as Jake Johansson, County Council Member at Large, to the governor vehemently opposing something legally. Can I, Mike?
You can, however, I know one of the discussions you've had as a council is when a member does that, you want to be clear that they're sending it on their own behalf, not behalf of the body, is what I hear you saying. So
That's as I understand our charter. When we're sitting here, we're a body.
And that's been discussed by this body before. And yes, you could do it, but you just make it clear that it's you as that individual.
All right, I'm clear on that. And then
what I'm hearing you say is that you want to, if I think
I want to know when one of us is
yeah.
sending a letter of opposition on something.
I think it's a discussion you have as a body and decide.
Yeah.
But what I'm hearing you say is that if somebody's sending a letter, you want to make sure it's clear in the letter. They're not sending it on behalf of the body. They're sending it on their own behalf.
Yeah, I guess that's it. And Chairman, you clarified that that's
I
what
was
you
real
did.
clear
so,
about that.
Yeah, all right, I'm good. And so with these items, I think there should be a way where we discuss or at least bring up maybe not, it happens so quick, John, but early on that as these bills come in and John sends us these things, that we have a section in the discussion section of one or both of our council meetings where we discuss legislative stuff, not just today, but every meeting as it starts getting pretty busy, because a lot of these might mean a lot to, let's say, Councilman Santiago. You know, we just talked about the energy resources, right? And DeBerry and Duke Power they're storing hydrogen, right? They have a hydrogen, oxygen, solar beta problem, or they're developing it right now. You might have a concern about that. We might not elsewhere in the county. So I think it's important that we discuss that, because what might be one person's issue might not be another person's issue. And as Mr. Kent says, if it's important to you, it might be important to me. So I want to be able to discuss these things. Sometimes it's a rapid process, and we're going to miss it. But when we don't, I think we ought to take a look at them and comment on the ones that we think are important, so we can band together and vote, so the chairman can send one on our behalf up there and say, our council thinks this is way wrong, and go up there with John and fight the fight. So I think it's important that we all have buy-in on what we're opposing. It sounds like we're there now, but I think we ought to do this more often. Thank you, Chairman.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to see us guys kind of get, I feel like we're in the fourth quarter, almost third and the fourth, to be opposing some of this stuff. Granted, I'm opposed to it, but it almost feels like we're just going through the motions on it just to say, yeah, we opposed it. If we actually want to have a dog in the fight, and if we're genuine about having these as real issues, I would just encourage us to band together and unite when it comes to that. Unfortunately, once you become an elected official, we can write all the letters we want, or go to board meetings or advisory meetings, whatever. You can't just take that hat off. And as Mr. Johansson had stated, it's been a concern of mine because it's happened multiple times in the past. I personally, at this point, would like, if any one of us is going to send a letter to a higher up or the legislation, whoever, that it be vetted by our legal staff, and then the council be provided to that before that thing is shipped off, because it just it doesn't paint a good picture. We then truly look divided. We don't look like we're on the same page, and it's like cats going in all directions. That's not professional, in my opinion. So I concur with Mr. Johansson. I'd personally like to see any letter that we would like to send, because we all may have something to add, and we're stronger together. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Well, let's find out. I incorrectly assumed that this council was opposed to 1624 and 1628. I don't think I've been in a single staff meeting where we didn't talk about this. That I know that staff was extremely worried about it, about losing our own ability to regulate zoning and land use. And I've encouraged them to oppose it. I've opposed those two, and I've talked to all of our Volusia rep delegation about it. So let's just ask the question: Does the council as a whole want to direct staff to oppose 1624 and 1628 at least to the point where we're making it more palatable for local government to do its job besides going to ribbon cuttings?
I'll chime in. I think
Okay.
I said I was okay with opposing all of them on paper. I'm at least me. I think
Okay.
I see heads bobbing.
I'm not opposed either, Chairman, but when our staff sends something to somebody, they send us a copy. I'd like to see the copies. That's all. vehemently opposed. Show me what you're writing if you're writing something. If John's going up there, he's going to argue. I can watch it on TV or go up there and watch it with him. I just want to be aware of what we're doing. Anything that goes to the state, to the governor, to the representatives or Senate on Volusia County letterhead, I think ought to be readily accessible by the elected officials if it's been sent by an elected official. Whether it's legal or not, the assumption is when it gets up there that you're representing the government. So I think it's important that we have it. And unless you don't want somebody to see something, it should be easy. You send it out, you give it to George and Mike, and they send it out saying this went out to Representative Leak and the legislators today.
I was going to chime in too, Mr. Chair, because I think my name was up there and then I came off, but it's along the same lines, and it's along the lines of the question you asked. I would be okay with seeing if we can adopt a policy when it comes to utilizing the county letterhead, right? And I would be okay with being restricted to, if I want to send any letter to any government entity, elected or not, or official, or any agency, and utilize the county letterhead, I would inform the council first. Say, hey, this is my position. I'm sending with, and get advice there. Otherwise, I would say I'd send a letter in my own personal letterhead. I think there I would be okay that I am a member of the Volusia County Council. This is my personal opinion, but I'll tell you, if I received a letter, Mr. Chair, regardless of the position, if I received a letter as a legislator that had a letterhead from the county and said it was, I'll just use your title since we're discussing yours, this is from the county chair, I would probably think that that's the position of the council. I can see that misinterpretation. So if we want to be clear and hold everybody equal, we have a policy that no letterhead is used unless it's adopted or approved by the council to send a letter to another governing body, agency. Otherwise, if it's your individual opinion, send it in your own personal letterhead, and that keeps it clean.
Okay,
I don't know how the council feels.
Since you're asking me that question, I'll respond to it. I haven't sent letters on letterhead. I use my email. I send them on email, which is public information. So I'll do you one better for now on. I'll just make them public, and then you will know, and everybody else will know what I'm asking. If I have a legal topic, I call Mike, or I call Mike, and sometimes he'll assign me to somebody else. But so I'm not sending anything on letterhead. I'm sending on the county volusia.org email.
And I'm not trying to silence you, Mr. Chair. I think you have a voice, and I want to encourage everybody's voice. It's just a matter of clarity in messaging to ensure that whoever the recipient is understands. That's all it's about. We all have our own opinion, so it's not about silencing. I want to make sure that's clear. I'm not trying to do that.
Okay, George, your name is still up. Did you?
Just to say, Mr. Johansson, we will be more frequent. We did start in January, and we came up with a base of items that we knew of at the time, and one of them was oppose any preemption action. So we have on some of these bills, because they are essentially preemption, we have opposed them. But as they get more specific, that's where I felt like it was important to update, and that's really what today was. And like I say, other than the 328, which we could monitor, we could at least have it on the record that we oppose all the rest.
Thank you very much, George, for the clarification, and I support that. I think that's a good plan.
Was that it, Jake? Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you. I'll just briefly weigh in on this. I have spoken as a county councilman in front of the Ormond Beach City Commission and in front of the Holly Hill City Commission. They're both municipalities in my district. And council, I want you to know both times, pull the tapes. When I get up and speak, I give my name and my address, and I then say, my comments are coming as Troy Kent, resident of Volusia County or Ormond Beach. I would never try to speak on any of your behalfs, ever. And I would never send a letter with my name on the letter. And I got to tell you, you don't, none of you know this. We have the sunshine law. We don't talk about this. It came to an uncomfortable conversation between staff and myself to get me letterhead with my name on it. It was like this pushback I had because of a problem that had happened earlier. And I said, I don't care about what someone else did. I feel like you're treating me like a child. I am in this seat. I have earned this seat and this title. I want my letterhead. And I promise to give you a copy of whatever I send. Even if it says, thank you to whoever. I'll give you but I want it. And there was this pushback from staff not to get it because of a situation. So I just want you gentlemen to know, I will never send a letter to a government body with a position statement on my own, ever. I will always come to you beforehand. And if I can't get to you before a meeting, then I will reach out to George and see what we can do and Mike about having a special meeting so that we can agree on something. That's just me. And I'm going to tell you, if the mayor of Ormond Beach with my time on the city commission had ever done something like that, insinuating the city of commission of Ormond agreed with something without us talking about it, it would have been an uncomfortable moment. I wouldn't have liked that. Like, that doesn't feel good. I wouldn't do that to you because I don't want you to do it to me, if that makes sense. That's not a feel good moment. But there's nothing wrong with what you said, I think, on your own, with your own letterhead or whatever. Not letterhead, your own personal stationery, saying, hey, this is how I feel. But I also don't feel like the seven of us would be far off on many issues. So if we need to come back to this elected body and get approval, then let's do that. Let's we're planners, all of us, we can plan in advance and give staff that information and have it come from the chairman, or better yet, have all of our signatures on it. I think that's even more impactful to the guy sitting to my right who served 8 years in the state legislature. I think that's what you were looking for, probably, was letters from municipalities with all signatures from all elected members, because that's a statement, right? Thanks.
Okay, John, I think that's it.
I do need a vote. So if we're all good with supporting and opposing everything but 328, which we'll monitor, if I could have that, that'd be
So
awesome.
moved.
Second, Johansson.
A motion by Santiago, second by Jake Johansson, to oppose all of the laws that you have, or all of the legislation that you just mentioned, the preemption legislation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And just to wrap it up for my behalf, I'll assure every one of you that I have never spoken for you on your behalf. Okay. Okay, item 8.
Item 8 is appointments to the Tourist Development Council. You have one applicant who just so happens to be an incumbent.
Move to approve.
Second.
Yep.
Who are we approving?
Costa.
Costa.
Costa Margolis.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, who's seconded? I have the motion of being Mr. Santiago. And who is the second?
And item 9, where did it go?
Item 9 is Appointments to the Volunteer Firefighter Retirement Advisory Board. There is one application who has also been recommended by the chief, which is a requirement for this, and her name is Mary Yoakum.
Move to approve Mary Yoakum.
Second.
We have a motion by Jake Johansson to approve Mary Yoakum, second by Santiago. I have a question for staff on this. Do we still have any volunteer firefighters? So
I would have to ask the chief. We were down to just a handful, so we do get them occasionally because they like to volunteer and work with us in hopes of getting on as a full-time fireman. So that's really how they're used now. We don't have, I don't believe anybody, but I'll check. So just stays permanently in that position. So they don't usually become eligible for this pension because they don't do it long enough. They become an actual fireman. So, however, there are people out there collecting that pension. So that's why we still have to keep the fund.
any idea how many?
I can get that information, but it is something that eventually we may have to deal with, of dissolving it, and that has been done in other areas. So
yeah, that's what I would like to know. How many? I don't want to short any of them. They served. They should get their retirement.
Right, and we are bound, and would always be bound to make sure of that. But what has happened, of course, and this is not unique to Volusia County. A lot of communities have had to deal with this as they've converted to professional staff. So I'll get that back to you, and we can have a little report on that.
I'd be curious to know. My recollection is it's a pretty hefty fund balance, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
for a very few people.
Yeah,
no,
several million dollars. Yeah,
for maybe a half dozen people or something. So
we're actually very, very sound. Too sound.
Yeah, I think the council should be aware of that. But the motion is for Mary Yoakum. Motion made by Jake Johansson, second by Santiago. Was that right, or was it reversed?
That's correct.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the appointment carries.
Mr. Dempsey is out of the room, so he's here. 7-0.
It's 7-0. He was listening. Okay, that brings us to final comments. County manager.
Yes, sir. I didn't know if you had any public comment.
Yeah, we do have one. If we want to do that, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside. A couple of things. One, I noticed the other day that they're building a hotel across from Bel Air Plaza. It is a paved lot for the last 40 years, empty. And I was wondering, why didn't we lease it from the company and then allow parking? The city has like 12 lots vacant now. We tore down 17 hotels, and in the last 20 years, we've replaced only one. So there's plenty of vacant land. It is just now being developed. But there's still like 12 properties we could lease, put in gravel, call it a day. But it's good for the city of Daytona Beach because people come in and they hit the shops that are close by. It has volume to the city. So it's advantageous to the county because the city is a financial hub for the county. It produces a great deal of money, and this is a way of increasing that money. Secondly, we had Navy Week this past week. Went to the event, didn't even know about it. I found out 2 hours before the event. There may be, 100 people there? There's only one city in the entire state that got Navy Week. It was Daytona Beach, and nobody knew about it. So when things like this happen, it's to our advantage to let everybody know. And lastly, with regard to the motocross, you could have that going in a year. All right? You have equipment at the dump that moves dirt. All this is dirt. So sell the trees, to chop them out. We have the excavation to level it, move the dirt just as a basic track, and the kids can use it. And then at that point, we go through, we get the ECHO funding, $2.5 million for a super grant, $500,000 from Racing and Rec, all right? We go into the county's funds because it's a leisure service activity, all right? Then we go to the track. You do this day in and day out. What can we do, all right? You have the ability to advertise. You have the ability for staffing, all of these things. And lastly, the RVs. Yes, they're going to be used while the events are there, but we have 9 major events that need that area. They need places for people to park RVs. The track had it, but they sold it to Amazon. So now their RV parking is gone. This would be perfect for them for RV parking. Move to raise funds for the event itself and for the track. Thank you.
George Rectorwald.
Yes, sir. First item actually is an answer to an earlier question from Mr. Nicholson. The Veterans Park at the base of the Orange Avenue Bridge, the bids have come in on that. They're being evaluated now, and it's expected that the construction contract will come to you on the March 19th meeting, so it's on track. Just one other thing, as long as we're in the topic of letters, if you'll recall, and it was back, I believe, in November, I'll get the date here. At the 11/21 meeting, you okayed, you gave us authorization to authorize for application to the NOAA Resilience Regional Challenge grant. The grant can be used for infrastructure. There's over $575 million available. We have prepared that grant. We'll be looking at it. Allows us to buy properties as well. It allows for infrastructure and seagrass restoration. And if you recall, this is the one also to help us set up the nursery at the jail and grow wild plants that we would use for coastal protection and other protection. So there's several areas of the grant. We've prepared it, and I'm just notifying, I'm going to write a letter because you have given me that authorization. I will write and have a letter that will go to the federal delegation members. So, and I'll give the date that you all approved it, and just want to let you guys, yep, and it's going to ask for their support, obviously, for that grant. So that is all I have at this hour. Thank you very much.
Michael Dyer.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. George, thank you very much for that. I know that was, they were looking about summertime on that we would hear something back.
Yeah.
With respect to the NOAA grant. So we did have the opportunity to go out there and look. We would put that, and we have the property, the rec yard, that we don't even utilize anymore. So we have the space for it, which is good. So thank you for that. You answered the other question because I wanted to answer John's question with respect to the Veterans Park, so we have that now. I'll talk to you offline. There was the other question you posed about the traffic issue at Peninsula. That concerns me as well, so I'll talk to you offline about that. Lastly, I'll keep it short. We had talked about our proclamations and how we will discuss those here as a body before we approve that, which I like that idea. Thank you, Mr. Johansson, for spearheading that. And it is a good idea because we all need to be made aware and of the individuals that we're doing that for. But that policy, thank you, Mike, for finding that out. That policy that we have with respect to that also addresses the fact that any single council person can do a letter of recognition or a certificate of recognition for an individual or a body. That being said, today's the 20th. On February 22nd is Encephalitis Day. And the reason why it was brought up to me is we had a city commissioner who had to resign from her seat due to health issues. I'm not putting anything out there about her health that she hasn't already put out there publicly, just so we know. So therefore, she has approached city governments, and many of the city governments have designated by proclamation for those days to be identified, or that day on the 22nd to be identified as Encephalitis Day. We could still do that, from my understanding. However, it would have to be backdated to that date that we can discuss maybe at a future date to approve that, or we start this point forward, because she will start that work in April, starting for next year. So that's something to consider. That being said, I wanted to take the opportunity. I thank you, Mike, for doing this and preparing that for me. She is not here due to the late hour of the meeting, and she knew that, but I had a certificate of appreciation for Kat Atwood in grateful recognition of her ongoing efforts to raise awareness about encephalitis and her support for the World Encephalitis Awareness Day. But it was dated this day, February 20th, this certificate, but in recognition for what she's trying to accomplish. She's trying to bring a lot of awareness to this. If you ever want to do some research on it, it's a disease that, loss of memory, loss of your body to what you're able to and capable of doing. So, like I said, she's still very active in her community, and I commend her for that, and for why I wanted to do this, because she remains active and she remains that advocate for this and many other things within her community. So, Kat, if you're listening, my hat's off to you, and thank you for a job well done. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. A couple quick things. I'll try to make it as quick as possible. Today during the meeting, I just want to talk briefly about the quorum. It just seems to be getting to be a pattern. We're getting interrupted more and more, whether it be in from the audience, or people speaking too long, or interrupting each other. I think it's highly unprofessional. We all get our time up here. If we have opposing views, we use our time. We don't get into a back and forth spat with each other. It just doesn't look good. It looks like two fools arguing. That's not the image that we need for our to be seen by the public. I would just encourage everybody to use Robert's rules the best we can, and Mr. Dyer too. I won't speak on behalf of the council, but I'm also relying on you, if as the parliamentarian or kind of overseer of this, if it starts going south, we look to you for a little bit direction. I'm not going to put it on you like that, but when there's times where that starts happening, I just want you to be prepared for it, and we could surely use your help, just so we don't make ourselves look bad.
And just to that, if there ever is an incident that any of you think there's too much noise in a room, or believe somebody's being disruptive, well, you would, and you feel it's not being addressed, you can make a point of privilege, any of you. The chair then decides that if you're unhappy with the resolution, you can appeal that. But the point of privilege would be, if you feel like you want to, that would be the vehicle for you to use to bring attention to it.
Thank you, Mike. And then to council, I think we absolutely, to David's point, need to make a policy about sending letters. Letters have been sent, as far as I know, somewhere around October 5th, just going from my notes, letters to the governor and Secretary of Commerce stating whether it be City of Ormond Beach staff, entire Volusia delegation, all members of Volusia County Council, county staff, and then signed the email signed by a member of council. Once again, we need to be careful about that, because we could hop on board with that member and create more strength in numbers for these situations, but we really can't say that we're not doing it and be doing it. Once again, it's not professional, and I think if we unite in that way, we start playing for the team on the front and not the name on the back, and I think that's the direction we need to go. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Chair. And I forgot about that. Danny, thanks for reminding me. And because I think that particular letter, which said all 7 members of the county council were opposed to this, and I've never, out of my mouth, has come out and said that I was opposed to that. I purposely was very careful in my comments to not opine in it in favor or against it. So that letter that's out there should be corrected or taken down, because I did get a copy of it from someone on social media, because it's inaccurate. And again, I'm not trying to take anybody's right to speak, but that's what happens when you get into these areas. It gets dangerous, and if you make mistakes, you get called out on it. And that was one particular mistake, and I don't appreciate words being put in my mouth, because I've never said that, and can go back to the record. I think, council, I did not attend, you probably know I didn't attend the State of the County. Yeah, in case you didn't see me there. I had a prior engagement. However, I did watch the video. Staff did a great job in producing the video. I still don't believe Danny caught that fish for real. And to this date, I think Matt is the only guy that's ever been on the beach with a suit. I'll still say that. Yeah. However, in watching the video in its totality, there was only, hate to go negative, but I want to make sure we're clear. I want to see what the council says. I think you may have said it there today, and it sparked my thought. So thank you for your comments. I think you mentioned something about the driving on the beach, and I remember seeing that from the video. That a member of the body spoke about that. That was never a position of this council. So I'm concerned that if we're going to make speeches, or we're going to allow speeches, it gets into areas like that, because there were a couple other things that people commented to me. Hey, I didn't know the county was going to be focused on this or that. And so I want the body to discuss, I love the videos. I think we all get our opportunities to talk about things that we've worked on, because that's what it is, the state of the county, the things that we've done, and collectively the vision that we're going to be working towards for the following year. So I don't like, if the structure's going to allow for speeches that don't necessarily reflect on what this body has worked on or is focusing on, that concerns me, because that's why I got the questions. He obviously thought we were thinking about doing something on the beaches and changing the driving patterns. I've never talked about that since I've been here in that context. So I don't know if this body wants to put wheels or barriers around or change the structure of the state of the county. I'd be open to that discussion, right? How do we present that so it serves its true purpose? So I'd like to just put it out there in the table to see what you all think. I see Michael Dyer's coming in, but I'd like to see what my colleagues think, or am I by myself on this?
Michael Dyer.
So the requirement in the charter, I know we've talked a little bit about it in the past, but it's been a while. It's section 307.2 of the charter. It's titled Annual Report. It's short, and it reads that the county chair shall report annually to the county council and residents the activities of a county government for the previous year and the status of accomplishment of existing goals and objectives. The report shall set forth new and revised goals and objectives for future action. Subsequently, the county council shall meet to consider adoption of a plan of action for implementation of the goals and objectives. So I think there's a mechanism for council as a whole to take action that's maybe different than what you hear in that report. I think another thing you've done is you also have engaged in your own goal setting and established goals. I think that's part of that. But I think council at any time can take action as a body to discuss what your goals are, and what you agree on as a body.
And I'll just have my comments. I kept them strictly to what we have already done, and in particular, what we continue to go forward with business, friendly policies. I stood very much at 30,000 foot. This is what we did, and 30,000 foot as far as what we're going to be focused on going forward. If I'd known that we were going to have free reign to talk about stuff, maybe I would have talked about some of my personal priorities, but I didn't. So I need to know what we are going to do, so that we level the playing field if that's the case, or we just say this is the roadmap that we're going to use.
Jake Johansson.
Sir, thank you. Regarding this subject, I wrote some comments for my section, but I'll bring them up now. Last year, I was concerned that our message was not reviewed to ensure it's a joint message. And I mentioned that. As a matter of fact, I harped on George saying, look, if that's the way it's going to be, don't give me a script. I'll say what I want to say. And I got a script, and I said what we wanted to say. We are not the federal government. This is not the President's State of the Union. We don't have a chief executive elected official. And therefore, I think it's extremely important that we review an approved template of what we as a body will touch on to ensure our priorities are in line with our thoughts as a council. I asked for the comments last year. I asked for the comments this year. I don't want surprises when I'm sitting next to people who are asking questions and I'm like, I have no clue what that's about. So just like the letters that should be read by us before they go to higher authority, I think we all ought to be able to see what we're saying before we say it to the public, and we all agree on it. So I will ask next year that nothing goes unscripted, everything's pre-approved, and that we sit and enjoy each other's company and watch the state of the county, and that it not be, if it's going to be that, then I'll go race my car somewhere. I'll go with you, Danny, or David, because I don't want to sit and be surprised. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you. That is a motion. Sure.
Okay.
Motion to pre-approve the state of the county in its entirety before it is presented.
Jake Johansson makes a motion that, if I understand it correctly, every video and every speech is pre-approved by the entire council.
That is correct.
And second is by Danny Robbins. Is there a discussion? I'll offer discussion. From probably the 6th week that I took office in 2020, I was told by county staff that this is your state of the county address. Gave me free reign, pick out the menu. I was told repeatedly that. Nobody has ever said anything different. Michael Dyer just read to you what is written, that it's to look back at what we did and then to look ahead at goals. I listed and I said at the State of the County, these are some goals I'm going to work on and bring before the council, and I will. There are things that I will bring before the council and we can debate them then. Michael Dyer, George Rechtwald, either one of you, is that outside of the bounds of what you just read, that it's for looking back and looking ahead at goals?
So the charter provision requires an annual report. It's been done numerous ways over the years, I understand, sometimes in this chamber. Lately, it in the event that like we had at the Ocean Center or at the Daytona Community Center, it provides authority for the chair to give a report of activities for that prior year and set forth new and revised goals. But then it provides that the council is to meet to consider those goals and consider adoption of a plan of action from implementation of goals and objectives. So what I take from that language is council can then decide, add to those goals, change those goals, reject those goals. They decided as a body. The charter provision is not specific about how that report is given. I think it could be in writing, it could be during a meeting, or it could be in an event like you just have had.
Okay.
I would say it has evolved. Of course, at one time the chair was elected amongst the body. I have to say my memory fails me a little bit in the beginning of my career, and probably because I was, rather than at the state of the county, I was probably on a construction site. So probably in those early days, I think it was delivered more at a council meeting at that point. Somewhere along the line, probably, I don't think it exactly coincided, but when Frank Bruno became the first elected chair, I think he took it to a little bit higher level to where we went to the Ocean Center and gave the kind of report that we have today. And I think he went out and started, selling sponsorship, so to speak, for that, and took on a bigger role. I think Jason Davis he went back more to, I think he delivered it here in the chambers, and then we went back to a larger event. So that's kind of the evolution as I recall it. And like I say, unfortunately, I wasn't part of the earlier ones, so I couldn't tell you how it got to exactly where it is. But I think we got back on track thanks to Mr. Kent, who was pretty adamant about let's have the goal setting before we do that, and we did that. We had two. We had the one because as we kind of came together as a group, and I thought that was very productive. And then you more or less reaffirmed those goals in that last setting we had in January. So everything was set, and I think the goals were in the program, if I'm correct. So we had them. So I think everything was set right for exactly what we're talking about. So, and again, I apologize. I guess as far as it's never been something that we, put out to everybody ahead of time. And in fact, because our staff works pretty feverishly on the entire event, several things around here, it's often not complete. The message isn't even complete until a day or two beforehand. So we can work in the future to have it done more ahead of time. I do believe we got everybody's video and everyone saw that ahead of time. So we almost got all of it ahead, but we'll continue to work on getting it a little bit tighter.
Okay, I'll just add this to that. We had 5 goals. I referenced those 5 goals twice, pointed them out in the book, and I guess none of the staff remembers from when I first got elected. Every year we've done this, I would be told by staff that this is your State of the Union or State of the County. And I've never.
That has been said. I totally agree with that statement.
Okay.
Because that is actually how it evolved. It really was, like I say, Mr. Bruno took it and made more of it than an annual report. So that's it. You're absolutely accurate on
But
that.
what I've tried to do is, in fact, this year I talked to Michael about the goals of the other council people, so I didn't spend time repeating everything that the public had just watched in a video. And then I'd talk about those, but every year I have also told the public and the council at the State of the county any personal goals that I had that I would bring before the council. Didn't know there was anything wrong with that. Still don't think anything's wrong with that. If I would not be opposed to anybody else saying when they do their district, next year I plan to work on X, Y. I would love to know what it is. Like Troy Kent has said before, if it's important to you, it's important to me. So, and I'll still bring those to the council. So, Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. How do I be diplomatic? By deflecting this a little bit, council, and what kind of irks me now is that we're taking county staff and ultimately really asking them to pick sides between 7 bosses here. That's not how this works.
No.
And I'm talking, Chair. Thank you. I would urge us as a body not to put them in that position or in that spot, and for us to take responsibility or personal responsibility if there's a disagreement on this, and not bring in the people that are supposed to execute our policy. That's not right. It's evolved. I agree with that. But it's also, in my opinion, taken on a life of its own, and it's getting a little out of hand. In my opinion, I think we're out of bounds on a couple things, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say anything. I just want us to be a little bit more professional and organized and united.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I'm kind of in the understanding that it's the chairman's show, but I go back to what we talked about with the letter. If we are wearing the uniform of council, in other words, we're in a state of a county address, we are acting as our jobs up here at an event, then we represent council, not ourselves. At no time are we ourselves when we're together. The state of the county might be an opportunity for it to be the chairman's show or the chairman's deal. But I think it's important that the message is, as our chairman, as a representative of us, not of you. It's not a lead-follow relationship. We're not a strong mayor, a strong chairman. You are just another one of us that does some ceremonial things and sets the agenda and does some other things. But to say that we all ought to be able to do that, then we'll all take 20 minutes. And 20 minutes times 7 people is a long time. So I think that it's just important that I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't want to happy to glad any speech you have. But here are the 5 goals. Here's what we think. Yep, is that good? Yep, go ahead. Can you put it into your own words? When we tell George to send a letter, he sends a letter. We don't edit it for content. I trust that if we give a template for what the chairman's going to say, that the chairman is not going to deviate from that template. I'm not saying what you said was something I do believe or didn't believe. I didn't know what you were going to say. People were asking me, why is he talking about the Constitution? I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. Was that something you all talked about? The Admiral was asking me. I'm like, no, it wasn't. And he kind of looked at me because it's just not the way we did it in the military. I got that. But so I just would like a little more situational awareness on what's going to be said. And that's why I made the motion. We have to approve it, maybe not verbatim, but in theory, in a template. And then we ask that the chairman not deviate. That's all. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, I wasn't going to even talk about this item tonight. I wasn't. But I'm going to start with the positives. Mr. Ryan, your team did a great job. Video production group, the IT group, they really did a great job. I knew, of course, what mine might look like a little bit. It was freezing cold that day on the beach, so I didn't know really how it was going to look. But I was extremely excited about seeing my fellow council members and seeing their video piece. And I actually believe that Danny caught that fish, only because I've seen pictures of like coolers full of like bluegill and stuff like that. So I know he knows how to fish. I don't know if he caught it days in advance and had it on a line just waiting. I don't know about that. But in all seriousness, the positive was it was a much better, in my opinion, production because we were each somewhere in our district. And Mr. Johansson and Mr. Brower were somewhere in the county. And I thought that it added a nice touch to the state of the county. So for that, I thought that you all did a really great job. And the information you shared about your districts was informational. And I appreciated it. And, for this next piece, take my words, don't take my words, whatever. But we are a group of 7. And, like it or not, we have a chairman. That's how our charter is. And our chairman gives the state of the county. And, as much of me doesn't ever want to put a muzzle, I'm not going to say, Jeff Brower, I'm going to say chairman. Because whoever that person is, I don't want them to feel like they have a muzzle on them. So this is the part that, chairman, you either take or don't take. It's okay. But if it were me, and it's not, I didn't run for chairman, but if it was me, I would talk about everything we accomplished, the highlights. I would talk about those things. And then I would talk about the goals that this council that we are trying to accomplish this next coming year. And that could have been a 4-3 vote. It doesn't have to be 7-0. But if this council agreed on it, 4 of us at least, then it's a goal. We've given George and Mike the orders, and that's what it is. And that's what I would stick with, only because it becomes problematic in the sense that we're sitting here and talking about this at 11:09 p.m. because it's the state of the county address. It's not the state of the chairman address. It's not the state of District 4 address. It's not the state of Daytona address. It's the state of the county. And I think that we will not have these issues or these uncomfortable situations, Mr. Johansson, where people are asking you questions like, hey, I didn't know that was what the council agreed upon, when it's one person's goals. I think if we stick to this is what we accomplished this year, and it was a very productive year for the county council, and this is what your county council has agreed upon for next year, and you do that and you stick with that, how can anybody have a problem with that? If you have a problem with that, then you're just trying to muzzle somebody, and now I have a problem with that. So take it or leave it. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll go back to what was read about it, and I think what I just heard almost everybody say. The purpose of the state of the county is to talk about accomplishments and goals. So I talked about accomplishments. Really, the whole theme, it evidently didn't work, but the whole theme of the state of the county worked on with Michael Ryan, who was serious about making it a unifying message. And we thought we did that. The way that we did videos, and he wove me in and out of the videos to connect everybody together. My appeal was for unity. I asked everybody to come up on the stage afterwards, but yeah, I gave my goals for the next year as well. I've said it 3 times that I would bring to the council, and obviously you disagree with the fact that I gave goals for the next year. My goals for the next year. So this is a debate on a motion by Jake Johansson, a second by Danny Robbins, to, I don't even remember what the motion was, to
review the all comments to make sure we're on the same page, including the chairman's comments prior to the State of the County address.
so that you can edit them?
No, sir, so we can agree to them.
What if you don't agree with them?
Then they won't be said.
I can't have a personal goal.
Not during the State of the County.
Really?
Correct. You can have a personal goal, just you can't represent us as the chairman
Didn't
of the
represent
State of the
you.
County.
I express my personal goal to the public and the entire council. Was very forthright. These are some things that I'm going to bring forth to the council. That's what I did. Now,
I think my motion limits your ability to state your personal goals during
Okay.
the State of the County.
That's, I wanted to make that clear. All right. I don't see anybody else that wants to comment on it. Carissa, call the roll, please.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. Okay, it passes 6-1. Okay, we were at, where were we? Mr. Robbins, you completed yours. David Santiago,
I completed mine.
Don Dempsey.
I have nothing to talk about unless, Jake, you want to talk about motocross some more.
Offline.
Okay, then I have nothing. Good night. Thanks for all your patience tonight listening to this presentation that we had, though. Have a good night.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I'm not quite sure how to articulate our strategy moving forward with the fuel terminal, fuel farm to our concerned citizens. The way I saw it, there was a few ways to tackle the issue with the fuel terminal. And one of the ways was the moratorium and the lawsuit and the fight, and the other way was to accept the site plan, review it, and address the issues and find out whether it's possible to be built given the constraints of DEP, EPA, fire safety, without water and sewer from Ormond. Can they meet the firefighting, all that stuff, not to mention the airport overlay, traffic, and other issues. So the way we chose to do it is the site plan process, and we're proceeding there. As I understand it, a conceptual was in and details to follow. So we'll see how Clay Irvin and his group go through. So we haven't said yes. We haven't said no. We've said we're ready to accept your site plan and see what can be done. We talked a little bit about the state of the county, and there's one thing, and this is something I would have pointed out, and I will next year. I'd like our citizens particularly to know that I personally support the work that our staff does, led by George Rechtenwald and Mike Dyer. I was very concerned when they didn't get mentioned, and I'd like to mention it publicly now. Thank you very much, gentlemen, Suzanne, ladies, for everything that you all did this year. As we mentioned in the state of the county, it was a tremendous year given all the other obstacles out there, and we got a lot done, and we're ready to get a lot more done now that we have this list of goals. And you know, I strongly encourage that our goals are posted at the top of every item so we know what goal it goes to, which you do usually. So thank you very much to the staff for all the hard work. You know, obviously I didn't appreciate the people bringing the Fire George Rechtenwald signs into the State of the County address. So Michael, Ryan, can we make sure that once they come in the door, it's our venue and our rules. I think that needs to be a neutral environment. As far as decorum, I'm very sensitive of people's time in general. Here it is 11:17, so I'm gonna give myself a little bit of time. This is a business meeting, and by and large, I'm a business person. And there are a few things that we talked about, Mr. Kent, Mr. Santiago, and a few others of us, to make sure that we properly valued everybody's time. And that was our bites at the apple at 5 minutes each, or whatever it was, our time for questioning. And I would like to take a round turn on that and be very conscious of what we're doing. Also, there's a lot of people out there that waited a long time to speak. Their time's just as valuable as ours. So if a meeting starts at 0900, it doesn't start at 9:03, it starts at 9 o'clock. It's very important that we're all in here seated at the start, and whenever the chairman brings us back from lunch or dinner, be ready to do business, because if we start lollygagging, they're going to start lollygagging. At 8:01, we'll start to 8:03, it'll start to 8:05, and next thing you know, we'll be lollygagging for 15 minutes, and that's disrespectful. And lastly, we talked about it already. I'm going to talk about it again. It's important that we respect each other. At no time should any member assume, Mr. Santiago brought this up, and speak on behalf of the other, or lead the audience to believe one or some of us think one way or another. When we sit here, we're a governing body. We act as one, and we should not be at each other. We should give each other the respect for our 5 minutes, as painful as it is sometimes. And when you're done, you should give up the mic and allow somebody else to speak. But at no time should we probably be bantering back and forth. There's no place for that here. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So to pick up where Councilman Johansson left off, you know, we I think have made huge strides in streamlining our meetings. And one of the most important things we did was we really limited our time to talk. When we did that, you know, I said, you know, from our legal department, what are we allowed to do with the presentations? Because all of you met with one of the applicants today, except for me. My decision, I think, if my memory is right on that. But meaning you all had that opportunity for them to give you that information. And we had the information in our agendas. Yet we limit ourselves to 5 minutes for debate. But that person started talking at 5:30 p.m. and didn't end until 5:57. Then again started at 6:21 and ended at 6:31. But then there were questions and really didn't quit talking until 6:50. So when you start adding all of that time up, we say, well, can we limit? Well, I watch them do it in Congress all the time. When people are presenting information or testifying, they have a time limit where they're going to present their case. And I think that's something we should talk about, council. So I'm going to make a motion that in the next 3 meetings, when George has opportunity or Michael has opportunity to put it on the agenda, that they put that on the agenda so we talk about it and we make a finite, definite decision. And then whoever's the applicant is, they'll know this is how much time they have. And I think we can give them a reasonable amount.
I'll second that.
Thank you, sir. And that's for a discussion, for us to discuss that. So, Chairman, there's a motion and a second to have that on one of the next 3 agendas. That way it doesn't pigeonhole staff into like the next meeting.
Okay, you're talking about what happened today.
Yes,
And
but it's
so-
something that I talked about 10
It
months
is.
ago. When we limited ourselves, I said we should be talking about limiting the applicant when they're coming before us. We've had, and we did it to our own staff because we had staff come before us and talk up to over like 70 minutes one time on a presentation that we receive. We're good students. We do our homework. We read this stuff ahead of time. I send my questions in to George and Michael before every meeting. It's no surprise. It's public record. I've had the News Journal ask me, hey, can you send me your questions? I can do a public records request, but can you send me your questions? Sure, here they are. You got them. So, meaning that homework is done. I'm just trying to help streamline us, council, even more. That's all.
I understand. We had 2 items. One was a quasi-judicial hearing with Mark Watts. So I would ask counsel, legal counsel, if the council decides to limit the time that they can speak, is there any issue with that legally?
We can bring something back for you to discuss that. I think you can generally put time limits on applicants' presentations in a quasi-judicial item. You just might need to you'll need to have an opportunity to extend it for due process reasons if a certain item warranted it. But we can bring back some options on how to deal with that if you wish.
And this isn't about stifling anybody. It's about you presented it. We have it. We've read it. You met with 6 out of the 7. They disclosed that. So why are you repeating, I'm assuming, what you told them privately? I don't get that.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Councilman Kent, I know where I saw some areas of improvement on us too. I think in a couple instances, we started doing our debate during questioning, and that's something we can tighten up here. But Troy, how do you feel about limiting our questions? So we have 2 5-minute times to talk during debate. Can we limit to 2 questions, kind of same format on the question end, if we missed anything in our pre-meetings to help bring it back down?
I'm not crazy about it, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because there are things that you all say that makes me think of another question, and I need to jump on. Like my questions, I know with my questioning, I went into debate. I'm not blaming Don Dempsey, but Don kept interrupting me and wanted to show this video. Let's see this video. Let's see this video. Let's see this video. The video you wanted to show of the campsites.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And it was a great video, like 80,000 feet high. And, I'm joking about that. It might have been 90,000 feet, but blurry. But anyway, I'm not crazy about that idea because I think that changes it. I think it will help streamline us and the applicant if staff brings back some options for us and we discuss it. But we don't do it now, that we do it when staff has some information for us, and then we can each have 2 5-minute bites at it.
And I say that kind of in their defense as well, any applicant, because sometimes, and I try to say this nicely, and I started hitting on it, especially, comparing one agenda item to the other when it comes to stormwater, when it comes to traffic. Scenarios change depending on the agenda of the person or the council members. I would like to give the applicant that time to do a thorough presentation to hit on, because they all know what we're into and what we like to hear, the tickle words and all this stuff. So I wouldn't want to cut them short when they're trying to obviously sell their product. They're shark tanking it to us, and we have to allot them time to cut them short, to not explain it. I think we need to let this marinate a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we can maybe fine tune it, but I think there's also a necessity for what for what they do to explain it thoroughly and dispel any alarms that we may have.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, except that I voted to not allow myself more than 10 minutes. I learned from you whenever one of your ideas you wanted, how you got down and presented, because here I am literally timing myself at my house before I come to you all talking about getting our locals on the beach at no extra charge. I'm literally timing myself because I don't want to disappoint you all, and I want to get my point across in the amount of time. And tonight, well, there was 27 minutes at the beginning. There was another 10 minutes and then another 20 minutes. How much time do you need when you met with everybody? And it's in our staff report and we have it. And if that's the case, then I want to go back and talk about unlimiting myself, because I'm on a time clock and we've put staff on a time clock, and we've opened the book wide open for any applicant. And I think that they can tell us anything and everything. If I can get my point across in 10 minutes, then I don't know why they can't.
I'll agree with you, as long as we can give them a way out in terms of, hey, if we need more time, because exception to policy.
Sure.
I think
We can do that as needed.
I think the motion in place is to discuss it in 3 weeks. Guys.
That's exactly, well,
Discuss it in 3 weeks.
Within 3 meetings, not 3 weeks.
Oh,
but
3 meetings, sorry, yeah.
With now and the next 3 meetings, one of those.
Have this
just to
debate in
discuss.
3 meetings.
Mo-
Amen.
Motion was made by Troy Kent. Who made the second?
Santiago.
By Santiago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. But the motion carries 6-1.
Thank you. And, just a couple more items I have for you all this evening, and that is, if you have not been down to our dog-friendly section of the beach in Volusia County, I highly recommend you do. It has proven to be wildly popular and extremely successful. Daytona Dog Beach is down there sometimes up to 10 hours a day with different people, between 6 and 8 volunteers, sometimes 10 volunteers a day, patrolling the beach, giving people bags, making sure the beach is clean, and for the most part, they're picking up debris on the beach. So I'm super pleased with where it is so far, and I'm sure staff at some point is going to share some numbers with this council on what they have thus far.
Can I take Bad Boy Dudley, because my dogs just don't like other dogs?
You can take him, but believe it or not, he wants to be held the entire time. He's scared to death of the ocean. But Miss Daisy, she'd let you take her, Councilman Reinhardt. So I just want to let you know about that. And we mentioned pickleball earlier. There are 3 pickleball courts that this county put in at Michael Crotty Bicentennial Park, and they are utilized and used. And, you go there, and it's interesting to me because I didn't see the tennis courts completely full. But those 3 pickleball courts are full, and people are using them, and that's great. And my last thing I have for you all is, council members, I met with, the day after the State of the County, I met with Ocean Center Director Lynn Flanders. And what a breath of fresh air she is. And she's knowledgeable, and she has a real plan, because she went back and listened to the meeting where we, as a collective group, said, we want to make positive changes in the Ocean Center and Daytona Beach and the rest of Volusia County. We want events there that we, with our families, want to attend. And she has taken that to heart, and she has turned her staff loose on trying to make that goal a real positive reality. And George, thank you for setting that meeting up with Miss Flanders and myself. And you know, I asked her, you know, when she interviewed, because she's got a great story about that whole process and her daughter and where they live. And it was actually Suzanne, I think, in that initial interview. And Suzanne said, you need to come meet Mr. Rechtenwald and have another interview with us. So Suzanne, great find thus far. Have a wonderful evening.
You forgot to put the 5-minute clock on him, by the way.
Okay. I won't need a 5-minute clock. I'll have a whole page of notes. I'm gonna end with two things. The first one I think is really important. It was asked, you know, why in the world were you talking about the Constitution at the State of the County? Frankly, I find that question shocking and appalling. The Constitution, every one of us swore to an oath to the Constitution to follow it. And if you say that we didn't do that in the military, that's troublesome to me. If there's anybody that should be talking about the Constitution, it's the military. But we took an oath to it here. It's our guiding principle, and everything that we do should be guided by the U.S. Constitution, even at local government, and the state of Florida Constitution. It's important. And if we don't see it as any importance at all to talk about it, that's a problem for me. The only other thing that I would say, it was said in several different ways that we should not have any more bickering back and forth. Boy, I agree with that. I have sat here for 3 years, and sometimes there's personal attacks directed at me, and I believe that as chair, I don't want this council to become a circus and to have us all fighting back and forth. So I hardly ever say anything, to the point where a local motelier met with me, and he said, "Why do you do that? You need to turn around and just shove it right down." And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the purpose of the chair. I want there to be decorum." Tonight, when David Santiago said that I was purposely trying to put you, the council, in a bad position, I've defended myself and spoke out against that statement, because that is not what I did. It wasn't even a personal opinion. It was a statement of fact that there is flooding all over this county, and that we needed to deal with it. And so, and then when you look at the public and say, "See, that's what we deal with," that to me is a decorum problem. That's something that shouldn't have been done. The public came tonight and dressed us down for the way that we talked to them. And I don't like it. I would rather that you do it to me than to them, but it shouldn't be done to either one. If we have to, if we're going to have decorum, and I hope we are, we need to. I said that at the State of the County. Got a message from a constituent that said, "The public deserves better, and I hope you can work together." That was my message. It failed. It's a flat 0, so we'll deal with it from here. It's all right. Jake Johansson, did you have something else?
Yes, sir. Back to what Mr. Santiago said, and I hate to do this, but never did I say in the military we don't talk about the Constitution. That is not what I said. And so back to that, don't put words in our mouth. Just don't say anything. That is not what I said. So what I'm saying is nowhere in our goals for the future that we discussed ever were the Constitution. You chose to speak about that. The fact that you chose to speak about it was something that I could not explain. Has nothing to do with me speaking about the Constitution when I was in the military. So I know you got beat up pretty hard on this thing. All we're asking is that we know what you're going to say, so there are no surprises. That's all. And I think I would appreciate that and go, ooh, sorry, might have got out a little ahead of myself here. But I think you're taking it a little personal, and maybe rightly so.
I can't imagine why.
But well, so you're our chairman.
Yeah.
Just lead us. Don't go off by yourself. That's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Nope, didn't go off by myself, and I do have goals, and I'll say it again because you just said it again, that if you don't understand why a governing body doesn't look at the Constitution and consider it important and be able to talk about it, that's just wrong. I'm
I
sorry.
absolutely do believe it, sir.
Okay.
It just
Well, you
isn't
said
one
twice. We
of our. It
should
isn't
talk
one of
about
our
it.
goals.
All right, we are adjourned at 11:37.